Oh, I'm just waiting for Dr. Keck.
You should totally ask him about Margirl.
Margirl? What's that?
No, Jordan Peterson. Yikes.
TikToker debunks Hassan and Vouch reacts. Cringe lib TikToker attacks Hassan's correct homelessness take. Destiny's not afraid to debate at all. Oh, I blocked this dude on Twitter. This guy and Pearl are fucking clowns.
Hold this.
The quickest path to becoming a high-value man: stay healthy, get a job, get married, go to church. We can replace that with community involvement. Have kids, if you want to. Develop a skill set and deploy it in the most market-driven way. True. Dr. K respects... What are you guys talking about? Is Dr. K live right now? Oh, Jesus. He was hosted? Oh. Tucker Carlson's text wasn't even that bad. I don't know why he included this line. It's not how white men fight. It was the most weirdly racist thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Like, and it was even like a profound message. If he would have just left that one line out, he would have been fine. A couple weeks ago, I was watching a video of people fighting in the street of Washington. A group of Trump guys surrounded an Antifa kid and started pounding the living shit out of him. It was 3 against 1 at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Why would you put that? But then, yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. The Antifa creep is a human being. Much as I despise what he says and does, much as I'm sure I'd hate him personally if I knew him, I shouldn't gloat over his suffering. I should be bothered by it. I should remember that somewhere somebody probably loves this kid and would be crushed if he was killed. Like, I don't care about those things. If I reduce people to their politics, how am I better than he is? So, like, overall, it's a pretty good message, but it's not how white men fight. What is it? I'm on YouTube. Is it how black people fight? Is it how Hispanic people fight? What is this? It's not how white men fight. Why not just say real men? It's not how real men fight. It's not how honorable men fight. Like, the whole message becomes so racist. Like, why do that? Like, why would you, why would you, what? It's so stupid. What's the song playing in the background of the stream? It's one of my composition challenges, you fucking losers. Maybe because he is racist? Yeah, obviously. At least a little bit.
Why? Why?
Steven, watch it.
Watch it. Hey. Watch it. Fucking watch it. Took care of that problem real fast.
Yo, dude, can I have just 1 second to make sure my overlays are functional?
Bro, you can have all the seconds you need, okay?
Okay, you're still muted, and I'm gonna just do that. Thank you so much. So kind. Let's see. No. No! Okay, let me see if I can figure out how to... Oh no.
Are you live right now?
Yeah, I'm live, but for some reason I can't show your video. Oh, there we go. Okay, I got it. Okay. Are you live?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna transition. I think we're good. Can you just count to 10 for me?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Perfect.
Cool.
How you been, man?
Busy, you know?
I see that. Yeah, I've seen that you're out and about and doing all kinds of things and talking to all sorts of interesting people.
Absolutely, yeah.
I love the work that you've been doing, man. I love listening to you, the way that you think about things, the way that you frame things. Also the way that you stay on track when you're talking to people who may get off track. That I think is particularly impressive.
Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of deliberate work and practice has gone into trying to keep conversations on track. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to just tell us a little bit about what you've been up to and yeah, like how things are going for you?
It's everything. I don't know. I guess for a sample, when I'm doing it 2 weeks, I'm going on some 10 million Instagram crypto podcast, I think, in Vegas. Then I'm probably going to do a podcast the day after with Lily Pichu. Then I'm probably going to do a podcast with Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks. And then I'm probably going to do the whatever podcast. So it's just like everything. I'm just, all over the world right now. That's what I'm doing, yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah, I think, I don't know where you want to go with this. I can talk about a million things for...
Yeah, so yeah. I'd love to hear just your take on what's going on with mental health in America as a microcosm and also across the world as a whole. Like, if you just have any thoughts about that.
Yeah, okay, sure, yeah. For mental health stuff, there's always like 4... Whoa, hold on. How have you been doing? I've been out of the Twitch world for a little bit, so...
Yeah, so...
I see you got like you got a new background right now. Did you move or what's going on?
Yeah, so we've been pretty busy and overall things are going pretty well for the most part. I think we've grown quite a bit. I think one of the things that we sort of leaned into recently over the last year or two is like, what is actually our mission? Mm-hmm. And we're trying to help as many people as possible with the emerging mental health problems that like people are facing. And so over the last year and a half, I think interestingly enough, a lot of what we've done has been offline. Mm-hmm. So doing a lot of stuff with different organizations, like collaborating with different orgs, kind of like NAMI, or even doing some stuff with the Office of the U.S. Surgeon General, or doing stuff with the American Psychiatric Association, giving talks at places like universities in Spain and places like that. So there's been a fair amount of travel as well.
Cool.
And I think that, and then we've also sort of focused a little bit more on making content that's a little bit more like library focused in the sense that people can access it in the future. Mm-hmm. So I was running into this big problem with live streaming where if I do a live stream today, the people tomorrow may not learn from it. right? So we were getting the same questions over and over and over again. So that's sort of, in a sense, unsatisfying from a content creation standpoint. But I think the bigger problem is that if we explained something really well, it was very hard for people to find. And so what that sort of means is that we're always addressing the surface level issues, which don't always help people.
Gotcha.
And so for deeper stuff, yeah, sorry?
No, go ahead. For deeper stuff?
For deeper stuff, we kind of, so we've been a little bit more focused on making sure that our YouTube stuff is like more organized, that people can access things. And then we've also been building like different kinds of community-based interventions. So we're noticing, for example, that people are having more difficulty socializing. And so if you're having difficulty socializing, what can you do about that? This is the kind of thing where one solution is you can go see a therapist and they can help you with social anxiety. But the other solution is that you can like literally practice socialization. So we had an event on Valentine's Day where like 300 people showed up and we just practiced asking each other out on dates.
Gotcha.
Because that's hard. And one of the trickiest things is that if you like someone and you ask them out on a date and you're rusty at asking people out on dates, you kind of shoot your shot and you're not well practiced at it. And then that causes all kinds of consequences.
True. Can you, real quick, just because you have a lot of people spamming this before we get too deep into this, a lot of my people are saying that you have a weird echo on your stream.
I have a weird echo? Oh, yeah, you're right. And one of the I don't know why that happened, but it should be fixed now.
Okay, cool. One of the things I was going to interject with earlier is that it's kind of one thing that do you mind saying how old are you real quick?
I'm 40.
You're 40. Okay, I'm 34. I never wanted to be this person, and I hate that I'm becoming this person, but I think I'm almost fully this person. Something I've gotten blackpilled on a lot of life development is I'm starting to see the world through the lens of age a lot more. And
what do you mean by that?
In that, like, a lot of the energy that I get from people, even from me earlier in my life, was like, oh my God, like I'm totally hearing you right now. You're like a 23-year-old male. And a lot of what you're saying is like filtered through that. It's funny that you talk about how like you're always addressing surface level issues and that you kind of get stuck in that sometimes. But if you look at like probably the advent of like human helping people, so like the Tony Robbinsons or back in the days of fucking Rome and everything else, like when people are trying to help young men and everything, it's probably been like the same advice throughout all of human history, and it's not like it's ever been like solved, you know, like there hasn't been like this is the master key of like how to develop and how to live your life perfectly and how to figure all of your stuff out. We're still like, you know, thousands of years into human development, and it's like, how do I talk to a girl without feeling shame of rejection, or like what's an appropriate relationship to have with a parent that like I don't get along with? Like we have all of these fundamental questions that we're always dealing with through all of human history, and it just seems like a lot of it is kind of the thing where it's like, this is what you are, you're born as this person, and you kind of deal with these things as you get older. And sometimes I wonder if we've like progressed in terms of, or it's just like funny to observe that like we kind of have all the same issues that we've been struggling with, like all people since I guess the advent of like modern human civilization.
Yeah. So do you think we've made progress?
I don't think we focus on progress. I don't think we care about it too much. I think we should, but like I think that when you ask people like if we progressed as a society, usually the first things people bring up are like, well, medicine has gotten a lot better, technology has gotten a lot better, you know, our microchips, you know, the nanometer fabrication process, blah blah blah. But then if you ask somebody, well, what about progress in terms of like having healthy relationships or being able to resolve conflict with loved ones, or how many average friends do we have? Nobody ever marks progress that way. And since society doesn't keep track of it, and since there's not like a paycheck for it, I feel like sometimes no, we don't actually care about it. I mean, it affects us, but we don't seem to care about it like we should, you know?
That's so interesting. So I kind of see why that's black-pilled, sort of. But, my sense is that we actually have solved a lot of those issues.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like what? Like what have we solved, Dr. K?
All of the things that you said. So I know it sounds kind of weird.
Yeah,
but
go ahead,
I think
hit me.
This comes from maybe kind of a clinical perspective, but I think that, you know, when we're talking about solving issues on a societal level, I think one of the biggest things that we sort of miss out on is that human beings are individuals, right? And it's kind of like you can't, just because someone ate a meal 1,000 years ago doesn't mean that a human being born today won't be hungry. Like in terms of how to form healthy relationships, how to find purpose in life, I think we actually have a lot of really good solutions. It's almost like a biased way of thinking, where in the West we tend to focus on populations as our unit of study. So from a population level, have things gotten better? And this is where I think a lot of people will make arguments around medicine and stuff like that. But I mean, I think that you can look at, Stoicism in the Roman era. You can look at stuff like, yoga and meditation and enlightenment and Buddhism and all this kind of stuff. And I think even in terms of like forming healthy relationships, I think the progress is not on the human level, although I think there is progress at the human level. My experience has been that progress is actually like on the individual level. And
Gotcha.
so
I guess when I was thinking of that, what I was more thinking of when I mentioned it through the lens of age is it feels like regardless of how much progress we've made as a society, there's a lot of stuff that you still have to like experience. And then once you've had those experiences, it seems really hard to shortcut the learning thing without having the negative experiences first. So when I think back to, I see this with a lot of young men online, and I see it with myself a lot, the idea that it's like you against the world as an early person. You don't care about connections. You don't care about networking. You don't care about bridges. You don't care about what people have done before. You're going to trailblaze your own way. And then through the experience of doing that and making mistakes, like eventually you kind of settle in and you're like, oh, wait, things are that way for a certain reason. And maybe it's better to kind of like understand how society works and like kind of, I could push a little bit, but like I need to have a better understanding of why things are the way they are. That like seems to be an early adventure for a lot of young men. And I don't know if there's like a way to shortcut that where it's like, hold on, wait, you don't have to make all these mistakes. Just read this and then you don't have to do this, But,
what's the value of shortcutting it?
Well, unfortunately today, the value is it's very hard to learn online because your mistakes are now immortalized in a tangible fixed medium, right? So like there are a lot of like if I would have had the same growth, I think I'm a pretty good person. I think I've become a really good person. But if I would have had that same growth 10 years, if I would have had that same growth 10 years later, I would have never gotten to this point because I would have been destroyed making mistakes. The mistakes that I made 10 years ago would have been enough to like be immortalized, and that would be it. That'd be my whole character. I think we're very much judged by our worst moments online as like public figures at least, or even as like quasi-public figures. If you have social media, you just are unlucky and your particular post gets blown up. It's really hard to have those learning experiences.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird, but I think in a sense, I think I sort of agree with you, but I kind of have a different kind of take on it. So first of all, I think that's the way it is. Yeah. Like, I think there's something fundamental about being an individual human. And the other thing that I don't know if this is going to make a whole lot of sense is that I think it doesn't matter how many mistakes you shortcut. There's going to be a barrier that you're going to make mistakes and have to overcome.
For sure.
Right. And so this is where even sort of hearing you talk about black pill and sort of like the lens of a 23-year-old and sort of acknowledging that, oh, like if 23-year-old Destiny was alive and as a content creator today, you would get canceled so hard that you would never be, and I get that. But I think that's where like I personally like some of these lenses like Karma to sort of think through that because I think it helps me make sense of things from a narrative perspective. But the cool thing is that as a result of that, you are able to do something unique today that no one else can do, which is you can sit here as a 34-year-old, learn those lessons, and then pass that along to other people.
Yeah, I try to,
And I think that this is where I'm with you that generally speaking, we think about shortcuts or bypassing some kind of pain as like a good thing. But I think no matter how many shortcuts you take, you're going to hit some kind of barrier.
Sure.
And then at that point, there's going to be some amount of suffering or mistakes or whatever. And that's where, like, I think at the end of the day, the way to live life is just how do I manage being imperfect when the world expects success and perfection and whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I 1,000,000% agree. Like, I wouldn't trade my experiences for the world because I think that there have been some things that have been granted to me through experience that are so invaluable, and I don't know if listening to other people without living that would have given me the same type of perspective. So yeah, it just is funny because it reminds me of like I know that growing up, I had like my parents were kind of helicoptery, like they were always like, don't do that, don't eat that, don't blah, blah, blah. Thankfully, they were busy doing other shit, so I could do crazy stuff. But then as I got older, I would always hear about crazy stuff that they did as kids. And I'm like, man, you guys are doing some wild stuff. Do you prefer if I swear or don't swear on this? I'm sorry, just because Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, they were doing wild shit as kids, and I hear about all these crazy stories about him crashing, his dad's motorcycle, and my mom, running away at like 18 to join the Air Force Academy, and like all these like crazy things. I'm like, oh my god. And then as I grow up, I see like all the crazy things that I did, and I'm like, Jesus. And then even like when I'm recounting some of these stories to friends, and we're like talking to each other, I'm like, this is fucking wild. Like if my son was doing this, I would kill him. Like what? Like what am I even doing? But it's so much different now because now it's like it almost feels like there's, I don't know if it's like a collective delusion, but we all kind of like look at each other and we're like, we didn't do anything too crazy. But now that kids have like a camera and a phone in front of every single thing, now it's like, oh my God, he did that thing. It's so horrible. And it's like, yeah, kind of. But I mean, like, didn't we all kind of do like really crazy, stupid things? Like I had a thing, I think it was like, I want to say it was about a year ago, where these two people were writing a kind of like a Me Too thing, trying to take out some dude, and it was like a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old. And I was like, oh my God, like, what do you guys, like, and it was because of like messages they'd exchanged. There wasn't even anything sexual. And I'm just like reading this and I'm like, you guys are writing like Word docs on each other in high school. What's happening right now? Like, and oh my God, it's just, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it seems insane. This is going to tie into our mental health stuff because I think social media is a huge part of what is like ruining our minds today. But like, yeah, geez.
Yeah, dude, that's a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of curious. Do you think that the scale of mistakes that your parents made versus what you made versus what your kids are going to make, do you think that scale has changed?
I think that there is I think there's like have you ever heard of the term Overton window? Mm-mm. It's like it's used to express like how, like, what is the range of acceptable political beliefs in a country, right? So the further right you are, you'd say the Overton window goes over here. The further left you are, it goes over here. I feel like there's like an Overton window of like mistakes, and it feels like it's gotten narrower and narrower and narrower to where, like, when I think of the types of mistakes like my grandparents made, it might be like they tried cocaine when they were 17, or they were like my grandpa was in Vietnam. And then when I think of the mistakes my parents made, it was like they crashed a car while drunk driving at 19. And then when I think of mistakes that I made, it was like trying to get a friend to push my car with his car to like a repair shop. And then when I think of the mistakes that like kids today make, it's like you looked at like an Andrew Tate video on your TikTok in class. And it feels like the range of mistakes is getting narrower and narrower, which I think probably doesn't accurately account for the totality of like human experiences. Like you want to have like this range, but it feels like the acceptable range of behaviors has gotten a lot narrower, and there's less room for mistakes. That's what it feels like, Not to say,
yeah.
And when I say these things also as a real thing, I'm not excusing those things or saying it's okay. But like, so for instance, when I hear, like, there was a really big thing, I think, that in getting Andrew Tate banned was a teacher saying little boys are making fun of little girls in class because of Andrew Tate stuff. And I see that and I think little boys shouldn't be making fun of little girls. That's wrong. But little boys, when I grew up, always made fun of little girls. And you're not supposed to, and you get in trouble for it. But then like we see that, and I think people are like, oh my God, is this like a new thing? I'm like, well, no, probably not. Like I went to grade school. We all made fun of each other and said horrible, deplorable things about each other. But it's like part of like growing up and learning what you can and can't do,
Yeah, so I love talking to you, man.
Sure.
So I would agree that I think society as a whole is becoming less tolerant. So I've noticed something that I think is related to a lot of the mental health problems that we have today, which maybe is a hot take or unpopular opinion. But one thing that I'm noticing, and this maybe has to do with some of the yoga training and stuff like that, is that I've noticed that even in the window of my clinical practice, so I probably saw my first patient in 2010, 2011, is a medical student.
Okay.
And in the last 13 years, what I've noticed is that we as a society are ceding control of our mental well-being to other people.
Yeah.
And what I'm noticing is that if something upsets me, the default position when I was growing up was how to take care of yourself, how to defend yourself. Whereas now I think what we're seeing more and more of is if something is hurtful to me, that person needs to stop. Mm-hmm. Which I'm also with you that I don't think that there are good reasons to impose boundaries on people who are abusive and stuff like that. And I think that's like a big thing that I work on with patients and stuff like that. But I think in general, it's kind of interesting because what we've almost done is when we sort of say, okay, like you need to stop saying these things because I find them hurtful. Mm-hmm. What we're actually doing is giving that person power over our internal tranquility.
Sure.
And even like as a formal part of our training as psychiatrists is to acknowledge that, okay, if you're dealing with someone who says something that hurts you, that could be a consequence of, let's say, them being high on K2 or in the midst of a manic episode. So we literally train ourselves to be somewhat resistant to toxicity. Like, it's a part of the job. And what I'm noticing is that that skill is useful for all human beings. How can I be secure in who I am? How can I develop self-esteem to where if someone says something negative about me, there can be things that they're saying that are toxic and abusive and they need to be held accountable for. But just because they need to be held accountable, there's a gap between that and how much I am able to be sort of protected or defended against that toxicity. And society is definitely moving in the direction of, if someone is doing something wrong, we need to get them to stop it, as opposed to I need to be better at handling it.
Yeah, there's this ties in, I think, really well. I was just on a podcast with a guy called Chris Williamson. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, I was on his podcast recently too.
Okay, awesome, cool. Okay, yeah. We just had a talk, and I talk about one of the challenges of, there are two concepts that I try to marry personally, and then when I talk to other people. And these two concepts are, one is the analysis of classes and people at a societal level, and then two is the analysis of an individual. When I'm giving prescriptions, or if I'm talking about like, what do we need to change in society, you know, it's going to be things like what kind of government aid is available, what kind of programs are available to help children stay out of trouble, you know, it's like class-based things for large groups of people, because at the societal level, that's all we can really analyze. You know, I can't give you a different prescription for 340 million people. But when I talk to an individual, my advice is going to come off as like, I'm the most libertarian, anarcho-capitalist person ever. My advice is going to be, figure out what you need to do. You're the only one that cares about yourself as much as you do. You can advocate for yourself better than anybody else can. And you know yourself better than anybody else, and you have to figure out what you can do to make the most of like any bad situation. And it seems really difficult for people to marry either of these points without getting totally lost down one side. To tie in, I thank God I can make these analogies with you because you're the gamer guy. In League of Legends, okay, which I think unfortunately you have personal experience with, right? Or did you play Dota?
Yeah, but I played League.
Okay, sure. All right. It's all the same toxic, horrible stuff, okay? In League of Legends, okay, one of the worst and most horrible things you can do when you get into a game and you're losing is to always blame your teammates, right? You can't give up all of your agency to your teammates. Even if it was the case that it was an unwinnable game, what a good player will tell you is they'll say, listen, even in case of unwinnable games, just control what you can, right? If your team is losing, try not to die as much. If your partner in lane sucks, try to CS well and, don't get ganked. If you're a carry, try to at least have a positive KDA, right? You try to control what you can, because that at the end of the day, that's all you can do. And we know that for games, if you blame your teammates constantly, of course, you're never going to improve as a player. But then we step off the rift, and then we come into real life, and there's value in analyzing things as being white supremacist or as being patriarchal. But like, if you inundate somebody throughout their entire life with this idea that everybody's racist against you, everybody's sexist against you, everybody's bigoted against you, if you lose out on opportunities because of your skin color, it's because of your race, because of your background, it's because of your class, how are you not destroying that person's ability to develop any sort of tenacity to deal with adversity in the world, or to take responsibility and fight against things, even if it is unfair? Because I think that once you put a person in that mindset, they're going to spend their entire life thinking like, well, why didn't I get a gank? Well, why didn't my support do this? Well, why didn't I get hired for that job? Well, why didn't the teacher give me the same grade as him? Well, why is my carry always, right? You end up like blaming everything around you. Yeah, and that trying to marry those two concepts together is really, really, really difficult for most people. And then when I start giving advice on one or the other, people always attack me on their side. I was like, listen, free meals for kids in schools is a no-brainer in the United States. And people say, oh, you don't think parents should take any responsibility for their kids? Like, I never said that. Or if I say things like, yeah, if you're a parent and you got to work 2 jobs to take care of your kids, work 2 jobs. And they're like, oh, so you don't think food stamps are okay? And I was like, well, no, of course they are. But like, it's such a frustrating thing to deal on both ends of that issue, because people have such a hard time dealing and marrying both those concepts. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you. I think my experience has been a little bit different. Just, I think this may have to do with the nature of interactions that we have. Mm-hmm. But there's a really interesting, I think, marriage of that we sort of do routinely in psychiatry, which is mental illness is not your fault, but it is your responsibility.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
Yep. Right. So this is where kind of the acknowledgement, and this is so hard, and it's so challenging, because sometimes what'll happen is I'll have a patient who's in a relationship, and the patient may have, let's say something like bipolar disorder or something that's a little bit more on the severe end. where the bipolar disorder does make the relationship objectively harder. There are factors outside of individual control that stack the deck against you. And at the same time, just because you have bipolar disorder or you have an addiction or something like that, there are some things that are stacked against you. But what I find is that the people who ultimately get healthy are the ones who are able to acknowledge that the deck is stacked against me, and also that I have some degree of control. Because I think what we sort of do when we say societally, like, there's all kinds of discrimination, and call it whatever you want to, that exists, that's real. And at the same time, as an individual, you have to live within this world. And as you kind of said, I don't know that society is looking out for you. So the sad thing is that you have to kind of look out for yourself. And I think there's a really important kind of like grieving process and stuff like that, acceptance process, where I've worked with people who have been, just filled with regret that the deck was not stacked in their favor, or that there are people who get, the deck stacked in their favor in particular ways. And I've seen people who kind of stay stuck there, and they're the ones that don't accept. And I've seen people who are able to accept and sort of acknowledge that, okay, even though it's not fair that I ended up with bipolar disorder, it's not my fault, there's a genetic predisposition. At the same time, if I want to live the kind of life that I want to live, I have to take some responsibility over it. And usually, so I would almost say that my day job is oftentimes trying to get people to like marry those two concepts.
Yeah.
Which is really hard, because people tend to think in terms of black and white. And I tend to find that it's hard to get people to accept personal responsibility when they are filled with negative emotion.
For sure. Yeah.
So usually there's a sequence of decompressing emotion leading to acceptance, and then you can start moving forward.
Yeah. That's like that's a debate strategy. It's a relationship strategy. It's probably a therapist strategy that if somebody's in a compromised state of mind, you're past the point of ever getting them to agree with you. I can't do it. I'm even aware of it, and I can't do it. If I'm heated, I know I'm not going to listen to reason. And I'll usually say, like, listen, let's reconnect, or let's talk about TV shows or something. Because, like, if I'm heated right now, you can tell me 2 + 2 = 4, and I'm going to die on the hill that it's 5, One of the, do you know who Brittany Simon is, a YouTuber?
Nope.
Oh, okay. She does like kind of like life coaching stuff sometimes. She's the only person I've met who it's such a rare thing. I'll hear people say things like, I can't do this because of my ADHD, or I've got borderline, so I can't do this. She's one of the only people I've heard say, I have this thing, and because of that, I do this to like alleviate it, or because of that, I do this. I like it when people like have a recognition of like, like instead of saying like, I have ADHD, I can't do that. Someone will say like, oh, I have ADHD, so if I'm going to do that, I need to make sure that like I don't have a computer next to me, or I need to leave my phone in the other room, right? It's that like you recognize that you have some mental thing going on, and then because you recognize it, like a medical diagnosis, you don't just use that as an excuse to do nothing. You use that as like a path forward to like, because I have this thing, I'm going to change my behavior accordingly.
Yeah, so I think that that's great in theory.
In theory,
I advocate for that as well. But I think there's an element there that I personally think could be missing in some of those cases. So especially if you look at something like ADHD, the reason people say I have ADHD, therefore I can't do it, is not actually a shortcoming on their part. It's actually a learned behavior. So when you have ADHD, and you exist within a system that assumes neurotypical kids, you discover very quickly, like, this is a truth, that ADHD makes things impossible for me. That's a lesson. So if you look at this, there's really interesting research. If you look at a comorbid population of people who have depression and ADHD, so if we take the subset of people who have both diagnoses, if you get diagnosed with depression first, you have a 3% chance of developing ADHD. Okay? If you get diagnosed with ADHD first, you have a 70% chance of developing depression. So there are studies that show that by the 2nd grade, the majority of kids with ADHD will not get invited to a single birthday party.
Jeez.
So what happens with these kids is that they go to school and they recognize that I am just as smart as my friends, but they're not able to perform in school in a way that is anywhere near them. And so what tends to happen is that people will sort of discover this truth that, and this is almost protective, right? Because if I have ADHD and I pretend like I don't, I'm just going to get burned. And so oddly enough, the helplessness, and there's a ton of research on this. I think that helplessness comes out of that. And I think if someone is saying, I have ADHD, therefore I do it this way, that person has had a life in which they were able to learn, or someone supported them in learning. And this is the really wild thing about ADHD, is that those people who feel they're helpless, I think it's completely correct and completely wrong. Because once they're given, because you can't figure it out, or very few people are able to figure it out on their own.
Yeah.
When there's a system that is aligned with one way and you don't fit into it, like, it's really hard to figure that out. You have to be incredibly resilient, incredibly lucky, have someone who really like shows you the way. And then usually what we tend to find is that if you actually do like psychotherapy for people with ADHD, they can get substantially better and even be in remission. The interesting thing is they're not really in remission. Their ADHD is completely active and is actually sort of the same. They've just learned all the compensatory mechanisms to which they have no more impairment of function, or are completely functional within society. So I'm with you that, I think that having bipolar disorder, or having ADHD, or any kind of, addiction or trauma or whatever, necessitates a different strategy of how to live your life. And I'd even go as far as to say that you don't even need a mental illness for that. I think that every human being has a unique cognitive fingerprint, and success and happiness in life is in figuring out, okay, what is my unique cognitive fingerprint, and how do I play this game of life?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the phrases or the term stress versus eustress?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like that. It's the idea that it took me a long time to figure out why stress was such a motivating factor for me. But it's always because I feel like when I'm confronted with a stressful thing, it's like a challenge, and I feel like I've got the tools to overcome it for whatever reason. So these things end up becoming, like an impetus for me to either improve or succeed. But for a lot of people that feel like they don't have those tools, those types of stressful things just become kind of a horrifying pit of despair that they feel like they can't do anything about, and they just kind of like, put their head down, and they have no way to like work their way through it.
Yeah, there's a really great expression. I forget who the psychiatrist is who kind of developed this concept, but he talks about active challenges versus passive challenges, and how that relates to eustress versus distress. So just to kind of take a step back, we sort of know, if you look at like scientific studies of the flow state, if the challenges that you face are too easy, you will get bored and your performance will drop. If the challenges that you face are overwhelming, you will get overwhelmed. So at the top end of the challenge curve and at the bottom end of the challenge curve, both of those cause a decrease in performance. And in that middle zone, that is the zone of eustress, where you're kind of challenged sufficiently to where you actually perform the best. The really interesting thing is that what oftentimes overwhelms people is when the challenges that they face are not challenges that they choose. So an active challenge is something that you choose to engage in, which is difficult. A passive challenge is something that is thrust upon you, which is difficult. And when your life is one where passive challenges outweigh active challenges, it tends to lead to feeling overwhelmed and like stopping action. It's very hard to motivate yourself. You're kind of getting bodied by life. Whereas, so it's really interesting, but one sort of solution to anxiety or feeling overwhelmed in life is to actually challenge yourself more. And then there's really an interesting equation where once active challenges outweigh passive challenges, once the hard things that you do in life, the hard things that you do in life are more based on your choice, the more motivated and successful you become.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, I guess, when I compare like your life as a streamer or YouTuber compared to your life working like at McDonald's. Like technically my life now is way harder than the service jobs that I worked in the past, but like the difficulties are welcome, right? I would rather be thinking of like, what are the 15 different challenges I've got today on stream, rather than like the more simple and arguably less challenging life of like, today is my 700th day, working at McDonald's, or a carpet cleaning job, or a casino service job, or whatever. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of bizarre, but, I'm very lucky to have the job that I have today. And people usually talk about medical residency as like a very, very difficult period because you're working a lot of hours and you're kind of at the bottom of the totem pole and things like that. But I find it's really bizarre, but I really think that in some ways my job today, and this may get me canceled, is in a lot of ways like much harder than it is in residency. And I think there are just some things about being responsible where the nice thing, at least about residency, or things that are objectively more difficult, is that we had certain safety nets, which I feel like we don't have, right? So when you're by yourself, kind of like you're sort of alluding to, if you screw up, there's no one there to pick you up, and consequences are consequences, and there's no safety net. And so I'm with you 100% that, and this is what we see in residency as well, which is why like people are so burnt out, is because they have tons of passive challenges. They have all these things that they have to do that are completely out of their control.
Yeah.
And since shit rolls downhill, people in residency are super burnt out because they're the ones that have to deal with it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I don't think I have
So
anything on that. Yeah. Where do you want to go?
I think you'd said something was going to relate to. Well, I'm a little bit curious. Let's talk about. You said something about as you're older, you've gotten a bit black-pilled. Can you tell me what you mean by that? I wasn't quite sure.
It was like a half ironic statement. What I'm saying is just that like it feels like there is. I hate this because there's still like a younger 20-year-old guy in me that's screaming not to be a sellout loser. But it feels like as you get older, there really are a lot of things that you learn with age in terms of like your temperament changes, the importance of, I guess, synergizing with the social systems around you becomes more apparent. And there's kind of this like, especially me as a streamer, especially on the forefront of whatever the hell it is I do, there's like this balance of like how much am I trying to push against societal norms versus how much am I trying to appeal to societal norms, and like what's the correct balance of that. And then what is like, am I making a worthy decision that is like resembling some inner value system I have, or am I just doing something because I'm like being lazy or spiteful, or like it's very, very, very hard to sort. And then while you're doing all of this, there's not like a blueprint, right? There's not like this is how you become a influential, successful, because it's like not a thing very many people do. And I imagine even for individuals in their lives, it's always hard to figure out like how much is being true to yourself versus what's being a sellout. You know, how much do you want to keep it real versus how much do you want to suck it up and, you know, whatever. Yeah, that's just like it's a process that I'm finding more and more as you get older. Like when I talk to other people that are 30 plus, I'm like, okay, we're on the same page for this. And then when I talk to a lot of people that are like 22, 23, I'm like, okay, I understand what you're saying and I'm hearing you, and I don't think I could communicate with you right now, but I think in like 10 years, you're going to come back to this conversation and go, oh shit, I should have realized this thing. It feels like age is like a pretty important thing in like getting enough experience and maturing you in certain ways is what I'm saying. Yeah.
What kinds of things would you, in this kind of hypothetical, I'm just curious, what kind of thing would you hear from, let's say, a 23-year-old that you think that they wouldn't be able to listen to what you're saying?
I feel like when you're younger, I feel like there's a goal to reinvent the wheel on everything. So it might be simple right now that you hear a lot from certain communities, for instance, that like college is a horrible idea. Don't go to school. That's for losers. Work on e-commerce and drop shipping. And I think it's attractive because it's like the internet is still kind of new. Like I can carve my own way. Like school is for losers. It's a lot of debt. And then maybe, you know, over some time, you realize like, okay, well, maybe I should have spent some time building a reliable skill that's marketable, that I can get paid for. And maybe this was a mistake and I didn't realize it. And there was a reason why, you know, the median earnings for somebody with a 4-year degree are $20,000 a year higher than the median earnings for someone with only a high school degree. And I just didn't really realize it at the time because I felt like I was ready to fight the world and everything was dumb the way that it was said before. So like maybe feelings of college might be one thing. Maybe approach to relationships might be another thing. Some people early on can have standards that are way too high for relationships. I'm going to find a guy or a girl that only does exactly what I want them to do, and I'm not going to accept anything less than that. Sometimes people's standards are way too low. I've had a lot of abusive partners, but maybe it's my fault because of the way that I am, and I just kind of like, you know, my parents weren't nice to me, and, you know, this guy's not nice to me, it's just life, right? So like balancing out those things. So school, relationships, professional courtesy, like how we treat bosses and coworkers. Like I do better work than them, so I don't care if I treat my coworkers like shit, I'm better than them, who cares? Versus getting older, you're like, okay, well, regardless of how I feel about my coworkers, I see them every day, and my boss is gonna see how I treat coworkers, and how I work with people might be the determining factor on if I get a raise or a promotion, not how well I do my job. Those are like three things, I guess you kind of like learn. We can focus in on any area you want, but like, yeah, there's like a lot of things that as you get older, you're like, oh, okay, I understand why this is why it is, and I wish I would have learned this a little bit earlier, but you kind of realize as you get older.
Yeah, I mean, that all sounds like learning the lessons of life and growing up.
Yeah. But I guess what I'm thinking is I wish it was like, oh, cool, I'm 20. Can I just like absorb this knowledge from somebody so I don't have to be a dick to my coworkers, be in shitty relationships, and, you know, do stupid things with school. Like, it's so funny. Like I tell people, and I think most other successful people, real successful people, not crypto millionaires, most other successful people I talk to realize this. Like it's such a stupid, like almost throwaway piece of advice, but But like if I could impart one piece of wisdom onto myself as a younger person, just one thing that I can change my whole life, just spend 30 minutes a day more studying. That's it. Just the one thing. Probably would have changed my whole life. Well, probably in the worst because I got lucky. But like I would have done so much better in school, so much better in college, so much better like professionally for just 30 minutes a day studying in school. Like that would be like one super simple thing. But it feels like it took me a lot of life experience to learn something like that, you know?
I'm tempted to ask you a personal question.
Go knock yourself out, whatever you want.
I mean, so you know, I'm just curious about how you're thinking about this thing, and I'm wondering, like, are you terrified that you're gonna have to 40-year-old Steven or 45-year-old Steven is gonna be looking back and thinking, oh, like, what are the mistakes that I made now?
Yeah, kind of, but like this is one of those balancing acts. So on one sense, you know, people ask me sometimes, my fans will be like, oh, like you should write a book on something. And it's like, why would I put anything I believe right now onto paper when in 3 years I'm probably going to think whatever I think now is, you know, stupid. So in one sense, yeah, I kind of think about that. But then in another sense, I would think if I looked back 5 years from now and I was the exact same person, I'd be worried that I'd stop growing. You know, that would be a concern of mine. So the way that I try to think right now is I only want to take a strong position on something that I feel incredibly grounded in. And for everything else, I just want to leave myself open to change. So there are like, I think there are like 4 or 5 like things politically where it's like, these are things that are true and I'm probably never going to move off these, and I never have. But for everything else, I try not to be so married. Like I'll try to caveat, even if I feel like, you know, socialized medicine is very important in the United States. We need this, you know, unless there's studies showing otherwise, right? I try to keep my mind open, so I'm like open to change in the future. Yeah.
But what's the doubt? I mean, so it sounds like you're reluctant to write a book because something will be set in stone.
I feel like a lot of people, when I see, so I've existed on the internet for like 13 years now. And I think part of my continued success is that I'm able to kind of like adapt and change as like society and time goes on while still holding on to something that is important or something that makes me me. I'm not just like new area, totally new person, but there's still like that core thing of me there. And then there's moving through time. Something that gets scary for me is I'll see, especially because I do political stuff, right? I'll see political figures that have been in like if you joined a political org and then you've got a stake in that political org and then you start doing content with that political org, it feels like you've robbed yourself of the ability to grow, right? Like let's say tomorrow, Ben Shapiro wakes up and he has an epiphany and he's like, you know what? I actually think that government entitlement programs and welfare are probably one of the most important things in the United States. Could he even say that publicly? It would probably destroy him to do it. Would he even be able to feel that? There's probably some degree of ideological and audience capture going on where it's like, well, I'm a conservative. I don't know if I should think that. This is probably wrong. I'm stupid. And like my audience is going to hate me for it. So yeah, that's something that I see some people who will like, I am the socialist, I am the capitalist, I am the libertarian. And then they get so locked into that phase that they've robbed themselves of even have the opportunity to grow or change as they get older.
Politics is not my area of expertise, but I'm really curious.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard about this tweet that Ann Coulter did where she was like talking about abortion rights or something. I don't even know the details. It's like third hand. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, but I've probably seen it. It was Ann Coulter and it's about abortion.
What do you think it says?
Well, I mean, she was the original staunch, like lady, kind of like asshole conservative lady. So I imagine for a long period of life, she was ultra super against it. Has that opinion changed recently or?
Yeah.
I'm Googling this now to see what it is. Sorry, I don't know why I'm Googling it. You could just tell me. Yeah, what did you?
I mean, I don't know the details of what she said, but she was talking about how like this is like where the restriction of abortion rights in America has like gone too far or something. I don't know what the exact.
I just saw this on April 5th. She said, please stop pushing strict limits on abortion or there will be no Republicans left. Is it this tweet, you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
Uh-huh.
What do you think about that?
I think it's absolutely true. I've always said that I think that there are 2 big issues that the political parties have right now where if they could just loosen up on them, they would get a whole bunch of followers. For Republicans, I feel like they need to drop the ultra strict abortion thing and just concede that like abortion from like first trimester at least is okay. And it would just open their base up so much. And for Democrats, it's the obsession over guns. They just need to like leave the AR-15s alone. They're very sparingly used in shootings, and it would open them up to a whole bunch of like new people. But those are like two issues that both sides are really dug in on, and they lose, I think, a lot of political capital over both of them. Yeah. But the abortion thing is a really big one for Republicans, and it like motivates the hell out of Democrats to go out to the polls and vote.
And so, what do you think about her kind of saying her more recent tweet?
Well, I mean, that just sounded like political strategy to me. I don't know if that was like reflecting like personal growth,
Well, so because what I'm kind of curious about is why do you think that political parties can't grow, right? Because you're sort of saying if you join, let's say, like a politically oriented content creation engine, that sort of staunches your growth. Whereas one of the things that I've been super curious about is like, why can't people change their minds? Like we talk about changing your mind as a politician is the biggest sin that you can commit. Why do you think that is?
I feel like people, this is something that I try to keep in mind. I'm going to play a little bit of a language game here, but it captures an idea. I am a person that likes capitalism, but I'm not like a capitalist. Or I might be a person that plays PC games, but I'm not a PC gamer. I think that people will take the ideas, and rather than them having a strong identity that like connects to these ideas, those ideas are kind of absorbed into the identity and they become part of the identity. And when something is part of your identity, it becomes very, very, very hard to change that without feeling really bad about yourself. I tend to believe that people have almost completely binary opinions of themselves. Like you're either completely good or completely bad. It's very hard to accept any fault in yourself without it having a lot of cognitive dissonance. I think that's where things like health at every size comes from, right? Like I can't like love myself if I also accept that there's like an issue with my weight. So the weight thing actually isn't a big deal at all, And I think with politics, I think it's similar where you're not just like a person who is a Republican. You are a Republican. That is who you are. You don't just have Republican ideas. You are this thing. And so to change your mind on it becomes very, very, very difficult because it's like recognizing and then expelling a fault within yourself. I think that's my feeling on it.
Interesting. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The only thing I would add to that is that I think that quality is actually quite fluctuant. So if you look at, this is more from Eastern psychology, but the more black and white and identified with a particular quality you are correlates with the amount of emotion that you feel, especially negative emotion.
Okay.
So even if you ask people of diehard political parties, if you can engage them in a calm discussion, or anyone who has strongly held beliefs, this has been my experience anyway, that if you can engage them in a calm discussion, they themselves, so this is like literally what we do in addiction psychiatry and motivational interviewing, is you've got someone who's in denial. I'm not an alcoholic. So this is an ego thing. They don't think about alcohol addiction as a disease or whatever. They say, I am not a alcoholic.
Sure.
So there's an aspect of ego that arises, and this is the identification that you're talking about. And the really interesting thing about ego is ego arises anytime you have negative emotion as a defensive mechanism to protect you from pain. So when someone says, hey, you just wrecked our car, or you were driving with the kids drunk, they could have died, that thought is painful, and thus the ego arises and tries to protect you from it by denying. The really interesting thing about disarming that is that if you can remove the negative emotion from the equation, people are actually able to admit their mistakes. And one of the things that I'm just, noticing is that in our current society, if you make a mistake, anyone who disagrees with you, and this is kind of what you were saying about, you can't get away with what you did 10 years ago. If you make a single mistake, like we don't let people make mistakes anymore. We just, I think
crucify them.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't ever admit that you were wrong.
Yeah. Real quick, it's so funny. Something that you said about this, I'm sure a lot of the therapy techniques, everything you learn can probably be you can probably find them in police interrogations too. Do you ever watch any of these interrogation videos?
I've seen some of these, yeah. That
thing you just said about removing negative emotion to get somebody to kind of admit a mistake is a very important interrogation tactic. If you've got a criminal that's done something bad in an interrogation, you're not going to sit there and say, didn't you kill him? Didn't you kill him? Didn't you kill him? Usually as their interrogator, you're going to try to build up a lot of like, they were really unfair to you, weren't they? Like, you probably wanted to hit that guy because like, who wouldn't? Like anybody would want to hit him in that circumstance. Like he was totally unfair for you. Like I would probably attack text them, right? You're removing the negative emotion related to like, or rather like the judgment from them admitting something bad, and it's like you're kind of like building a rapport with them there, and then it gets people more freely in those interrogation rooms to admit their mistakes. It's just funny that you said it that way, because I remember in the videos where a couple do that, and then the person will start volunteering information because they don't feel like there's like any negative judgment there anymore. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about building an alliance is the broader idea of what we would talk about, you know. And I saw there was a video recently where there's someone who's being reviled by the internet because they were in a DUI, and people are just stunned by the level of denial. And it's like, well, when you're accusatory and stuff like that, people are just going to do weird psychological stuff.
Yeah, I wish it's so hard. Are you talking about the woman that was in the room or something different?
I'm not sure, but I tend not to comment on specific people.
Okay,
I
that's
just
fine.
noticed to this thing.
Yeah. Something that I try to get people to understand this all the time. Even when I'm arguing with people and I hang up a call and my chat will be like, oh, why are they so stupid? Why didn't they just admit they were wrong? Blah, blah, blah. It's really, really hard to admit fault in the middle of a thing. Like I tell people like, I'm probably not going to do it. And I don't expect anybody to do it. Usually if I'm having a conversation with somebody, I'm just there to kind of like plant the seeds, but it's very, very, very rare. And it takes an exceptional human to be like, you know what? I think I was wrong in this circumstance. Generally, people need to cool off, and then hopefully whatever words you left them with will start to like take hold, and then like there's like a quiet admission later, and then at some point maybe like, yeah, I think you're right about this, you know? But getting people to change their mind in the heat of the moment is almost impossible, and nobody ever seems to recognize that, even though we all have that problem. Every human being has that problem, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I I think we sort of understand that in the clinical world pretty well, right? Even when we've got And I just wonder a little bit about just the antagonistic relationships of especially like politics, where it's like people are just so at each other's throats. There's something that I have just this instinct. I have no idea if this is right or wrong, and this could be the height of Dunning-Kruger, but that, you know, if you kind of get people to sit down and like just have a frank discussion with them, where first of all you try to understand their view, which I think is something that's very, very missing in today's society. We all try to convince. Even then, if you sort of think about it, like we talk about something you're good at, right? Debates. Debates are sort of the default way of discussing different views. And there's this idea that even in that frame, there's a winner and a loser. That people don't, I mean, I guess this is hopefully a good example. I don't think I'm debating you about anything, but
Sure.
I think we're I don't think people of differing views sit down and like have discussions for the purpose of like learning something together or even trying to understand the other side. It's about, I'm going to poke holes in this other person's argument because I'm right and they're wrong, as opposed to, hey, this person believes something drastically different from what I do. Maybe I need to learn something because this really makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, I super agree. One of the things that I kind of push for a lot in conversations is like to just understand why a person feels the way they do. There's like one truth that I've kind of like stumbled upon that I feel very strongly about. I don't think I'll ever change my mind on it. Is people's feelings sometimes can be very irrational, but people's feelings are never, ever, ever random. Like they always feel something for a reason, and I think it's important to figure out why they feel the way they do, right? Somebody might be incredibly racist or incredibly sexist or incredibly whatever, and it might be like even the way they like, well, I think that anytime I run into this type of person, it's going to be in trouble. It's like, that's not a rational belief. That's not true. Like the data, the stats, blah, blah, blah. But it's important to recognize, well, why do you feel that way? Because that feeling didn't come from nowhere. So it's either the type of media they're consuming, it's some experiences they've had, it's things they've been told by family or friends. And it's really important to identify that particular thing to understand why that person feels that way. Because a lot of people go into some of these conversations assuming like, oh, well, the reason why we disagree is obviously because this guy is evil. And it's like, well, no, I mean, he's probably not evil. There's probably a reason why he disagrees with you, you know?
So I'm a little bit confused. Why do you say that emotions are rational?
I'm sorry. When I'm saying rational, I mean like in the like let's say somebody says that there's a minority that they see on TV, so they think, well, anytime I run into that person, I'm probably going to get robbed. We would say that like that's in a way that's like irrational because statistically speaking, this is probably not going to happen. The feeling itself, I guess, isn't irrational because it's built on some particular thing.
Yeah.
But like the way that belief manifests in the world, like the outcome that you think is going to happen, that's not very rational. Yeah. But the feeling is there for a reason. It's important to identify why the feeling is there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I would kind of, I think we're saying the same thing, but I think it's a little bit more semantics. But I think even for what you just said, if there's a reason for them to feel that way, which can be deduced, right? That implies that there is rationality behind it.
Sure. Yeah.
And that's like literally what we sort of know is that if people are experiencing an emotion, if you even look at something like a trauma response, which is the textbook definition of an irrational response. So if I hear a door slam, I believe I am in danger and that someone is trying to hurt me. But that's not, you may look at that from an objective standpoint and say that is irrational. But actually, like what we sort of know clinically is that this is actually a completely rational belief. It has to do with the way that our brain processes information and the way that it attaches certain associations to particular stimuli.
Yeah.
And even when it comes to things like racism and stuff like that, there's a really good test, which I think is publicly available, some kind of perception test out of a laboratory at Harvard that essentially measures how racist you are.
So you're talking about the implicit bias tests?
Yeah, maybe it's implicit bias test. And the really interesting thing is that even people of ethnic minorities are racist towards ethnic minorities because it's some of the way that we're conditioned.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So you made a comment about social media earlier and how it's ruining stuff.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about that? What do you think is going on?
This gets into a lot of woo-woo territory, but
Great.
yeah. I imagine not your kind of Ayurvedic woo-woo, okay? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, it's when I say woo-woo, what I mean is like I don't think I have like a study to publish or anything. But I feel like I feel like human beings, the way that we socialize, there's probably a whole lot of evolutionary stuff that goes into that, like genetically, biologically, and then how we're conditioned socially and everything. And I think that social media is doing things, it's like plugging into that system and it's abusing it in a whole bunch of different ways. And it's probably destroying the way that our minds are developed to socialize with people. Maybe, so like, yeah, I can expand more on some part of that if you want to dive into anything more of that.
Yeah. So I'd like to play a fun game.
Go for it.
How about you tell me what woo you believe? You don't need the studies. I'll give you the studies.
Sure.
So what do you think is going on? Because I think you're spot on.
Sure.
I like talking to you.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things going on. I think that the pressure for appearance is obviously detrimental to teenage girls, especially. But you're seeing so many images now telling you what you're supposed to look like, and social media has allowed us to. Social media and cosmetic surgery has like ramped this up to levels that previously were thought impossible. Like before, it was just you're competing with like girls with a lot of makeup. Okay, fine. Now you're competing with girls with a lot of makeup and Pamela Andersons with like, big boobs and fake surgery and whatever. Okay. And now you're competing with like people on Instagram that are using Facetune for perfect skin, that even on videos have live filters, that are also getting a lot of cosmetic surgery, that are also wearing a ton of makeup. And at this point, like I don't think anybody even knows, like it's especially true for women. I think men are going to start to get there, but it's especially true for women. I don't think people know what a real woman even looks like anymore. Like the default has been so out of, even women, I don't know if know what like real women look like anymore, because the social media, you are inundated with 1 billion images a day for what a woman is supposed to look like, and almost none of it is real.
Yeah, so I would agree with you, and here's the research, and I think it's even worse than what you think. So let's understand a couple things.
Sure.
Body dysmorphia there used to be a gender difference between women and men in body dysmorphia. That difference is shrinking. And I even think that, so if you look at incels, for example, there's a subset of incels that will really focus on actually body dysmorphia. So they'll focus on jawline or some physical feature, and they'll say, because of this, all of my problems are there. So I wonder actually whether incels are a modern manifestation of body dysmorphia. So we're absolutely seeing core psychological problems manifest in slightly new ways because of the way that technology is intersecting with our mind. As an aside, incels are 8 times more likely to be on the autism spectrum than the general population.
Sure.
Now, when it comes to social media, we don't know what a normal human being or normal woman or whatever is supposed to look like right now. I think it's actually way worse than that. It's not that there are Instagram filters and stuff like that for other people. Now, for the first time in the history of humanity, there is a good version of you out there and there is a bad version of you out there. So this is the first time that I can be both simultaneously beautiful and simultaneously ugly. So it's not even comparison. So I think this is where technology has done something new. Human beings have been comparing themselves to other human beings who are more attractive than they are from the dawn of time. Today is the first day that you can compare the person that you're comparing yourself to is an idealized version of yourself.
Sure.
So when I apply filters on my selfies or whatever and upload them and I have this whole persona that's like edited or whatever, like this, I suspect really screws with people. Because now when I look in the mirror, I'm not even comparing myself to someone else. I'm comparing myself to a version of myself.
Yeah.
Which I suspect is actually psychologically even more damaging.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. There are people that I know, and I joke about this with a few friends. There are girls that I know in real life who are like, you are the most beautiful girl. You're unbelievably beautiful. It's unreal. And these people will spend an ungodly amount of time like editing their photos and stuff. And it's like, and it's so funny because like you bring up the incel thing. Like I'll talk to people who are like, oh, like I wish I was more attractive. I'd have more self-esteem, and I'd feel better about myself. And it's like, bro, I know people that you would kill to be half as attractive as, and they don't even have self-esteem. They don't even think they look good. Like they're seeing flaws in their face and body that I in a million years wouldn't even imagine. I didn't even know people were concerned about like when they twist the way that there's like a crease and I didn't even know people thought about this stuff. And people are like, yeah, dude, that face tune up, all of that stuff is just, it's so psychologically damaging. Yeah, and I think probably, I said this a long time ago, and I thought it was really funny. One of the genius of those very early, I don't know if these started with Snapchat or with Vine, but those filters that like gave you the dog ears, the very, very, very primitive ones way back in the day, those are really smart because all of those filters, they not only gave you the funny thing, they also did like the face smoothing stuff too. And I think people actually started to like the way they saw with all the play stuff or whatever, because it also made their face like very smooth and very perfect. It got rid of imperfections and stuff. But yeah, you're probably right in that like comparing yourself to other people worldwide who have surgery and all that is psychologically damaging. Comparing yourself to the most perfect version of yourself that is literally unattainable is also probably even more psychologically damaging to some extent. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's even weird kind of subtle manifestations. I mean, we're talking some about women, which I think I see more instances of women using filter than men. But I think one really interesting manifestation of this, I don't know that the problem is necessarily worse for women, which may sound weird. But one of the things that I sometimes wonder about is, so I'm kind of curious, Stephen, do you take selfies of yourself?
I sometimes, but not very, very rarely. Yeah.
Right. So I think that if I really tunnel down, I think if you asked 1,000 men, why don't you take pictures of yourself? I would suspect that a high number of them don't take pictures of themselves because of the way that they look. So I think what we're starting to see is generally, if you look at the epidemiology of mental illness, the gender divides are starting to shrink. And I think what's going on is that there are core psychological challenges which manifest differently based on whether, you know, you're a man or a woman, which I don't know how much of this is biological. I suspect that more of it is cultural. And so we're starting to see these divides shrink. So like the difference between anxiety between men and women is decreasing. I think there's a lot more awareness that men have borderline personality disorder now, that women have narcissistic personality disorder. So I think we're starting to see a lot of kind of evening out of illness. And then I think that especially for a lot of men, like just from a clinical perspective, women are about 2 to 3 times more likely to be diagnosed with anxiety than men. But what I sort of noticed is that when I work with men in psychotherapy, they don't describe it as anxiety, they describe it as pressure. I feel pressure. I feel pressure. I feel pressure. And then I'd ask them, okay, what do you mean by pressure? And they're like, well, what they would essentially say is, I'm worried that this thing won't work out. I'm worried that I won't be able to. I'm worried about this. They're thinking about the future, and they're thinking about falling short in some way, where if you really tunnel down into what is anxiety, anxiety is worries about the future.
Sure.
And even to the point where you know, the pressure can be so profound that people can sometimes become suicidal and things like that. So I think we're sort of, and there's even some data that suggests that even our system of mental illness diagnosis is biased in a sense, not towards women, but since women are more likely to be diagnosed with mental illness, there are more studies on women. The way that we conceptualize a particular illness is based on primarily female patients. and I'm not trying to like get into a gender dynamics thing. I think this is just a well acknowledged bias in the research.
Yeah, there's a lot of
And that-
criticism because early like cluster B personality disorders, things like histrionic personality disorder stuff, people are saying like, oh, well, you're just pathologizing what would be like normal woman behavior or whatever. This isn't fair. That a lot of the early psych stuff sometimes demonizes women or whatever in some ways. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And so there's just all kinds of biases about how we've developed our classifications. So histrionic personality disorder, even hysteria as an example, is like, just a real tragedy that even exists today, where oftentimes people will disqualify. Speaking earlier when you were sort of talking about, emotions are irrational. We have this idea that emotions are irrational. And if someone, especially a woman, is behaving emotionally or expressing emotions, that we will attribute that to things related to their uterus.
Sure.
Which there are some links between mood and menstrual cycle and things like that, but nowhere does it rise to the level, except if you're talking about frank psychosis. But just because someone is more prone to a particular mood does not invalidate their experience or anything like that, which is a real mistake that we make.
Something that I fight with a lot. It's very funny. Kind of, you talk about how like men express things in different ways, or a man might feel anxiety, but he calls it pressure. One thing that's really funny about it is I fight on a lot of podcasts with a lot of red pillar people who say things like, oh, emotionality is for women, stoicism is for men. In general, women are very emotional and men are not emotional. And I always point out when I argue these people, it's like, are you considering anger an emotion? Because men can be very quick to anger, and anger is correlated with things like testosterone. And it's very funny because when they'll say that like women are emotional and men aren't, they never really consider anger to be like an emotion. That's not like a thing. So if you point out that like men could be quick to violence and quick to anger, like if you've got like two women that are screaming at each other, people will go, oh, well, these are very feminine, emotional women. If you've got a man that's screaming at somebody, people go, oh, that's a very emotional, effeminate man. But if two men want to fight and kill each other over some incredibly stupid shit outside of like a restaurant, those are just like men being men, and they don't consider any emotionality there. It's just kind of funny because it reminded me of what you said earlier for like a man will have anxiety but call it pressure, so he thinks he doesn't have anxiety. And some men will be very quick or prone to anger or violence, but they don't consider themselves emotional because they don't consider that like an emotion. It's kind of like a word game to hide things that we don't want to confront, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't mean to. I'm going to ask you a couple questions, but I'd like to understand this perspective that you're alluding to.
Yeah, sure.
But I don't mean to try to put you in a place where you have to adopt that perspective. So when they say men are stoic,
go for it. Yeah.
What does that mean? Women are emotional and men are stoic.
I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna use a lot of really triggering words. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to describe this without using triggering words. Okay. Well, in my opinion, there is a thing, a broad category of things that I would call like toxically masculine. Okay, that toxic word triggers a hell of a lot of people. But basically, it's the idea that like a man's job is to basically shut up, deal with everything, be cold, emotionless, a warrior, provider, protector. Anything that comes at him, he just deflects off with this cool, aloof, stoicistic way or whatever, and he just works through things like that. And that worrying about stuff or being afraid or being scared or having doubts, that's in the domain of women, but men are never supposed to have those feelings. That's like essentially kind of the like the manosphere or like red pill belief for the difference between how men and women process emotions, essentially.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I think a couple things that I would kind of, and I recognize you don't believe this, but so the first is that I think not feeling emotions does not mean that you are not emotional.
Absolutely, yeah.
So what I tend to find is that when people use a lot of emotional suppression, they're just not aware of it, but it absolutely controls their behavior. It just gets displaced or transmuted in some particular way. So, we kind of know this somewhere if you look at, for example, like people who have addictions. So a lot of like addictive behavior correlates with your internal emotional state, which you may be colorblind to. So men are more likely to be, there's something called normative male alexithymia. So alexithymia is colorblindness of emotions.
Okay.
So you are unaware of your internal emotional state.
Oh, okay.
And the reason we call it normative male alexithymia is because it is culturally normal, not saying it's healthy, but is the cultural standard for men to be alexithymic. So we're not even aware when we're feeling a particular way.
Yeah.
The
biggest way this manifests for me is a quick thing is I will be really angry because I haven't eaten, but I won't notice it until I eat. Like I'll eat and then I'll be like, oh my God, I was in such a horrible mood. I wasn't even aware of it. So I understand what you say when you say that 100%. Yeah.
So this is the other funny thing is that the thing about anger is an umbrella emotion. So what I tend to find is that when men say that they're angry, oftentimes they're feeling all kinds of other things, but the only thing that we've been culturally normalized to express is anger, right? So when someone breaks up with you, you say, man, screw that person. You know, like you get angry at all kinds of things, but underneath, like when you get broken up with, what do you feel? You feel shame, 100%, because someone dumped you, right? But that's not what you express. You're like, oh, screw that person. Screw everybody. Screw all of this class of people. You also feel fear, right? Because this person broke up with me. Like, what does that mean about other people breaking up with me? Does this mean that I will be able to find love? There's usually all kinds of emotions that look like anger, but it's really like the number one umbrella emotion that covers all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah, I wish I saved this. I feel like I read something or saw a graph at or a chart or something where it talked about like first order, second order, like emotional states, and that like some of these are illusory. And it kind of alluded to the point that you were making, that like anger isn't actually like a real emotion, or it kind of is, but it's usually flowing from something else. So anger might be the way that you represent massive insecurity, or it might be a way that you represent like massive frustration with something. You might call it anger, but that anger emotion isn't actually that in and of itself. You don't just feel angry about a particular thing. Usually there's something else that leads into it. And there are a couple different emotions that they describe. I wish I remember where I read that from, but yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, even if we look at someone who's narcissistic, right? When you challenge someone who's narcissistic, they will get angry at you. But underlying it is like, you know, the fear that if you call someone stupid and they're afraid that they're stupid, they will get pissed at you because you could be right, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
And so I think it makes a lot of sense that, you know, people sort of believe men are stoic. But I don't. And I think that's also the reason they believe that is probably because that's their experience. They don't walk around feeling a whole lot of shame, or even when they do feel shame, they get angry with themselves, right? You beat yourself up. You're a loser. You're a beta. You're a whatever. Yeah. Because you feel these negative things, and the only socially acceptable thing to feel is anger.
Yeah, I think Erudite. I don't know if you've heard of her or not. And maybe even you might have talked about this. I've heard this repeated a lot, that as children, one of the social advantages for women is the way that little girls tend to express emotion is through like crying. And when somebody's crying, you know, you want to help them cry and work out their emotions. And as a result of that, women are kind of socialized to deal with their emotional processing better. Whereas for boys tend to be a bit more physical. And when we get emotional, we want to like hit things or whatever. And you're very immediately like shut down, like don't hit, that's wrong. And you kind of have like this inward, like, okay, well, when I express emotion, I get in big trouble for it. Nobody helps me work through it. So you're kind of socialized to never really process or deal with those emotions. Whereas little girls get a ton of help with it. I don't know how true that is in terms of empirically backed up, but I've heard that repeated a lot. It seems to.
I mean, I think there's a fair amount. So that used to be way more true than it is today. But it's not just that. It's that we also know that it's not just that kids hit things more. I would even say there's one layer before that, which is that generally speaking, young boys, at least when I was growing up in like the 80s, we were not allowed to express any emotion besides anger. Yeah. Right? So if I cry in a locker room, like, it's GG, man. Sure.
And you would literally, the comparison would be you'd be called a girl. That was the insult. Like, you are a girl. You're like a girl. You're like, yeah.
Right. So it was just not. So the only, I think part of the reason that, and this is where I think we have to be a little bit careful, because boys are more physical. Like, that may be true, but I think that could also be a cultural consequence.
It could be, yeah, of course.
That the only thing that we're allowed to do is be physical. So that's what we lean into. Yeah. And I think we're seeing like more fluctuation there, where I saw something like 20% of Gen Z or Gen Alpha identifies as LGBTQIA or something like that. And I think that there's a lot more variable expression of gender identity now. So like people, you know, I'll see dudes that have their nails painted, and that's like fine. So yeah, but I think everything you were saying about social media is like spot on. I mean, I think there's a lot of research to support that body dysmorphia is on the rise, things like filters. And then also what you said, your general thesis, I think, is also spot on, that essentially we have these circuits in our brain which have evolved over millions of years. And what platforms have discovered is that when I take advantage of this particular circuit, people will use my platform more. So I noticed recently that there's a particular app that I have that anytime you take a picture, the default is that it applies a filter.
Oh, geez.
You don't even have to turn them on.
Yeah, that's wild, yeah.
And I think that people realize, oh, okay, like when people use my app, they'll take pictures on my app more because we apply filters.
Yeah, that's pretty scary. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah. So what else? I mean, any other thoughts about like what's going on with mental health in the world today?
I think usually when I talk to people, I usually say if you're having mental health issues, there's like 4 pillars that I think that people should focus on. The first is diet. And when I say diet, I just mean like very broadly, like healthy macros and micros. Like it doesn't have to mean like no fast food ever or you're going completely green or whatever, but just like make sure you're getting like a good mix of like, you know, like fats, protein, carbs, and make sure you're like eating some type of like leafy green and not too much. So like basic dietary stuff is the first pillar. Second pillar is some type of exercise. Man, we truly like have evolved to be the most like long distance running mobile animals. It's like so much of our biology goes into like the ability to sweat and dissipate heat, and all of that is completely tossed to the wayside when we sit at a computer for 12 hours a day. So like 30 minutes even of just like walking a day, I imagine would be a like an exponential bump to a lot of people's mental health. One thing that I notice, and this would be a tip that I give to friends with, or people that have friends that suffer with mental health issues, is one of the quickest shortcut ways to get somebody's mood to be improved that is having like a depressive episode or is stuck inside is to literally like pick the person up and say, hey, we're going to go on a walk for 5 minutes. Come with me out into the fucking sunlight. Let's go. I have never in my life met a person having a depressive episode or even a person with depression that after a 5-minute walk, their mood wasn't significantly improved. I'm not saying it's going to fix all their problems or cure everything, but that just like moving your body, existing in the sunlight, very basic things that we've like evolved over millennia to be okay with are things that we kind of like don't do anymore. So the diet, exercise, just like 30, and yeah, don't have to power lift, like 30 minutes of movement a day. Sleep, again, Jesus, we spend like a third of our lives sleeping. Making sure that you have that in order, like sleep hygiene. Don't go to bed with your phone. You know, the bed is only for sex and sleeping. Don't watch TV there. Don't do anything. Just go to bed. If you have a partner, do your thing, and then sleep. Get your full like 7.5 to 9 hours. Wake up. And then the fourth one is like socialization. You have to be talking to other human beings. You can't exist as your own thing. Like we're social creatures. Like cooperation and language is like probably the most important thing that humans have developed is like the faculty for abstract concepts and language. You have to be talking to people. Those are usually the 4 things that I say that like these things are probably out of whack if something is mentally going wrong. And they're the things that probably I think everybody needs to focus on as much as they can. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'd agree. You know, it's really interesting because I think I'm beginning to realize we've made, I think, one major mistake.
Just
in
one?
Psychiatry as a whole.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I think this is potentially a catastrophic mistake.
Sure, yeah.
So back when medicine was evolving, what happened is that as we were developing like instrumentation, psychiatry wanted to play along, right? So we discovered the microscope and microbes, and we started doing biopsies and x-rays, and like medicine became real, right? Prior to that, it was Ayurveda kind of stuff, which by the way, you're very in line with your 4 pillars.
Sure.
Ayurveda would completely agree.
Yeah.
And so what happened is we in psychiatry decided we wanted to play along. So like everyone else had proof of the realness of their illnesses as opposed to things like humors. And so we in psychiatry tried to play along. And what we started to do is even now you have, you know, companies that I've done this a couple of times where I'll do gene testing on my patients to see which medications they'll metabolize well and stuff like that. And we can do like things like MRIs and we can test an individual in a particular way. But I think out of all of the organs in our body, the mind is the number one organ that in order for it to be healthy, there is a relational component. So we think about mental health or mental illness as existing within one human being, but especially when it comes to the mind. And this is what's so tragic about this is that we've sort of made it the individual's responsibility or the therapist or the psychiatrist's responsibility to fix a mental illness within you. Whereas if you look at a lot of research, what we really find for a lot of mental illness is that what even prevents mental illness is things like socialization and human connection. There's a ton of research on things like oxytocin. But we also have all this stuff around attachment theory where we sort of like figured out that the healthiness of your mind has just as much to do with your relationships or even more than whatever's going on within your mind. And
Yeah.
the real tragedy is that we've sort of like missed that part. So even if you look at all of our interventions are all about helping one person. They're not about helping that person or placing the responsibility on their friends or spouses or whatever to like engage with them in a relationally healthy way, which is really what supports mental health. And it's a huge problem because I think we've like missed, like we've like horribly miscalculated.
Yeah, I think stop me if I get too crazy here. I think that the reason why it's so difficult when you look at mental health is because I feel like mental health borrows a lot of principles from medicine in terms of like diagnosis and treatment, but the goal is completely different. Like, in my opinion, generally speaking, like 99% of the time, when we're talking about like medicine or traditional hospitals, when you're going to these places, they're trying to send you out not dead. That's the point, is to get you back to like a baseline, like not dead. They're not turning you into a healthy person. They're not like helping you exercise or making your heart better or stronger, any of that through cardio. They're giving you medication to reduce your blood pressure. They're giving you a surgery to reset a bone. That's all they're doing. Mental health practitioners, though, are tasked, in my opinion, with a far different standard. Because if a mental health practitioner was compared to a hospital person, the goal is basically just to, make sure the person doesn't hurt themselves, I guess, and that's it. But that's not the goal for mental health. The goal for mental health is to make you come out feeling like really good, like give you tools to like excel in life. And I feel like with that different of a standard placed, to try to use the same tools that they use in medicine, it basically sets a lot of like mental health practitioning up for failure, because it's like a doctor is never going to make you strong and muscular with a medication, but a lot of mental health practitioners are almost trying to get people like strong and healthy minds with an SSRI and some therapy. And it's like, that's like a whole life journey to figure out how to like fix a lot of this stuff. And I think that the bar is set way higher and people don't even realize how much more difficult it is for mental health practitioners to get people to where they want to be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's some truth to that. I would kind of, I think we have to compare apples to apples. So the
Sure.
first is that you're right that our system of medicine is not about healthcare, is about sick care.
Basically, yeah.
So what we focus on is the removal of pathology, not the building of health. That's true in psychiatry as well. So when you go to a psychiatric hospital, you're not trying to help these people find fulfillment in life.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally you do that kind of stuff, and I find it to be very helpful. But that's not what we're trained to do. What we're trained to do is safety and stabilization and things like that. When people are like acutely psychotic or manic or things like that, you have to help them in that way. I think the real tragedy is that in outpatient mental health treatment, we're kind of lost between that. Where if you look at most of our formal training is still in actually the removal of pathology.
Yeah.
It's not in the building of health. Now, this is where things get really tricky because a lot of therapists have discovered that the most sustainable way to keep pathology at bay is to build health. Right? In the same way that we know that if you want to prevent an MI, diet and exercise are going to do, well, I don't know if this is statistically correct or not, but I imagine it is, that diet and exercise will overall help your health more than any particular
blood
medication.
pressure medication. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. It reminds me of there's like you've seen the meme where it's like the stupid guy and then like the medium intelligence guy and then like the really smart guy, right? It's like the stupid guy is like, bro, like, just go to the gym and talk to some friends. And the really smart guy is like, well, actually, we need to use CBT plus these medications plus this therapy every week. And then the really smart guy is like, you probably actually just need to get outside and talk to some friends, right? That's what it feels like sometimes. We get like a little bit lost in the sauce, for how to like give people healthy minds, Yeah.
And I think the real tragedy is that if you look at, like I said, so the good therapists that at least I know and I've worked with are the ones that help people build that kind of stuff. But that also is not necessarily, there's all kinds of like shades of gray in there where, there's hospitalized and there's post-hospitalization where you can't really think about purpose and stuff like that. You really have to make sure that you don't kind of go back in and you're getting out of bed every day and things like that. And this is the real interesting thing is that there's this whole other branch of therapy which is not pathological in orientation. So this is where like psychoanalysis and these kinds of things start to come in. And there's kind of this continuum. And this is also why I think we see a huge injection of mindfulness into psychotherapy, because I think mindfulness is a good example. Meditation is actually the mental health practice that is designed to go from 0 to 100, not negative 100 to 0.
Yeah.
And now what we're discovering is, oh, by the way, if it takes you from 0 to 100, we can use it for people who have some kind of pathology. And this is the crisis in that I see sort of in the field of therapy, is that like a lot of therapists want to help people do that, but that's actually not what we're trained to do.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, which is why I think we're seeing this field of coaching emerge. Because what people are discovering, and even like, so for example, McLean Hospital, where I trained and worked, has this Institute of Coaching, which is really interesting. And the Institute of Coaching was started by a therapist. And what they sort of discovered, and this is where you kind of get into things like positive psychology, is like some group of therapists or psychologists discovered, okay, hold on a second. There's this thing called positive psychology, and we can kind of harness that. And then what's really interesting now is, though, if you look at as things become kind of more diagnosis-based and protocol-based, as a field, we're actually moving away from supporting mental health. I don't think that's what most therapists want to do. It's what we're kind of being shuttled into. Because as mental illness gets worse across the globe, now we need more diagnosis, more treatment, more people are suicidal, more people have body dysmorphia. And so we're kind of moving away from that.
Yeah.
But there's all kinds of like really scary data. Like the number one thing that correlates with pornography addiction is meaninglessness. The number one thing that correlates with male suicide is thwarted belongingness. And it may not even be due to mental illness. Like this is a huge thing that we've got to be super careful about.
Yeah, I don't disagree. There was the, I don't think I brought this up to you before, but something I bring up on stream a lot is that if you looked at the people that were joining ISIS, 7 or 8 or 9 years ago, that were in Europe, like Muslims that were in Europe that were joining ISIS to fight in the Middle East, if you watched the recruitment videos and you looked at the people joining, you're thinking like, okay, man, it just must be like, I guess like the really poor, financially fucked people that are looking for a paycheck or someplace to live. That wasn't true though. It was middle class people. And if you watched the videos, it wasn't like, we're going to give you money. The videos were like, we've got something for you to fight for. Here's like purpose and meaning in life. Like that's what everything was geared towards. And then funny enough, if you look at like any cult's like recruitment strategy or any large political movement's recruitment strategy, which political movements oftentimes are indistinguishable from cults, oftentimes that's it. It's like, here's meaning, and especially with, not to branch out to 50 million things, but especially as like religious importance has kind of like subsided in society, we've kind of lost a lot of that overarching narrative of our lives that religion like so easily gave us. And without that overarching narrative, man, it could be really hard to push through a lot of really difficult stuff in life. Because like fighting through life when you don't know what the purpose is or what's on the other end is almost impossible. Whereas if you feel like there's something on the other end, you can fight through impossible odds, So yeah, that general loss of meaning, that doesn't surprise me. That probably correlates with so many different things in terms of negative mental health outcomes.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because even if you look at Hinduism and Buddhism, we call these things religions, but the word religion is actually like a Western concept, right? So when we think in the West about a religion, like, so it's kind of weird because people will ask, can you convert to Hinduism, or or how do I convert? People will sometimes ask me, how do I convert to Hinduism? How do I convert to Buddhism? And I'm sure there's some kind of induction ceremony or diksha or something like that, but it's not really conversion. Someone will do a ceremony for you if you really want it. But the concept of conversion, in that there's people of this religion and not of this religion, is actually kind of foreign to like the Eastern religions, or those kind of what I would call the karmic religions. And what's really interesting is what they sort of focus on is this idea of dharma, or duty, or responsibility, or purpose. And there's a really core concept, which I think is sort of like, I kind of think it's scientifically valid, and this is why we're seeing in the third wave of psychotherapy, like these therapies like DBT and ACT, they're basically incorporating some of these Eastern philosophies. To me, that sort of speaks to their almost like objective correctness, but I could be biased because I was raised in these traditions or saw a lot of value in them. But I think if if that's what the science shows, that's what the science shows. But I think the big thing that we sort of discover is that when you have a purpose, you can tolerate negativity.
Yeah.
And in the absence of purpose, you're stuck seeking out pleasure and avoiding pain. And if you build a life that is seeking out pleasure and avoiding pain, that life will lead to unhappiness or a lack of contentment. And so I think what's really cool about these Eastern things, and this is what we kind of try to teach, right? But without being religious, I don't think it's really a religious concept. It's just people sort of figured out, they're like, hey, if you're struggling, you should do this stuff.
Yeah.
And I think on the global, it makes perfect sense to me that people who are joining ISIS are like lacking purpose in their life. And that's what we sort of see. Why do people get addicted to pornography? It's because they don't have a reason not to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's actually, now that you say that, it's really funny because two things that I didn't realize, two things just super clicked in my head, and I realize now why I say one thing without even realizing before. So that having that purpose is really important. Anytime somebody comes up to me and they ask me, like, I'm trying to figure out, I had a friend recently who was like, I don't know if I should move to LA, I don't know if I should move to New York, I don't know if I should move to Miami, or a friend is like, I don't know if I should, stream for 2 more years, I don't know if I should do this. Every single time a person comes to me for advice, the first thing I always ask is, where do you want to be in 1 year? Where do you want to be in 5 years? What do you want to be doing later? And if they don't know, then I always tell them, you're whatever answer you come up with here is meaningless. Because if you don't know where you want to be in a year or 5 years, who cares what you decide now? But if you know where you want to be in 5 years, if you know what you're aiming for, all the other decisions are actually super easy. There's very few conflicts in life that are hard to solve. They might be or rather, the solutions are usually simple. They might not be easy, but they're usually simple if you know where you want to be, right? That's why when you're in high school, when you're picking classes as a junior, you usually say, well, what do you want to do in college? Because that'll tell you what classes you need to take as a senior, and that'll tell you what you need to take as a junior, right? And then same thing with difficulties in life. If you want to be in 5 years at some place financially, well, then you know that you probably have to make difficult decisions right now about how you're going to increase your earning power. But at least you know where you're headed, so you have the ability to suffer through and push through and do that. And the decisions kind of fall in line. But people trying to figure out really complicated answers to questions now where they don't know where they want to be, even in 1 or 2 years, it's an insurmountable task. And whatever you choose, you're going to be aimlessly wandering through life doing it.
Yeah, I think what I tend to see, completely agree with that, is that even if you look at dating, right? So people don't have a North Star and they get stuck in this loop of optimization. So when I see people who are paralyzed and they're trying to figure out, okay, what should I do? They're usually trying to figure out, okay, what is the most efficient decision? What is the best decision to make? Whereas what I tend to find is that when people have purpose, you actually make a lot of inefficient or poor decisions. But those are the right decisions, and they're worth it. And the simplest way I would describe it is that, everyone's trying to figure out, okay, how do I find the right partner? Whereas, the way to have a successful relationship is to fall in love with arguably the wrong person. And then if you're lucky enough, you find a way to make it work because there is a North Star or some kind of compass that moves you there. I don't think falling in love is sufficient, but it's a huge part of it. Sure. And then when people kind of go all in on it, there may be all kinds of reasons why this is not the right relationship. And then I think the reason to stay or go depends on whether that person is willing to work with you to make it what it needs to be. But I see for far too long, I've seen so many people where I'd say the core of their problem is you're trying to figure out what the most efficient solution is, but you've got no direction.
Yeah. And you can optimize really well for many things in your life, but what are you optimizing for,
Yeah.
People always ask, people will say things like, do you think it'd be good if I did this? And my answers are well, good with respect to what? It could be, or it could be the worst decision ever. It really depends on what you're trying to do, Yeah.
Yeah. And I think another issue here is that I think we've lost touch with what we want because society has gotten so good at telling us what we want.
We've lost touch. I'm thinking about that statement. I want to disagree, but it's probably going to be semantically. We'll probably agree. I think that the problem is I think that we go after what we want too much, but our wants are very short-term oriented. Everybody, for instance, if I were to make a really edgy statement, I would say every single person that's obese wants to be obese. And the reason why they want to is because they want to sit on the couch. They want to watch TV. Well, play computers these days, sorry. They want to eat foods that are high in sugar. They want to avoid exercise at all costs. If you want all of those things, well, then you want to be obese. But nobody really wants to be obese, but it's that it's the time horizon and everything, the windows of all the short-term pleasures are there. And if you're doing all of that, you're always building towards this thing that in the grand, you might not want it. Overall, you might want something different, but we make so many decisions in such short time windows that we seem to lose sight of the grander thing.
Yeah. So what do you think it is that makes us? I'll top your edgy statement with a story in a second. But,
okay.
What do you think it is that makes us lose sight of the long term?
Oh man. So here is I'm doing more woo woo now. I feel like in life, I feel like there is I know there's some edgy loser fuck philosopher that's probably said this better than me, but I feel like friction in life is actually probably more important than I ever thought it was. Some amount of struggle before pleasure is probably part of the whole pleasure. Like, it's probably a necessary part of the human experience. And I think that so for example, something I'll say, I say this to someone that hasn't read a book in so long, but the feeling that you get when you finish a book is incomparable to however many memes you can go through. It feels way more fulfilling. But memes are like more gratifying, and you just do that. I think that for a lot of parts of our life, we've stripped out all the friction, and we've found a way to get the immediate pleasure in everything. And in doing so, we've lost the ability to deal with any amount of adversity or friction to get to a longer goal. And I think that that desire to reduce friction in all areas of our lives has compromised our ability to work towards things, even in the medium term. I think it's that removal of friction.
Yeah, so I'm with you that I think it's an issue of semantics, and I think we're saying the same thing. So I would even add one layer on top of that. So I'm with you that I think we remove friction, right? So we're in the age of food delivery, grocery delivery. You don't have to go to a game store to buy a game anymore, right? Like, I can get everything brought to my house. I can make friends on Discord. I can do everything in a frictionless way.
And we get entitled with it so fast too. Like only today in 2023, like, this fucker that just brought my food from another place in the city won't even come up to my fucking door. I've got to go downstairs to get it. And it's like, bro, holy shit. I find myself doing shit like this. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like, when I was a kid, the internet didn't even exist, and I'm already this spoiled over everything, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
So I would say that as a consequence of the frictionless, I'm with you in terms of that friction is important, but I'm going to sort of take in a slightly different direction. But I think this is where, leaning on kind of the Eastern stuff for a minute. So I think we've lost the capacity to like introspect and have awareness of our internal drives, which is what I would say leads to a lack of long-term thinking. So if we sort of think about internal drives, right, purpose or dharma or something like that, those tend to be long-lasting. Right? So it's like, if it's something that you care about, that can usually not be satisfied in a very short amount of time. Whereas what we've done is, as our attention has become externalized, the wants that we have become given to us by the outside. Play this new video game, buy this new thing, watch this new movie. You know, and this is where people can talk about materialism. I think it's even deeper than materialism. It's not about materialism, not materialism. It's even like, you know, take this new course on spirituality, like, and be more fulfilled.
The 5-minute body. Right?
A 5-minute body, 5 minutes to enlightenment. Now do it faster. The 5 tips that keep you from getting enlightened. Like, it's all this kind of like instant gratification stuff. But the main thing is that literally our mind is not paying attention. It's not looking this way. It's looking that way. And when we do that, I think we fundamentally lose sight of what we want, and they're replaced by almost conditioning. And I've seen this a lot in some of the patients or clients that I've worked with, where they've been conditioned to want to be successful. And they do a lot of stuff, they make a lot of sacrifice, but the sacrifice they're doing is to make their parents happy. And then they sort of end up successful where they should be happy, and instead their life feels empty. And I was really worried for a little while. I went and talked to one of my supervisors about this, because 30% of my patients within 1 year to 18 months of joining my practice would make a major career change. And I started to like be scared that I was like, hold on a second, am I imposing my value system on people so they're like giving up the career that they've spent a decade or two doing? And I was really concerned that I was like, doing things, maybe I was biasing people or things like that. But it turns out I don't really think I was. It just turns out that when you start to ask people questions about, okay, like, what do you want? And once you really do a thorough introspective exploration, people find out answers, and then they start to change the direction of their life. And so I'm with you. I don't think we actually disagree, but I think that's kind of the issue, is that we're so caught up in this sort of frictionless gratification that we lose sight of what we actually care about.
Yeah. I think that it's funny, because something you just said here actually wraps around to something you said close to the beginning of our conversation. Is you said one of the issues with mental health is that it seems like we're ceding control of our mental well-being to other people. And in a way, that's kind of what you just said here, that we're externalizing even our drives to other people around us. And it's so funny because I think of like, I'm borrowing a lot from like red pill stuff because that's what I've been fighting with recently. But like when these people talk about like, you've heard about like the grind set, right?
Yeah.
Wake up at 4 a.m., take a cold shower, go like all these like crazy things, right? And it's like, where does is that your drive, or have you actually like externalized that process and now somebody else is giving you a drive to be on the grind? Do you even want to be on the grind? What are you even grinding for? You're like, what do you even care about? Yeah. What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's absolutely their drive. Mm-hmm. So I mean, I don't, I'm pulling stuff from offline conversations and stuff like that, and even clients or patients. But I think that my experience with a lot of people who espouse the philosophy, and it's not really fair if we're not, representing them accurately, so let's just acknowledge that, is that oftentimes these people they value something deep down on the inside. Mm-hmm. Like, I want to feel good about myself. I want to feel proud of myself. I want to be loved. But oftentimes, what I find in most of the red pill people I work with is like there's a decent chunk of trauma involved.
Yeah.
Where, and then what happens is someone comes to you and says, okay, like, if you want something in life, it's been hard for you to achieve it, right? Because you've been trying really hard. Mm-hmm. And so there's almost this kind of like bias towards the harder something is, the more valuable it is.
Yeah.
And then what people do is they sell you this idea that like, oh, since you're suffering so hard, like a big problem requires a big solution. Mm-hmm. And if you are suffering really, really, really bad, something as simple as seeing a therapist for 1 hour a week for 8 months surely cannot fix your problem. Mm-hmm. You need a bigger solution to your big problem. And so you have to sacrifice everything you've got. 4 a.m., cold showers. You have to slap yourself on the nuts every single day to build up, because pain is weakness leaving the body. And if you do all of these things, you will achieve that thing that you value. Mm-hmm. Because I do see a lot of sacrifice and focus from these people. But I still think they're chasing something.
Yeah, but that the important thing is they never spend time figuring out what that something is. So like I especially look at this in relation to a lot of the advice and critiques they give of like relationship stuff, where I notice that when I listen to a lot of these red pill people, curiously, none of them talk about relationships. They might talk about like intersexual marketplace dynamics, or they might talk about like the most effective ways to hook up with people, or they might talk about like reproductive strategies or whatever. But I've never heard like a red pillar say like, if you're having a big argument with your significant other, like what's the best way to resolve the conflict where both parties, come away feeling okay. Like I've never heard a conversation like this ever. It's just like I guess it's like you said, like there's a lot of push or drive to something, but people like, I don't even know if people know what that something is, other than being like the top 1% richest guy, like whatever the most consumerist, hyper capitalist. Yeah, God.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what it correlates with, but I suspect that there's something deeper psychological about love and acceptance, because usually in the trauma that at least I've seen is oftentimes very explicitly a lack of love and acceptance.
Yeah.
And I think the reason that I don't, in a weird way, I kind of don't fault them for what you're saying, is that they don't talk about how to resolve a relationship with a significant other, because I don't think they think about their unit, and this is where we could be unfair, but my experience of listening to these people and working with these people is the fundamental unit through which you go through life is an individual, right? Because no one, as you said earlier,
you don't experience things as a
cares
class.
about you.
Yeah. Oh,
right?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Right? So no one is going to care about you. You have to look out for yourself. So they go through, like, life is a single player game from them. It's not a co-op game. Mm-hmm. So if you kind of think about it, you're not playing co-op with a partner. Partners are NPCs, and they dehumanize them. Mm-hmm. So you can kind of see, okay, I'm playing, like, life is a single player game, and like relationships are with NPCs. Yeah. And that's the way so why would I care about an NPC's feelings? It's just not the way that I conceptualize life.
Yeah, I agree. For a lot of the dating advice, it feels, as a critique I have a lot, is that a lot of it feels very zero-sum and very adversarial. Like if one side is winning, it means the other side is losing. So you've got to do your best to get one over the other person as much as you can.
Yeah, and I think the reason they feel that way is because that's been their experience. Because they used to be the NPC, which is what a beta is, right?
Sure.
And I'll be damned if I'm ever the NPC again. Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna be in control. I'm gonna get this stuff. And you know, I think the real there's a lot of good stuff I think in Red Pill because they advocate for a lot of individual responsibility. I've seen a lot of people who will make like objective progress in their life, right? It's kind of weird because it's sort of like, in my opinion, kind of this maladaptive strategy where it kind of gets you out of some problems, but then kind of keeps you stuck, and then you sort of have to grow out of that. And some people do, and some people don't.
It's very hard to make people understand that maladaptive strategies are usually incredibly effective up to a point. This is probably true of all. As a musician going through college, you can learn to play something in a bad way, but it works really well. But eventually you hit a wall where you can't improve your technique beyond a point because you're not really doing it correctly. But then the difficult thing about getting rid of a maladaptive behavior is it always requires you to regress in terms of whatever skill you're doing before you can make progress again, which makes it so difficult to move people out of maladaptive habits.
Yeah. One of my supervisors once told me that the process of growing up is discarding things that work.
Sure. That have worked up until a point, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Right. So it's, you know, at the age of 20 or at the age of 30, it sounds like you're discovering that, hey, friction maybe isn't all that bad.
Sure. Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's oftentimes it's their experience of things that got them out. Right. And then the problem is that if believing in a particular philosophy helped you advance in so many objective ways, why are you going to give that philosophy up?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and that's always the hardest.
Oftentimes it's, if I stop doing this, then I'm going to go back to where I was, and I certainly don't want to be there.
Yeah, and like you said, unfortunately, well, fortunately or unfortunately, like any cult, any red pill, any super left wing, whatever, like everything is probably going to improve you in some way. Otherwise, nobody would join, right? Even multi-level marketing schemes are going to have people super motivated and probably picking up some kind of good habits in the beginning. So talking people down from those things, especially if people found those things because they were hurting and they were in a bad place, it's very, very, very difficult to impossible to talk somebody down from that without them going through a lot of experiences themselves to realize why it might not be the best way to go through life. Yeah.
I love it when you talk about woo-woo stuff.
Yeah, me too. That's probably been a big change over the past, well, I hate, I'm going to trigger you now because this is my shortcut. Probably doing a really big mushroom trip like 3 or 4 years ago. It has probably opened me up a little bit more to more macro level analysis of things, to where sometimes almost in a way earlier how you said that like the brain and mental health is like relational to other people. In some ways, like all parts of your life are probably a bit relational, and you can take somebody that knows all the studies and has like the hyper discrete analysis of every single part of your life that's trying to like min-max everything versus somebody who might believe in some, you know, silly religion or karma or blah, blah, blah. And that person's actually doing way better because that overarching view just tends to connect things in such a simple, beautiful, elegant way that works for them, rather than the guy who's like, okay, well, I ate 2 more carbs today than I was supposed to, and I didn't blah, 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 you know? So I have a much bigger appreciation now for the macro level things. And rather than trying to view it as like a discrete versus macro, what I try to do is like, okay, well, here's like a big macro woo-woo thing, and it seems to work for a lot of people. So instead of discarding that and starting over, why not find out like, well, what are the things in here that are probably working for everybody? And like, what can you learn from that and take from that and maybe apply it to your own life, or maybe like study discreetly, you know?
What I'm curious about is why would you saying that be triggering for me?
Because mushrooms was probably a bit of a shortcut rather than a whole bunch of introspection or
I mean, so mushrooms. So speaking of changing my tune or changing tunes, so I think there's a lot of very good supportive data around the use of psychedelics for all kinds of stuff, and we know that these are substances that have been used in spiritual traditions for like thousands of years. And I don't think that. I mean, I think it's all part of your path.
Yeah, sure.
Right. And do you think that is so? So you mentioned earlier that you think you have become a better person, and I'm sorry if I'm misquoting you, but that's what I thought I heard.
I hope I said that. Yeah. I hope I'm always becoming a better person. Yeah. It's all part of it. Yeah. Hopefully.
I see that in you. I'm not quite sure how or why, but I see a lot of, and I hope that's not like condescending or arrogant to say, but I really respect a lot of what you've become. I think you were always a piece of it, but something about it seems more potent and more driven and more helpful to the people around you.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it.
And I think if mushrooms, the one thing to just be careful about is that I don't know exactly what your circumstances were, but I think one of the things that we're starting to see in the data is that it's not the substance itself necessarily, it's the circumstances around the substance that lead to a positive outcome or a bad outcome. So there are, bad outcomes from people tripping. I've certainly seen that a lot clinically, where if you're in a really dark place, you want some kind of revelation, and then the trip goes the wrong way, and then you kind of end up with like PTSD or something like that.
Sure.
Or the birth of an anxiety disorder. But we also know that psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy and even spiritual experiences, when couched in sort of safe spiritual traditions, seem to have positive and transformative experiences for people.
Yeah.
Provided that you put the right guide rails around them.
I used to argue with my wife about this a lot. I view travel actually in the same way. A lot of people will say things like, travel is so good for you, it makes you a better person. Psychedelics is so good for you, they make you a better person. It's like, it could or it couldn't, it just depends. It's like a tool, right? Sometimes people can travel around the world and become like way more exposed to different cultures and people and like really flesh out and well-round their opinion about humanity. Or you could like do the total opposite of that depending on how you utilize it. But it just kind of depends on, everything is like I have a very instrumental approach to these types of things. You can use them to grow and learn, or you can just goof off and have fun, or you can probably use them in a way that's detrimental to your, mental health or your progress as a person.
One of my friends who's a psychiatrist, he's a big proponent of the use of psychedelics, and one of the interesting things that he kind of mentioned that he's a little bit concerned about is that, at least in the U.S., these are quickly becoming medicalized, and he thinks that while they have therapeutic value in a medical setting, that they have value outside of a medical setting as well, in terms of like growth in spiritual traditions and things like that, which I thought was a really interesting point.
Yeah. I definitely agree. I do think that to loop a little bit back to the mental health thing, I do think that our lifestyles are like very incompatible with healthy minds in general. I think that our world is hyper selecting for a very, very, very narrow group of a certain type of mind, and then everything else is being pathologized or left to the wayside. And that as that narrows more and more, I think we're probably going to see more and more mental health issues pop up. I just said more like 30 times. But like sedentary, like right now we're selecting for people like me, I guess. Sedentary lifestyle, can sit in front of a monitor for a long time, doesn't get RSI, is happy and likes being in front of a computer screen, and does that like all day. And if you're anybody that if you like to spend more time outside, if you need to move more, if you do whatever, it feels like the world is becoming increasingly incompatible for a large number of people. And then we're seeing that bleed out into a lot of different mental health things. So it feels like you're fighting a really tough uphill battle against really like all of society when you're trying to help people like get into a healthy mental state, when you're living in this world with social media and computers and sedentary lifestyles and unhealthy food and everything. It seems very difficult.
Yeah, I sort of agree. I mean, I think that I agree with sort of your premise, but I don't think that the world is pushing people towards a sedentary lifestyle, but I don't think that a sedentary lifestyle makes people successful. So I think even this conversation, I think, is a good example of one thing that we've got going for us, is that the rate of change is rapidly increasing. And so this is one of the reasons why technology has infected every part of our life.
Yeah.
But I also think that our ability to change back or tackle technology is faster than it's ever been before. So if we kind of think about the advent of streaming, right? Streaming got big, like 10, 15 years ago?
Like 10 years
and
ago,
we already have whole-scale appreciation in the field about the mental health impacts of streaming. So we're going to TwitchCon, VidCon, and all kinds of other cons where these platforms are inviting us to speak about like creator mental health and how to build healthy relationships with technology and things like that. That's why we're going to the American Psychiatric Association. So I think even if you look at things like COVID, I mean, we had a novel illness rip through our world population and increase the mortality in a way that we've never seen before. And within 2 years, we had a vaccine, whereas we still don't have vaccines for HIV or herpes virus or all kinds of other things that have been around for a long time. And so I'm a little bit optimistic because I think people, just because it's hard, the reason I think it's hard is because we have not taught human beings how to resist the impulses of technology.
Yeah. The thing that scares me the most is I think that I think we're very, very, very good at solving problems that have like money behind them. We're so good at that. You know, I'm a huge proponent of capitalism. We're very, very, very good at allocating money to solving problems that have financial rewards. And as individuals, we get pretty good at optimizing for either financial rewards or immediate happiness. But it doesn't seem like there's very much reward for like teaching people how to have better friendships or relationships, or it's more tenuous to find that reward. And so I guess I just worry that I don't know if society is incentivized to solve those issues, because it's easier to temporarily alleviate, you know, somebody's unhappiness, you know, with another TikTok video than it is to like teach somebody how to like truly find happiness or fulfillment in life.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you were. I don't disagree with anything that you said, but I come to a slightly different conclusion. I guess the way I'd put it is I'm less pessimistic.
Okay, that's good.
I mean, so for example, 2 days ago or yesterday, the Surgeon General of the United States released a report on loneliness and connection as like a new public health problem. So I think that, and this is just what we've seen, is that, so for example, we're doing an analysis of we worked with about 400 creators.
Yeah.
And what we found is that helping people be mentally healthy improves their stream performance, roughly. We're still analyzing the data. And so I think what we're quickly discovering as a society, so now mental illness has surpassed cardiovascular disease and cancer in terms of being the most costly to society.
Yeah.
So cost of morbidity and mortality is like way higher for mental illness. So I think what we're, for good or for worse, even if I agree with your premise that we're sensitive to things that make us money or create value is what I would say, I think we're quickly discovering from an economic standpoint that like helping people be happy, we sort of discovered this with remote work, right? Oh my God, there's going to be productivity costs. No, actually, when you don't have to commute an hour each way to work, people are just as productive. Now, there are other forces that are moving against that, like commercial real estate apparently is about to collapse or is in the process of collapsing and things like that. So you have, other kinds of interests where people are pushing to come back to work. But I mean, I think that, you know, there's been even if people push to come back to work, I think 20% of the populace is going to be, you know, working from home.
Something that I'm kind of curious about, I don't know if you have strong opinions on this. The way that I viewed work from home is I view work from home as like an augmenter to whatever direction you were going. So for instance, if you are somebody that had like a pretty decent social life and then work from home came out for you, it's like improved your life in so many different ways. Now you've got more time for your family, you've got more time for friends, you don't have to waste much time working, you don't have to commute, thank God. It's like a godsend. But if you're a work from home person and your life before was like kind of lonely and shitty, now it's like even more lonely and shitty. Now you don't even see like the barista in the morning. You don't even see coworkers physically. That there might be people that live in 1 to 2 rooms for weeks at a time of their life, and the only person they see is maybe the DoorDash or Uber Eats guy if they catch them after they drop the food off. But otherwise, it's just like a dark room with black curtains, and now it's nothing. Do you think that work from home is generally good for everybody, or do you think there's like the good and the bad depending on like the type of person going into it? Yeah.
I think, with the exception of things like water and sleep, I think there are very few things that are good for everybody. So one of the biggest problems I see in Western society is that we assume human beings are the same, right? So when we come up with stuff like, okay, how many calories should you eat a day? That's not any kind of scientific study of like individual humans. The way that we arrived at 2,000 calories a day is we surveyed a bunch of people, and we took all the people who were not sick, and then we asked them, how many calories did you eat? We averaged that number, and we made a recommendation for everybody.
Sure.
So I think work from home is sort of the same way, where I'm with you that it's going to work for some people, it's not going to work for other people. But I think this is where, on balance, I think work from home is a good thing. But what it's uncovered is that there are some people who relied on work to be a substitute for social interaction or even like delivering value in the workplace.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of panic amongst the middle manager level, whose primary job it was to keep people focused and on task. And some of them are like fluff pieces where it turns out actually we may not need you.
Yeah.
It's really terrifying.
Like the Office Space. What exactly do you do here or whatever? Yeah.
Exactly. Right. And so I think we need to adapt, and this is where I think like this is where like we make some adaptations that I'm not a huge fan of. Like, okay, let's have like a Zoom happy hour, and that's cool in some ways, and it's not. I think it's like sort of a step in the right direction, but I think we need kind of an overhaul of, first of all, like education. We need to train people in how to understand, control, and protect their mind. I think that should be a core part of education.
Yeah.
And then I think the other, yeah.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say I wish for education if I could throw like 2 classes on, like a basic philosophy class and like a basic psychology class. Like one to understand how to just structure like arguments and thoughts, and then the other to kind of like understand the limitations of your own mind. I just like those 2 things. There are a lot of other things I would if I could, but God, I wish education like prepared you a little bit more to enter the world like as a human being and not just like a workplace machine.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's what's really bizarre is that we actually have some really interesting data. There was a study I think done in New York where they took 12,000 kids and randomized them to 2 groups. One group has a social and emotional skills training class. And if I remember correctly, what they found is that social and emotional skills training is worth 11 points on your grades. So it's worth a full letter grade of performance. And so I think there's bits of data that really suggest that taking care of people's mental health or physical health is worth it in a nutshell.
Yeah.
And that there's an ROI. I think just institutions are, a little bit slow to really catch on.
Yeah, because again, if there's not like a direct benefit, even individuals I'll notice will do this. Individuals will burn their candle at both ends when it comes to their mental health because they don't actually see them losing dollars from it. And they don't see like all the negative ways that it manifests in their life. They just have no care whatsoever. And it's like, yeah, there was, I don't know if I brought this up before. There was a funny thought experiment I ran through with a friend a long time ago. She was debating between 2 apartments because she fucking hated her current roommate. But the problem is the other apartment that she was going to get was like $300 a month more than the one that she was living in now. But she didn't know if the money was worth it, but she hated her current roommate. And I remember asking her, I was like, imagine like, I think like an hour into this conversation, I was like, if you could pay $10 like a day to just like get rid of this person and not have to deal with me. And she answered like before I even finished it, like, yeah, obviously, like I would give you $70 to not have a and I was like, yeah, why the fuck wouldn't you just move to another place? It's obviously worth the money. But we have such a hard time conceptualizing like mental agony or mental pain that we will just burn it away in exchange for a little bit of like physical, tangible goods or value.
Yeah, it's hilarious. There's a really interesting study. If you look at Asian Americans who go into therapy, one of the most common thoughts, I don't know if I could say the most common thought, is the cost per minute that they're incurring in therapy. So they're like, okay, how much especially if you look at adolescents and young adults, they'll be like, how much are my parents? They're losing like $5 a minute for a 1-hour session. And am I getting $5 a minute worth of value out of this therapy session? And it's really fascinating if you look at the way you framed it. There are actually studies that show have you heard of this thing called a quality life year?
No, but it sounds similar to health span versus lifespan, if this is what you're getting at, but go ahead.
So like insurance and actuaries, when like let's say like you lose a leg.
Okay, yeah.
How much money is leg worth? And people will come up with numbers. And the way that they figure out how much a leg is worth is they'll ask people questions like, would you rather live to 80 with 2 legs or 70 with 1 leg?
Oh,
or sorry,
sure.
80 with 1 leg or 70 with 2 legs? And like, what would you pick? Would you rather live to 80 with 1 leg or 70 with 2 legs? What do you think?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
Oh man, how is the rest of my health? Is this all else equal?
Yeah, all else equal.
All else equal, I'll give me the 1 leg and the 10 years more of life. Assuming that, but I'm incorporating that health span versus, assuming I'm having a healthy 10 years. I don't want to be on fucking hospice for the last decade of my life with 1 leg. But if somebody's healthy, yeah, I would say I'd probably do 1 leg. Yeah. Are we saying losing the leg right now, or are we losing the leg when I'm 40 or something?
No, you're losing the leg now.
Oh shit. Okay.
Right.
Damn. Okay, you're putting me on the spot. I'd have to think about it more. I'd probably opt for the 10 extra years, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 10 extra years. Okay, so what about 75 years with 2 legs, or 80 with one leg?
You know what, man? 5 years. Are we losing this leg all the way up to the waist, or are we like knee down, or how much of this leg are we losing?
So this is exactly the point. So this is how they calculate how much half of your leg is worth. Because if we ask enough of those questions, okay, you lose the whole leg. Okay, you just lose your ankle.
Sure.
Lose your leg below the knee. And it turns out that if you ask human beings questions the same way that you were asking that person, is this worth $10 a day? That's how you figure out how much a leg is worth.
What's
And how much is a
interesting
hand
is
worth?
the time discounting, everything going on here in our minds, though. I feel like we wouldn't be able to accurately gauge it. Like, we might say it now, but I'm sure in a different point in time, we'd probably have a different feeling about it. One of the things that or go ahead, what were you going to say?
Yeah. No, I mean, that's true, but go ahead.
I was going to say one of the big things this comes up is constantly, one thing that young people say a lot is, if I ever get Alzheimer's disease, kill me immediately. I don't ever want to have Alzheimer's. Just kill me. Like, people will say that relentlessly as a younger person. But personally, my mom has Alzheimer's disease. Her mom did, and my other grandma had dementia. So I'm speaking from limited experience, but I've also never heard this before. I've never heard of a person. I'm sure there are a few, but in general, Alzheimer's people seem to exist day to day. They've got really good moments, and unfortunately, they have increasingly bad moments. But it's quite rare, I think, that somebody like midway into the disease, like, just kill me. I want to die right now, right? Even if as a younger person they might have said that, I don't know if, like, when you're actually there, you feel the same way. So I guess all of that to say that a 75-year-old person with 2 legs who's now looking at 5 more potential years with grandchildren or great-grandchildren or a cool new thing that just came out is now like, fuck, actually, I wish I would have given up the leg. I think I do want to live for 5 more years. This isn't worth it. Yeah, is what I was getting at, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's also good data to support this idea that human beings grossly underestimate their resilience, and their ability to find happiness in a particular circumstance. So there's strong data to support that. And then, unfortunately, I think there are a lot of people with Alzheimer's who do want to end it.
Jeez, okay. Well, maybe. Damn.
I think there's a variance, right?
Sure.
So because we also know that
when you start to get to the very late stages, I'm sure, obviously it looks like pretty horrifying, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some people, and it depends on what causes the form of dementia, but oftentimes because you're losing you have atrophy of the brain, and then as you have atrophy of the brain, sometimes our more primitive negative emotions actually dominate. So our brain has a bias towards negative emotions over positive emotions. So you'll see some very like neurologically oriented depression really start to emerge.
Sure. One of the things you mentioned earlier before this, that humans are very resilient, is I think even in the case of losing limbs and stuff or becoming paralyzed, I think that human general well-being, like it stabilizes like very quickly in a very surprising way. I want to say there's even a study that shows that people with locked-in syndrome can have like a decent quality of life, which is like unfathomable to a person with like the use of all their limbs and everything. So, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't seen things specifically on locked-in syndrome, but that's quite severe and quite rare. But I think we definitely know that human beings who get paralyzed and stuff will oftentimes find that they're okay with it and that they're resilient. And the other really interesting thing is the degree of insight correlates with how okay you are. So interestingly enough, the highest risk of suicide is for people who have really bad conditions that they understand very quickly.
So that they understand very quickly, like they understand how bad the condition is, or what do you mean?
Yep. So interestingly enough, if you learn about the ramifications of your illness slowly, you are less likely to commit suicide. So it basically gives you kind of time to adjust, is the simplest way to think about it. Whereas as people who, so for example, if you look at like a neurologist who gets diagnosed with ALS or something, like they may have the degree of insight seems to correlate with how much or how little you want to live. And just if you hang out for a while, if time is on your side, then people adjust. Which is generally speaking why we tried really, really, really hard to help people who have suicidal tendencies, because I know it sounds really bizarre and people feel like this is going to last forever, but it almost never does.
Yeah. Oh, that's like why the thing for the suicide hotline, like people make fun of it because it's like, who's going to like fix your whole life in a phone call? And it's like, oftentimes people just need like 2 minutes to just pause and think. And usually they have like a change of heart, if they're given like a little bit of time to just like stop and reconsider,
Yeah. There's a whole problem there about one of the biggest mistakes that I think people make is when there's a circumstance that makes you feel a certain way, we assume that the solution to that is to fix the circumstance. Right? So kind of like what you said, how is a phone call to the suicide hotline going to fix anything about my life? And this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where I think this is a consequence of us ceding control of our internal tranquility to external circumstances.
Yeah, it makes sense if somebody...
Yeah. I think what we've almost like lost as a society is the acknowledgement that even if my life is bad, there are ways to develop tranquility in the face of that adversity.
Yeah, if you hear a dog barking in an apartment complex and you want to grab a machine gun and start killing people, and you're thinking like, okay, well, the solution to this problem is obviously to make the person get rid of the dog. Well, that's probably not the solution. The solution is probably you need to find a better way to deal with that external stimulus so that it doesn't make you feel the way that it does, right? Yeah.
And that I think that that example I think is extreme in one way, and I think the real tragedy is that oftentimes when I work with people who are like in abusive situations, when I'm feeling terrible about myself because someone is abusing me, I think this is maybe a slightly more provocative statement, but the way that you feel about yourself, this is what I really see when I work with people with trauma, is the discovery that, oh, the way that I feel about myself has nothing to do with the way that other people treat me. That even if I'm abused, I can feel good about myself, which is a really tricky thing to say because it almost puts the responsibility on the person. But what I really noticed in trauma therapy is that empowering the patient is one of the most important steps. That actually there are things in your life that you do control.
Yeah.
And you can't control what people do to you, but you have some iota, some tiny amount of control. And the more that you build on that, the more that you grow on that. And this is how people end up leaving abusive relationships, because they feel like they're not in control.
Yeah, you just have to thread that needle incredibly carefully, because obviously
it's really hard.
People that have trauma or traumatic responses,
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you tell them they can have any responsibility over their mind, you can send them down a depressive spiral. They're like, oh well, fuck. So not only is somebody abusing me, I'm also a fucking idiot because I didn't realize that I could just like think my way out of it, right. So they get like even more like mind fucked on it. Yeah, that's really difficult to do.
Yeah, so that's a really important needle to thread, and I think a big part of how you walk that tightrope is this is true of tomorrow, but was not true of yesterday. You did not have the capability to break free of this situation. But from this point forward, there is one moment, maybe one grain of sand that you can move.
Yeah.
There's some tiny amount of control. So I'm with you that creates a pitfall where then people, because of the low self-esteem, they're going to blame themselves. Why couldn't I figure this out earlier?
And then I think that reminds me of the binary thing I said earlier, where, and obviously there's huge discussions over personal responsibility related to like sexual assault or abusive situations or other types of things where there's like, it's very hard for people to accept that like, like one is you could take more responsibility for yourself and there are things you can do to avoid negative situations, but two, that doesn't mean it's your fault that something happened to you, and it doesn't excuse the person that did whatever thing they did to you. You know, like you can lock your car door or you can forget to lock your car door. Either way, it's not right for somebody to steal your shit, but that doesn't mean there aren't steps you can take to like avoid it in the future. And it doesn't mean that it was your fault that it happened before because you didn't take those steps in the past, you know? But yeah, all of that those are very, 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 very careful conversations to walk through without feeling like you're falling too hard on one side. Yeah.
I think it's especially hard because of what we were talking about earlier. When things are emotionally charged, it's hard to see those shades of gray.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think empowerment of victims is one of the most important steps, at least in my limited clinical experience. And just like you said, it's not your fault if you grew up in an abusive situation. You have no power in that moment. You know, and I think so much of actually what we see, we're thinking about doing a deep dive on trauma. And one of the things that I've started to really appreciate is so many of the problems that we see in today's society, I think are actually like stealth manifestations of trauma.
Sure.
Even things like lack of motivation and stuff. It's really fascinating if you look into the trauma literature about how if you grow up in an environment where you were controlled by another human being, your brain does not develop the capacity to see the future. Which all the stuff we were talking about, you know, like a lack of a long term. It's like literally because what's the point of thinking about tomorrow when you don't get to decide anything ever?
Yeah.
You don't get to decide what you eat. You don't get to decide what you wear. You don't get to decide what you do. And so it's almost like that part of our brain kind of like gets shut off and we're not able to think about the future. And so people end up living this very reactive life where it's like, okay, I feel like eating something healthy today or sitting at home and playing a video game. And it's really challenging because I think they blame themselves for this lack of motivation. They know they should be doing something different, but they literally grew up in a situation of coercive control where this has been, I read this paper that's 60 years old about the paralysis of initiation. There's really a term that like old people who are studying like POW folks discovered.
Wait,
prisoners
hold
of
on.
war.
Oh yeah, okay, just making sure. Okay, didn't know if there was another POW there.
And then what
Yeah.
they also discovered is, oh, this stuff that happens with prisoners of war, because you don't know if you're going to be alive tomorrow, so what's the point of thinking about the future? Might as well live for today. And then they discovered that even kids in abusive relationships have this same pattern, and that this pattern is actually pretty pervasive in traumatic situations. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent. But.
No, yeah, it makes sense, yeah. There's probably a lot of general stuff you can learn. I don't know if I mentioned this in the past, but there was a friend that I had that I was like helping her with some of her therapy sessions to like help reinforce like positive behaviors. And it was funny because there were some things that she was learning in therapy that they were giving her that I thought were incredibly helpful tools that I wish people had told me. I was like, oh shit, this is actually a really good idea. That's actually where I got the force somebody to go on a walk idea from, was that. And then another thing had to do with, one was the concept of radical acceptance, which I thought sounds stupid to me, but then I tried it and I was like, this isn't stupid at all. This is actually pretty important. And then the third one was keeping track of your emotional state and then not trying to ever resolve problems. They used a 1 to 7 scale. And if you thought that you were at like a 4 or higher, you don't solve any problems there. You use a coping strategy or something, go on a walk, watch your face, do whatever until your emotional levels come down, and then you reapproach the problem, but never try to solve like when you're at like a 5, 6, 7. And those are things that I don't think they teach normal people. That was like mental health for other stuff. But I thought it was funny that like I feel like I'm learning really important skills here, and I didn't even have like the mental health issue, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we see that 11-point bump for social and emotional skills training. It's that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And there's also what's interesting is that, treatment, I think some of the best treatment for ADHD is actually like organization and planning and productivity kind of stuff, which like when I was learning how to help patients with it, like it helped me a lot too, in terms of staying organized and focused and stuff. But anyway, I know we'd sort of talked about talking for a couple hours. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good.
Now?
I stream for 10 hours a day, so as long as you want me.
Yeah. My voice is starting to go out a little bit, so
Sure.
I was hoping we could wrap up in about 5 to 15 minutes. I love talking to you, but
Yeah.
how do you stream for like 10 hours a day, dude?
Probably practice. Because I've been doing it for a long time, so I'm probably used to it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, something you mentioned earlier that I thought is really cool that you guys do. When it comes to like picking up girls or relationship stuff, or because that's like what a lot of the dating stuff talks about, and people always like, what's like the best practice for it? Something that kind of sucks is that like the best practice for it is honestly, it's having lots of friends that are girls from like the ages of like 10 to 18. Because when you have a lot of that experience, you can develop it organically. Everybody's kind of like awkward and weird, and you can make mistakes, and it's all like this big learning process. And you get so much social practice growing up. But once you've left that arena, if you've left that arena without that practice, learning that past 18 or past 22 is very, very, very challenging. So earlier when you mentioned that you had an event where it's like practicing, like asking people out or whatever, yeah, that's a really positive, like doing things like that is, I think, a really good stepping stone to building that social acumen or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that all credit goes to our Discord mods for like organizing that event and stuff. And so we have this event called Social Sandbox, which is exactly what it is. It's a sandbox where you can practice social skills. And what we tend to find is like even in places like our career coaching program and stuff like that, what we found is that giving people the opportunity to role play conversations, right? So if you're asking for something like a promotion or, you want to work from home one day, we don't practice those conversations.
Yeah.
And so when you go into the conversation and even sort of we'll try to do on Discord and stuff like these different kind of reverse role plays and stuff like that, where, okay, so now I'm going to play you and I'm going to ask for the promotion and you play your boss and you see how it feels because you're so worried. Oh my God, my boss is going to get pissed if I ask for more money. Well, why don't you listen to what I say and then you see, do you feel pissed off that I'm asking or does it sound good? Not good. And people like practice it, right? And we sort of do this like in some areas, like where you'll practice for medical school interviews or you'll practice for residency and things like that. We have some of these places where this is baked in, but the more digital our society is becoming, the more I'm finding that you need intentional like makeup times.
Yeah.
Where it's not organic. And the interesting thing is that if you really look at it, you may say, and this is what a lot of the people who struggle with like dating and have some of these incel beliefs, there's a core aspect of missed milestones where you think that, okay, I didn't date anyone in high school, therefore I can't have a girlfriend in college, therefore whatever. But if you look at human beings, the cool thing is that 8 years of organic learning can oftentimes be replaced by 6 months of intentional learning. So I can grow up speaking language, but if I do some kind of immersive like language thing for 6 months, like I can become fluent.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Because there's a saying that like it's not practice makes perfect, it's perfect practice makes perfect. So going into something with like an intentional mindset and practicing with deliberate practice is probably going to be more efficient even than like the natural like 8 to 15 years of like social practice we get, right? That's sloppy, and
Yeah, I mean that's so true. That's why people can play League of Legends for 10 years and be at the same rank.
Okay, I think we're done here. Is there anything else you need?
Is that a dig? It
Oh
wasn't
no,
intended to
I'm
be a
just
dig
fucking.
against you.
No, I'm fucking. I'm like Heartstruck Diamond.
I mean,
for like fucking
I'm
10
getting
years.
worse at Dota every year, so it's certainly
That's our
possible.
aging genetics, okay? Or you just once you hit 30, you're just past over the wall,
One last thing, I did see this study really interesting. There's one, cognitive flexibility is the only mental capacity. It's not focus or attention or anything like that correlates with rank in League of Legends.
Cognitive flexibility. Interesting. What does that mean?
Yeah. The ability to be cognitively flexible. So if you have a belief,
Yeah.
being able to challenge that belief, right? So I lost this game because my teammates suck, and being able to challenge that belief and asking yourself, what could I do differently? Or even challenging, oh, what could I have done differently? Actually, I lost this game because honestly, I played pretty well, and my teammates really threw.
Oh, sure.
So
that makes sense.
simply the ability to be cognitively flexible.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah. One thing I feel like the general trend of research is, I feel like even growing up in the 90s and 2000s, I feel like I was like, there's so much information about brain plasticity and how it basically stops when you're like 27 and you can't learn new things, and if you don't learn a language at that age, you're basically completely screwed. And it feels like as I've gotten older, it feels like we are radically changing our views of plasticity, and it has more to do with like how active your mind stays through like later stages of your life, and that somebody can have a lot of like plasticity in their 50s, 60s, 70s, as long as you don't just like repeat the same routine every single day, never see any new information, and never pick up a new task.
Yeah, so there's all kinds of new stuff. So we actually, I think we have a video about coming out about this, or maybe it's already out. But it's really interesting why people don't learn from their mistakes. So there's a really fascinating paper in Nature where they were looking at rats, and what they did is so there's this experiment where you have like a bucket of water, and submerged in the bucket of water is a platform which you can't see but is there.
Okay.
So they drop a rat in a bucket of water, and the rat panics, starts swimming around, and eventually figures out where the platform is. So the rat learns, okay, this is where a safe spot is. If you drop the rat in the bucket again, over time it goes straight to the platform. Then it doesn't even have a stress response. It's like, okay, we're back here. This is where I'm chilling.
Yeah.
So then what they do is they mix things up on the rat. They move the location of the platform. And what they discover is that some rats keep going to the old platform, and they panic because it's no longer there. Some rats are cognitively flexible and can figure out, okay, the old platform isn't there. This is where the new platform is, and they learn quickly. So really interesting. So in terms of plasticity, we used to think that plasticity was a function of age.
Yeah.
What we now know is that the most important variable for those rats to learn something new is their glucose level and whether they were in a fasting state. If you're in a caloric restriction, the rats learned very quickly.
Okay.
And if the rats were fed well, they learned very, very slowly.
Interesting.
And so one of the biggest things that's really interesting is if you think about the brain, when does the brain evolutionarily need to discard what it learned? When we're starving. Because when we're starving, the stuff that we used to do no longer works. And so if you kind of think about it, why do people today not learn from their mistakes? Why are people hard stuck on bronze in League of Legends? Because there's no caloric consequence. So literally the way that our brain is wired to learn new things, and this has been correlated with neurogenesis in the hippocampus, which is making new neurons, is if we are in a starvation state, and specifically the most important signal for that starvation state is glucose, which is part of the reason why I think all these keto diets and all this crap is like being very, very positive right now, because we're discovering that if I get to like eat carbohydrates and I play League of Legends every day, I'm actually not going to get better.
Okay, so when I play League in the future, I need to do it while I'm fasting. That's what I'm hearing.
So a fasting state will induce neurogenesis, literally. Fasting state induces neurogenesis. Neurogenesis is correlated with cognitive flexibility. Those are kind of similar. And cognitive flexibility, literally, there's studies that show, or one study that shows that that correlates with rank and law.
Interesting.
Really bizarre. And this is why also, if you look at esports teams, like they'll hire chefs who will feed their players like really healthy food because it correlates with performance improvement.
Yeah. Huh. Okay.
Yeah, so you're right, by the way. And this is why
Obviously.
I mean, so Stephen, what I really respect about you, man, is like so many of your woo-woo ideas are like spot on. It's really cool.
Well, cool. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And I would encourage you to not be afraid to put them on paper and be beholden to them, because you may be more you're kind of talking about, okay, well, what if in the future I change my mind? What I think would be super cool is the predictive capability of what you put on paper.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, there are some, like I said, there are like 4 or 5 things that I kind of like hold on to that I think have been relatively true through time, but I'll hopefully keep adding to that list as time goes on. Yeah.
Yeah, cool, man. Well, thank you very much for talking today.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Good luck with all of your podcasts and stuff.
Yeah. Hopefully in a month or two, maybe I'm back on Twitch. We'll see if they unban me when my next appeal comes up. But otherwise, yeah, if you ever want to do talks like this, you can always shoot me a DM and we can cut it up on or chop it up on YouTube. And
Yeah, cool, man. Take care and thank you very much and good luck with everything.
yeah, thanks a lot. I will talk to you sometime later. Have fun.
Adios, man.
Bye.
Oh, let's go. Well, I'm trying to figure out. There we go.
Wow. It just wasn't the same without any orbiters jumping in, you know? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to think of how much I want to whiplash my fans right now, because I think Grace, are you still in chat? Apparently, this is somebody I was going to have a debate on the same side of over Steven Crowder not being abusive at all, but I felt like Steven Crowder was abusive, so we didn't take the same side there. But then I think she wanted to argue that he was abusive or wasn't abusive. Dr. Hayes gonna raid you? I don't even know if it'll work. We'll see. Oh, she's still there. Do you have Discord? I am. Okay, I emailed you my Discord name. Damn, Dr. Hayes chat super hates me. I'm curious. I don't know where that I'm curious where that community comes from. I was kind of reading. It seems like a lot of them are crossover, maybe Hassan fans or other, because I noticed there was like a lot of hits on like the capitalism thing. So I'm kind of curious where the, if that's where it all. Oh, Mizkit fans. The Mizkits hate me too. I think right now the Juicers like me. The Juicers like me. The Mizkits hate me, and the Hasanabi heads will always hate me. So it's probably those two groups right now. I don't know how much of that is like crossed over with other communities, yeah. But and my entire subreddit hates me. True. True. Let me grab a sippy soy soy real quick, and then I think I'm talking to this Grace person about something about the Steven Crowder thing. Should be interesting. Hold on one sec. Okay, hold on. Chatting. Hold on one sec. Oh. Boom, boom. Oh my god. Okay. Do you feel like it will be likely or unlikely you're unbanned from Twitch? I feel like I gotta get unbanned. It would be crazy to me if I stayed banned after everything, after all the people they've unbanned. But who knows? We'll see.
If me and Milena were to have kids, because she's like full white, the kid would be like 75% white.
I'm not full white.
What are you?
I'm like part Dutch.
She's so European.
If me and Milena were to have kids, because she's like,
It is a very American. No, none of you American fucks ever believe me, especially not the racist, like fucking Nazi ones. Where you guys are like, well, we're white. We have white European stock. We're white Europeans. We're very Eurocentric. We're white. And it's like, bro, if you go to Europe, they have different ethnicities there. You know, it's not just white and everybody else, right? It's not like white people and then Pakistani people. And like Europeans see all sorts of different fucking ethnic shit. Okay, in America we call it all white, but that's not how it works over there. Okay. Now, I don't know if Melina was just joking there or not, but like... What does she think full white means, though? I don't even know. I'm pretty sure she was probably just joking there, but... What is this? Oh my god. Boom. Okay, wait. Oh. Boom, boom. Ooh, stim. Everybody's time for hamster. Oh, wait, is she in here yet? Nope.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey! Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome. Hold on, let me. Boom, boom. Wait, what is going on here? Are you green screen? Are you in the fucking Matrix, or what's going on?
What? You can't see me?
I mean, I can see you, but clearly your background is fake. So what are you hiding back there?
Fake? It's blurred. Okay, you want me to turn the blur off?
Well, I mean, if you're hiding something, you can keep it on. But right now, it looks like you've green screened another reality behind you. But listen, it's
Here
your
we go,
life,
here we
okay?
go.
Oh,
I'll
wait.
make it better. Just
Hold
my
on.
messy room. I wanted to hide my mess.
Okay, hold on. Let me get you on screen 1 sec. Boom, boom. Do you want to introduce yourself real quick so people know who you are and all that?
Yeah, sure. My name is Grace Thorpe. I go by Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, on YouTube, and I'm a streamer, commentator. I recently did a debate on Modern Day Debate about gender. I was arguing that there are more than 2 genders, and I would consider myself a centrist. I'm 20.
Jeez, okay. That was like 12 red flags all in a row, but okay. Okay.
I
boom, boom.
got lots more.
Yeah, I'm sure. What, are you a psychology major too, or what?
Oh no, I didn't even graduate high school, so.
Jesus Christ. All right. Okay. So initially, modern day debate guy, James, good friend of Subway, reached out and said that he wanted you and me to do a duo debate against 2 other people, arguing that Steven Crowder was not abusive at all.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't agree with that.
Sure.
I think I think there are definitely signs of abuse at the very least in that
Okay.
video, and you seem to disagree. So, and you wanted to hop on and chat about it.
Yeah, I totally disagree with you. I think, if anything, Hillary is the abusive one, but I don't see any signs of abuse at all.
Okay.
Okay. So.
Yeah. Where do you want to start?
We can. Okay, so.
Or
I have
actually-
a whiteboard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was gonna say before. Do you want to just watch the video from start to finish, and then I can write down things that I think are abusive, and then you can be refreshed on it, and then we can jump into the conversation?
Sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna link you the video, and we can just like push play at the same time or some shit. All right.
Okay.
Here's this. Also, wait, can you turn the blur on again? I just want people to see how ridiculous your background looks.
Sure. You know, I did have a guy come on my stream once, and he said he thought I was literally an AI creation, so I can
Yeah,
understand.
that's kinda what it
people
seemed
seem to
like.
think it.
This
Yeah,
is
there we
okay.
go.
This looks ridiculous. It looks like you've green screened in like a whole like this is the worst thing I've ever seen in the world. But okay.
Have you never used the blur filter on Discord?
No, I'm a man and we don't filter our pictures. Okay, we present reality to people. So all right, okay, turn it back, turn it off.
Okay.
Oh, it's standard office blur. I don't even know what that means. Okay.
Running me around first time on your stream. Okay.
True. It's how I get it's called frame control. Okay, I linked you the Substack. Let me know once you've got it clicked, and then we'll start going through it. Okay.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Okay, I'm gonna push play in 3, 2, 1, go.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things, then I will go pick up the groceries.
There's no groceries. I would have to.
Steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the man? Yes. How do you man? How do you man receive love and respect? No. How do you man? No, you're not taking the car.
Steven,
You're not taking the car.
Steven,
You are not
then
taking
I
the
will
car.
ask them to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Hold that, right?
It's not correct, Steven.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, Steven, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Steven.
Like, I can't go.
Steven.
Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. I can't call my friends. I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need me to pick up? I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either.
Steven,
Do you understand the difference between my life being set to the second and you going, I'll be back when I'm back?
Steven,
And making it so easy. The only way out of this is discipline and respect. It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impasse.
we are going to impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect.
Steven,
Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up, Steven.
Hillary,
Steven,
you give up so easily.
I'm
I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Steven, no, we are at an impasse, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space. We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you. And the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, just be disciplined about it, you go, no. But I love you more than life itself. Okay. Put on some gloves. No. But I love you more than life itself. That's not fair. That's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary, you're right, right in past. Become someone that's you day in and day out, worthy of a wife. No, not as a wife. I didn't say as a wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to engage anymore. I'm going to go. I'll get text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not going to.
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves.
I need to
Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm going to just
Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs? No, you take that in.
Okay. All right. Wow. You're really fighting an uphill battle here, huh?
Do you want to see my schizo document? I got a ton of things to say. Okay.
Oh, you got schizo documents. Yeah, show me. Watch
Okay.
it. Watch it.
Watch it.
Watch it. Watch it.
Watch it.
Fucking watch it.
I
Okay.
don't love you.
Here.
Good.
You're unworthy.
I am.
Take an Uber.
Yeah,
Get
go
away.
take an Uber, okay?
Get out of here. Watch it.
Okay, will do.
Watch it.
Okay, oh my god, we got a whole document. Okay.
Okay. Ready?
Sure.
Okay. So first of all, this starts off from they were talking before this, right?
True.
This is obviously in the middle of something. Okay.
Yep.
This conversation is not about her getting groceries, and it's not about her taking the car. This is this is possibly the last conversation they had before she left him. Where everybody misses the context of that. This is potentially the last conversation they had before she left him. At the end of the video, it said she fled the home, right? Then a couple months later, she divorced him. Plus, there's tons of things within the video that imply that this is her walking out on him. He says, you want to walk out right now? That isn't something you say to somebody when they're just going to get groceries. She says, I need some space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You don't say that, I need time and space. You don't say that when you're going to get groceries. She is walking out on him, and he's frustrated because he's saying, you're not committed. You give up so easily, Hillary. And she's saying, I need to go. I'll be back when I'm back. How is that him abusing her? This is her leaving him a couple days before he has chest surgery.
Okay, true.
Okay, so where do you see abuse in this? It says she fled the home. She left him after this.
Okay. Oh man. Okay. Have you ever had a serious relationship before? Just checking real quick.
Nope.
Man, you're really testing. Okay, you're really testing me.
okay,
Okay, no, that's
okay,
okay. No,
but-
that's okay. Hold on, that wasn't to discredit you. I'm sorry. It helps me navigate the conversation a little bit better. Okay, that's fine though. Okay, all right.
My parents have been through something very similar to this, so I do have that. But I understand it's
Base.
biased or whatever.
Okay. I wrote down 19 little quotes and things, and I'll just kind of like talk through things. But before we get to that, let's get a common definition of like, what does abusive mean?
I would say abusive is abuse, so misusing the other person, using them in a way that isn't respectful of them as a person, like using them to feel better about yourself, treating them poorly. I don't know, I'm misusing another person.
Okay, I can work with this. I think it's an okay definition. I might be a little bit more strict in some cases, but sure, we can say that here. So
Okay.
Let me talk about this. Broadly speaking, we would say that misusing, not being respectful to another person or treating them incredibly poorly, misusing them, stuff like that, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. So I wrote down 19 quotes and things that he's doing a lot that I feel like are probably disrespectful and not healthy towards seeking some sort of like good resolution. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the first thing we run into is there's a lot of interrupting, okay? The general tone of the conversation is very aggressive from Steven Crowder's side, okay? Would you agree
Okay.
with that?
I would say he's frustrated and she's disengaged, and being disengaged is a form of abuse.
I can agree with you, but it seems like she's answering most of his questions. She's relatively engaged. I don't necessarily see the disengagement. Also, while I agree with you that disengagement can be a form of abuse, it can also be a form of conflict resolution to where, like, right now we're both heated. I need to take a step back because this isn't going to be productive, right? Could be.
It could be, yes, but I think in this situation, that's just from me. I don't think he's being abusive, so I think she's just disengaging because she's overwhelmed. And I am sympathetic with her, but I do think she's just disengaging instead of engaging with his frustrations, honestly.
Sure, potentially, okay. So I'm keeping potential pathways open because, yeah, these are a lot of potentialities, okay? I think that when you're in the middle of a fight and you're having a disagreement over responsibilities, using really loaded terms to demean your partner or make them seem like they're not worthy of love or status is kind of an abusive thing. So when I say things like, oh, you're not going to do your wifely things, wifely things seems like you're treating them with a lot of disrespect. Like, you can't even do your wifely things. Why don't you? That's one thing that a quote they wrote in here. And then later on, I think he says, you need to become someone worthy of being a wife. Those are pretty rough.
I think that absolutely is not only not disrespectful, it's incredibly respectful. He's saying, I hold you as a person to a higher standard. They're both Christian, right? They both agreed to having a traditional marriage. He's saying, you agreed to do these things, you're not doing them. I respect you enough to say, you can do better than this. That's extremely respectful. Sure, if you say it in a frustrated way because you're frustrated with their failures, okay, but like, that's okay for a man to express frustration too. Just because a man's frustrated or even angry doesn't mean he's abusive.
So I'm not saying that just because he's angry or frustrated means he's abusive. Okay, I love getting angry and frustrated. But there's a difference between saying, like, listen, you're my wife. I know you can do better than this. That's a lot different than saying, like, why don't you become somebody worthy of being a wife? Become somebody worthy of being respectful. The first one is said with an obvious shared hope of this person living up to your expectations. The second one kind of sounds like a condescending, stinging bite that you're just, like, throwing out there to kind of, like, knock the person down a peg or two.
Well, I'm not saying he's perfect, okay, but I think in response to that, I would say he's getting frustrated because she's disengaging and her being manipulative and saying, I love you, but Steven, I'm not doing this right now. That is manipulative. That is also expressing anger. It's just in a feminine way. And also, this is not about minor responsibilities. This is about whether she's going to walk out on him at his weakest point right before he's getting chest surgery and before their twins are about to be born. It's not about the car or the groceries.
Okay, well, I'm not necessarily even making this about the car or the groceries. I'm just trying to peel through one of these at a time. So when you say, I love you, that's manipulative. It could be manipulative. That could be escalatory or de-escalatory. I don't think we have enough information to clearly say.
She walked out on the guy and divorced him a couple months later, and she says, I love you and I'm committed to you. That's a lie. That's a lie.
But we don't know why they got divorced. We don't know what happened or what caused it. It might have been the fact that she was leaning towards it, but finding out that he got a divorce lawyer was what drove her. Was she like, well, fuck, if you're getting a lawyer, like, I'm obviously going to get divorced, right?
Okay, but even if that was true, right? Supposedly he hired this lawyer after this video, right? It wasn't before June of 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so even if that was true, first of all, just because he spoke, there's no such thing as a divorce attorney. There's people who are specialized in family law, and obviously people who specialize in divorce. But there's no such in her family statement. I mean, you can't even.
Wait,
take
wouldn't
her
that be
family
a
statement
divorce
seriously.
attorney? What do you mean?
Well, they're not called divorce attorneys. They just specialize in family law, and they specialize in a range of fields.
Sure, it's a divorce attorney. I have a defamation lawyer. It's not like they specialize or they're called that, but it's a lawyer that has specialties that works certain cases, right? You have a divorce attorney, probably somebody that works in family law, and probably somebody that specializes in dealing with divorces, probably even from the male side, right? You call him a divorce attorney. I think that's fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, but first of all, from her family statement, first of all, who is this family? Somebody should be held to account for making these allegations, such as that he cut her off financially when there's no backup for that.
True. Those
Who
are.
is this family?
To be
I think
clear,
it's just
though,
her.
article that's different. Those are different things. I'm just dealing with the claims in the video, just what we're going in the video, line by line. So you said, "I love you."
Well, but you said the divorce lawyer thing.
Well, no. I'm just focusing on this one statement. I love you. That's manipulative. I don't think saying I love you is necessarily manipulative. It can be manipulative, or it could be de-escalatory, right? So, for instance, you can be in the middle of a fight with somebody, and There are ways that you can like weaponize "I love you," right? To where like you do something really fucked up and you're like, why are you being like this? Like, I love you. Like, come on. Like, I love you. Like, don't blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, you can use it reasonably to de-escalate a fight. Like, listen, we're fighting right now. This is really heated. I still love you, but I need space, right? It could be either. I don't know if there's enough context in this video to clearly say it's one or the other, you know? I think I love you can be escalatory or de-escalatory. I don't think we know enough in the video. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but she says, I love you and I'm committed to you twice. And then she flees, from her own words, she flees the house and divorces him a couple months later when she is, like, after she gives birth to his twins and after he has massive surgery, which her family nastily characterized as him choosing not to be there for the birth of his kids. That was not true at all. He had lung complications after the surgery. It was elective surgery. The only difference between elective surgery and emergency surgery is that elective is scheduled. It doesn't mean you don't need it. Gastric bypass is an elective surgery.
I understand all of this, but that's not relevant to the video we're watching, right? There could be any number of reasons why they got divorced after. Maybe, and also, hold on, step by step. She says that she's taking space after this when she leaves. Is there something wrong with taking space?
She didn't take space. She left and divorced him.
Wait. It's not like she left and then like divorced him right then. Like she left and then went to LegalZoom.com and filed the paperwork, right? We don't know what's happening between now and...
A couple months later.
Okay, that's a long time to hold your breath, okay? A couple months, that's a lot.
Yeah, but she also saved this footage though from the Ring camera, right? She saved it, right?
Sure.
So she must have saved it within a month of it happening, right? Because... Okay, so how is that being committed to somebody when you're saving footage to use against them only a month after an argument happens, to use against them in a divorce?
It could be for a lot of different reasons. They could automatically back up the footage because they're celebrities, maybe. Or she could be worried that she's on the verge of giving birth to children and she's worried that some sort of divorce or whatever is going to leave her financially fucked because now, for whatever reason, her husband could claim something, she doesn't get child support, so now she needs some footage for like a divorce, even though I think it's a no-fault state. There could be a million reasons why they saved the footage. I'm not here to I don't know if I can know. I don't know if you can know, right? There's a million reasons why that footage could have been saved, but we have no idea, right?
Well, I mean, clearly she saved it. Steven didn't leak that, right? So clearly she saved it.
We don't know that. Why do you
say
clear? How do you know they both didn't save it? How do you know they both don't have copies of this?
Well,
or even they could literally have saved this to like go over with the therapist, right? They might save all their footage from here and they back it up because like when we go to therapist, we can show this fight and we can see like, you know, maybe there's a different way we could approach this or who's more, you know, needs to figure out how to navigate this disagreement.
I mean, they could, but that seems highly unlikely, especially because it was leaked to Yashar Ali. Do you know who Yashar Ali is?
I know
that
he wasn't.
Do you know his credentials as a journalist?
Yeah, he's a gossip journalist, but he's not in this video. I'm not talking about the article. I'm talking about
but
the video.
I'm saying, if you take it in context, she's leaking this
I agree.
this information to a scumbag who he owes women like hundreds of thousands of dollars. He doesn't pay them back. He lived with Kathy Griffin. And you know, he used
gossip
her
tabloid
and she didn't feel
person.
comfortable.
Absolutely.
Right. So she's leaking it. Doesn't that explain the context of her actions somewhat? To say like, yeah, she says I love you and I'm committed to you. Then she hangs on to this footage. 2 years later, she's exposing him with this footage she shaved to a scumbag journalist. Doesn't that mean anything? Doesn't that back up that he's saying you haven't proven your love through your actions?
She could leak this to fucking Hitler's autobiographer, and this could be like the opening chapter of Mein Kampf version 2, and it wouldn't change necessarily what we're seeing in the video, right? Like, I think I think there are things that could change the way that I view Crowder here, where it's like, oh, I understand why he's doing this, but I think that the behavior here is still like pretty clearly abusive, and I still think we have to deal with the actual statements that are said in the video, right? So, like, we don't know why they got divorced. We actually have no idea, right? We know that they got divorced a few months after this fight, but they could have fought after this. They could have gotten back to the house and made up after this, right? We have no idea, right?
Well, she is clearly saying they're divorcing because he's emotionally abusive, right? That's her claim.
Is it?
Well, that's her family's claim. Whoever her family is, I think it's just her.
I think they specified that there was no physical abuse. I think that's what they said. I don't know if an explicit reason was given for the breakup, but even if there was, we don't know if it was because of this video, right? Like, what if it was that there was another video that gets released and Steven Crowder is like, I hate you, stupid cunt. I hope you die when you give birth to your twins. Fuck you, bitch. Right? Then we'd probably like, okay, yeah, I understand why she wants to get divorced, right? But we don't know. We don't have the context, right?
Well, but okay, first of all, she saved this video. It's her video because at the end, right, she says, Steven Crowder, by his own admission, said, I'll fuck you up, right? She said that at the end, right? There's a little text box. Who would know that he said that other than her? It was just them in the house, right? And he hasn't admitted that publicly. So who would know that other than her and him? And he certainly didn't edit that video. So who put that in there? Her. It's her video.
Yeah, but
right?
I don't even, this might be evidence that they're using in court right now, right? And maybe that's what's submitted to whatever court they're fighting in, right?
Right, but you were saying you don't know if it's her video or his video or whoever. Who
No,
leaked it.
hold on.
It's
What I said
definitely her.
initially was I don't know who records stuff. They could, you have to admit they could both be recording, right?
Well, yeah, they could, but she leaked it and it's her video with her editing, with information only she would know.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not an example of him being abusive, right?
Well, but also you said you don't know what happened after this video. We do know. She says, by her own admission, she fled the home, and then he went in a couple days later for massive chest surgery.
Yeah, but I'm saying we don't know
what
if this was like the last fight they had before they got divorced. We don't know if this is the reason for their divorce.
Well, even within her own statement, they say he chose not to be there for the birth of his kids shortly after he bought a townhouse and gave her back the house.
Sure.
So we basically know what happened. They essentially separated. This was very likely their last conversation. If there was something
we don't
after
have,
this.
hold on. We have no idea. We have no way of knowing that. Right?
Well, if it wasn't the last, it was leading up to the very last. And she did say herself, she fled the house after this. That means you're not coming back.
We don't know that. It might have been.
It could, but...
Hold on. So right now, are you prepared to say 100% she never went back to the house while he was there?
No, I'm not. But he went in for surgery. She fled the home. Then after this, then she gave birth, and he had lung complications. Then he bought a townhouse, and she moved into their old house. I'm just saying it's very likely that this was their last conversation.
Okay. Maybe it was. You don't know that. Neither of us know that. However, even if that was the case, it doesn't change the fact that the behavior in this video might be abusive from Steven Crowder.
Okay, so which part of it did you say? You said was abusive, that he is saying
Hold on,
that
a ton
he
of things.
wants
So
to
I
hold
think
her to a higher standard?
the aggressive and interrupting tone, the condescending way of saying you're not doing wifely things, the very standoffish attitude he has, you're not taking the car, rather than like, can we try to work on a different solution here? When she offers another potential, like, well, do I want to call a friend? Who should I call? And he's like, is that a threat? Get an Uber, right? Instead of working towards a common solution there. Instead of acknowledging her pain or whatever, being like, feeling some constraints? This is what my life is like, right? Like being very aggressive in here. You can interrupt me whenever time. I was like listening up stuff I've written down.
Sure.
Think of how boxed in you've made me, right? The constant like refocusing on himself, not taking into account his wife's problems or how boxed in she might feel, being literally fucking double pregnant. Not ever wanting to fight. Yeah, go on.
But he also says, so you're just going to leave me here a couple days before his surgery, right? So that he is arguing with her. He's trying to get her to stay. He's saying, come on, Hillary, you give up so easily. We can work this out. I don't know if he exactly said that, but he said, what did he say? You give up the ghost so easily or something like that.
Yeah. Right?
He's saying, you're leaving me a couple days before my surgery. And she was escalating. You say that he's aggressive. Okay. But she also is just saying, Steven, I'm not doing this. I'm taking the car. That's not aggressive. She keeps moving towards the door and just saying, I'm leaving. I need some space. I'm not doing this with you right now. She's not asserting dominance over the conversation and saying, actually, I'm not engaging with you. We're not going to talk it out. He clearly wants to talk it out.
Mm-hmm.
She keeps moving to the door, and then she says herself, she fled the home. Why would she say she fled the home
Wait.
if she came back a little while later?
Sure.
She
Wait. Hold on.
left.
I got to change my audio real quick. Hold on one sec. Something's weird. Okay, hold on, real quick. If I've got mods on DGG or YouTube, can you literally permanently ban any fucking dipshit fuck retard that thinks that I'm flipping sides on this issue? I'm not flipping at all. If you think so, you're literally too fucking stupid to even watch my videos. Please fuck off forever and into all eternity. Holy shit, how fucking stupid are you? Sorry, hi, I'm back. Okay. Okay. So there can be a dynamic where you've got somebody fleeing a situation in an escalatory way, right? So somebody wants to resolve a problem. You're like, I don't want to deal with this right now. I'm leaving. Okay, bye. And they have like a very avoidant personality. That is possible. However, it's also possible that she's pulling back because she knows that they're not going to make any progress in this particular argument and she needs space. It's okay for her to say that, right? If she literally is stressed to the limit here, and there's a lot of reasons for her to be, and she feels like she needs space from him, I think it's totally fair for her to want to take space. I don't think that's necessarily abusive. We need more information to say that.
I'm sorry, I'm being so aggressive, but you fail to see that she was leaving. It's not about taking space. She fled the home.
What do you
and
think
then
taking
she
space
divorced
means?
him. That's taking space. Also, is it not abusive if it was the other way around and she was going in for chest surgery? Wouldn't it be abusive to just leave your partner right before they have a massive surgery?
She had a massive surgery at the same time. She delivered twins. Her surgery was probably more massive than his.
Well, that's not a surgery.
Bro, there's a lot of shit that goes on with your body when you're popping out two motherfuckers.
It wasn't at the same time. Her surgery was about a month or two after. I'm sorry, her giving birth was about a month or two after. The reason he couldn't be there was because of complications from his previous chest surgery.
Okay. Also, she had a C-section, but that's not even relevant. Okay, sure. But I'm just saying. So it was technically a surgery, but it doesn't matter.
Sure.
She's not obligated to stay with him through surgery if she feels like she's like being ultra stressed and super like abused. Like even if he did have a surgery in a few days, she's not obligated to stay there and endure this. She doesn't have that obligation.
He's not obligated. Let's just say, even if he was frustrated, okay, at her not feeding the dogs the medicine, or her not taking the dogs for a walk, or whatever, she's not obligated to. He's probably stressed about this surgery and he works a high-paying job. She's not responsible to say like, okay, honey, I'll be there for you. You're going in for a major surgery. Even if he was frustrated, which I don't think he was being unreasonable, but even if he was, you don't owe your husband for 9 years that much. You're gonna walk out on him before he has surgery?
We don't know why she's walking out. What if he's been an abusive piece of shit for 2 years leading up to this? That's the issue, right?
But
if he's feeling boxed in, can't he just buy another car?
okay, but you're saying he's abusive based on this clip. Where is the abuse?
I've already told you. I'm not saying that he is abusive. I'm saying that in this clip, he is clearly exhibiting signs of abuse. Now, there's background information that could make me feel a little bit differently about it, but there's no conversation you can ever have with a partner where you're saying things like, you need to rise up and do your wifely duties. You're not worthy of being considered a wife. Why are you smoking cigarettes? Oh my God, it's so bad for you. What is wrong with you? Holy shit!
Leave me alone. It's my first
saying
time.
things like, you have no discipline and respect, you give up so easily. The only way out of this is with discipline and respect. You sound like a guy bossing around a boot camp rather than like a husband. These aren't things that you say to somebody that you love.
Him saying the only way out of this is discipline and respect is actually him saying, I would like to work it out. It doesn't make sense.
No, it's not. Hold on, you gotta stop doing this. Saying, I would like to work this out is saying, I would like to work this out. Saying, the only way out of this is discipline and respect is making it so that the entire problem is hers and she's the only person that can fix anything. Can you give me one example in this video, for instance, where Steven Crowder takes responsibility or says that he wants to do something to work towards fixing the relationship?
Well, he's saying to her, like, I'm holding you to a higher standard. That's
what is he doing?
Fine
So,
to say.
what is he doing to fix a relationship? Like, what suggestions does he make?
Look, it's the mother of his kids. She's walking out on him. He's saying, let's not do this. You give up too easily. Let's work it out. And why shouldn't women have discipline?
Hold on,
women have discipline and respect? Why not?
Wait. If he said that, I might be a little bit warmer towards this, but he didn't say like, oh, let's work it out. He's saying that you need to have more discipline and respect. You give up so easily. I don't love you. When I ask you to do things, you say no. When I ask you to walk the dog, you say no. This is like what he's saying. You're not committed to anything. Are you even committed enough to do those things? Those are the things he's saying. He's made every single fault of the relationship on her in this fight, which seems to be saddling her with quite a bit of responsibility. He does not take any for himself.
Okay, but saying that you don't show, like, saying, if she keeps saying, I love you, Steven, I love you, and he's saying, well, you don't show that love, isn't that a respectful, it's perfectly fine to say that to somebody and say, if you really love me, I'd like you to show your commitment. What is wrong with saying that?
That's a fair statement. I just didn't hear him say that. He said, I don't love you. You've never shown me any love. Do you not understand how that's a way different statement than, I feel like I'm not getting any love from you because I feel like you're not committing to this household like I am. Do you understand how those
sorry. I'm saying it like a girl would say it. I'm saying it, I'm not saying like a frustrated man. Just because he's frustrated and he's male and he's expressing anger doesn't mean he's abusive. He's not actually saying anything wrong. You're taking issue with the tone of it.
Okay. I am taking issue with the tone of it because the tone is what separates a productive conversation from a non-productive conversation, right?
Tone is fine for somebody whose wife is walking out on him with her unborn children.
That's fine, and we can say the tone is fine, but the tone is abusive. There's a difference between me saying, wife, I think you can contribute more around the house. I think that we can probably figure out a better chore schedule versus saying, wife, you're a useless fucking cunt. Now, the primary meat of those messages might be the same, but one is probably abusive, and the other is like, let's work towards something and find a common solution to it.
Yeah, but you always have to exaggerate. He did not call her the C word. He didn't scream
No,
at her.
hold on. I'm sorry.
I've seen abuse. It's not even close. He kept his temper. He was a little frustrated, and then he said,
He
"Look,
kept his
Hillary,
temper. He
always
literally
give up."
gets up to chase her at the end of the video when she's trying to walk away.
It's leaving him. She said
She
was
has a right to
fleeing.
leave. She can leave. She could do that. She's a human being.
has
She's
a-
3 human beings. All 3 of
She
them have
has
the
a-
right to leave if they want to. Like,
She has a right to no, but it's not just leaving. She has a right to walk out on her husband who's going in for chest surgery when she is 8 months pregnant with his kids. She has a right to just do that. For
bro,
what?
they're her
For
kids
what?
too. Wait, hold on. What is this like? They're his kids. He doesn't have to deliver them. It's not his fucking pregnancy, right?
Well, but they're his kids.
Okay, let's establish this. Does she have a right to take space and leave if she wants to?
If there's a reason to, then yes.
Okay, is it plausible that there's a reason to?
I don't see any evidence for it.
Okay.
And in fact,
Could
I think
we-
it's wrong to do that to your partner. I think
Do
it's
you
wrong
think
to
that,
do that.
based on this video, does it seem like they've probably had multiple fights in the past? Or do you think this is the first one?
Yeah, I think it's likely.
Okay, so they're referencing prior fights. Okay, why don't you at least like vape? Why do you have a fucking cigarette?
Because it's cooler.
It's absolutely not. Okay, Jesus.
Oh,
okay.
come on. A vape is the lamest thing ever.
I can't believe you kids are looping back to smoking cigarettes. I feel like I'm in fucking clown world right now. Okay, at least smoke weed. Jesus. Okay.
Weed is for losers too.
Okay. Is it plausible? I'm not even saying to commit you 100%. Is it plausible that based on the disagreements they've had here, is it plausible that Steven Crowder has been abusive towards Hillary in the past, and that's part of the source of their disagreement? Is that plausible? And I'll say, on the other hand, so you don't get triggered, it's also plausible Hillary is just continually abusive to Steven as well, right? Both of those things are plausible, right?
Here's what I would say. I would say from what I've seen and from the way she's acted, I actually think that I wouldn't place the blame on either side. I think what happened is there's this extreme stress. He's going in for surgery. She's giving birth to her first kids, right? She had a miscarriage before, right?
Okay.
So it's extremely tense. I think that she got overwhelmed by the situation and freaked out because of past her psychological issues. I do not intend to just place the blame on her.
Okay.
But I don't see him abusing her.
Okay. What's your family background? How wealthy are your parents? How wealthy are you?
I would say middle class. I was quite poor for a while, and now we're middle class.
Okay.
Catholic.
Okay.
My parents are
If I
getting
wanted to bet
annulment.
you $250 on more information coming out that would show that Steven Crowder was clearly abusive in the past part of his relationship, if I were to make that bet with you and give you odds, would you take that bet? So let's say I'll do 3-to-1 odds. If I'm right, you pay me $250. If you're right, I'll give you $750. That more information is probably going to be released that shows that Steven Crowder was abusive towards Hillary. Would you take that bet if you had it in front of you? Or are you so...
I'll bet you $5,000.
You would really bet that no more information would come out that would show Steven Crowder would be abusive towards Hillary Crowder?
Well, we'd have to define what abusive meant, but yes, I'd bet you $5,000. But those odds, yeah, absolutely.
And you think that... But you don't think...
I have it.
You don't think that any
I'll
of...
take the 250 bet too.
You don't think that any of the behavior in the video so far, though, rises to the level of abuse?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think he's a frustrated man who's stressed because he's going in for surgery and he sees his wife leaving him and he's trying to continue the conversation. And she's not only that, but she starts calling him. She says, "Your abuse is sick, Steven." That's a line. When you cross that line with your husband, you're breaking the relationship. And he's saying, "Seriously, you're gonna do this to me? And he's getting frustrated. I've seen this happen in real time. And I know you could say I have a bias, but like, I've seen this happen. The man is like, "What? Are you seriously gonna go the legal route? Like, we've been married for 9 years. We saved ourselves."
Hold on, none of
from
that
each
was in
other."
the video. I don't know why you're talking about this now.
Well, I mean, but that is the history of their relationship. They've been married for 9 years.
Sure, but we're drawing in extra stuff from the video. Because if we're going to draw in extra stuff from the video, she also said he's been emotionally abusive for years as well, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't think that's true. I think what she defines as emotional abuse, I think she's oppositional. I think she has psychological problems. I think she was not ready to be married in the way that she committed
How
to being
can you
married.
possibly ascertain all of that so quickly?
From her behavior.
But
I'm sympathetic.
Okay, when you say all the information you're giving, a frustrated man who's stressed and is trying to continue the conversation, all of those things are explaining why somebody might be abusive, right? That's not a free pass. You can be frustrated and try to continue the conversation. That doesn't give you a free pass to do whatever you want, though. That could just be a reason why you end up being abusive.
Well, if he was being abusive, I would say something like, and I wouldn't say he's a frustrated man trying to get his wife to stay with him. I would say, like, he's taking something out on her, that he's obviously lashing out, or he's being manipulative, or he's trying to make her feel bad for something that, I mean, it's only a 3-minute clip, but when you consider the context, I think it's pretty obvious that I feel bad for the guy. He's in this situation. I don't think, when he says I chose wrong, I don't think he chose wrong. I just think his wife has psychological problems that manifested themselves in this extreme moment of tension, and she's wrong to attack him the way she is, but I think it can be resolved. I don't think they were ever married.
What, you don't think that she might be frustrated? You don't have any sympathy for her either? She's about to be a single mom with twins?
I do have sympathy for her. I don't think she was ever married to him. I don't think she understands what marriage is.
How can you possibly know that?
From the actions she's taken. If somebody
hold on, because you're summarizing like 9 years of a relationship, saying they were married 9 years is a long time to be together with somebody for you to say, well, I don't think she knew what she was getting into.
It's not really that long to be married, but yeah, it is a long time to be with somebody.
9 years.
9
How
years
old
is
are?
not a long time to be married.
Yes. How old are these people?
I don't actually know.
Steven Crowder is 35 years old. He's been with his chick since he was 26. That's a long relationship. 9 years?
Well, that's another example, right? Okay, so they were both, I think, virgins, or at least they were celibate before they got married.
Uh-huh.
They were young, and this is another example of why traditional, like, right-wing, like, no hymen, no diamond things, they don't always work out, because if you don't have the experience, then you're just gonna enter a relationship, like, it's not always ideal. You might be signing up for something you're not sure you're supposed to sign up for. A marriage is supposed to be commitment until death to this other person, to better them, to help them, and to support them. She walks out on him at his weakest moment.
Do you think that means, does that commit her to
somebody who doesn't understand what's going on?
So is she committed to enduring an infinite amount of abuse from her partner then?
Well, is a man raising his voice emotionally because he's angry abuse?
A man saying things like, I don't love you, you're not earning your place as a wife, you're not committed to anything, getting up to prevent you from leaving like a discussion, I would say those things are abusive, yeah.
He didn't get up to prevent her from leaving. He got up to continue the conversation because she was walking out.
Okay,
but
hold on, wait. That is to prevent somebody from leaving, okay?
He let her leave. He let her leave. He didn't raise a hand.
He
let her
might,
leave.
but if we're having a conversation, somebody clearly wants to leave, and I stand up and I go and walk in front of them, like, what is the implication? Of course, right? We don't know how long after she leaves.
He let her leave. He didn't raise a hand. There's no history of physical abuse.
I didn't say there was physical abuse. I'm just saying at the very least, he's being physically intimidating to prevent her from leaving, of course. What, chasing somebody into... She was physically intimidating? Is that what you're going to say? Was she about to swing that big baby belly right into his face and fuck him up? Is that...
She was physically aggressive during that conversation. She was standing. She moved closer towards him. He was sitting down, relaxed. And then she walked right past him towards the door.
No,
she walked
hold
right
on.
past
This
him.
is... First of all,
wait.
Firstly, he was not relaxed. That is not true, okay? Just because he was sitting down does not mean he was relaxed. He was leaning forward. He was very aggressive the entire conversation. Number one. Number two, okay, Crowder's a pretty big boy. Looks like a 6-foot dude. She's, okay, literally a fucking submarine right now for two other mini human beings, okay? I don't think that she was ever physically intimidated. Standing and walking around like kind of confused and anxious and avoidant, yeah.
Okay, maybe not intimidating, but aggressive. There are ways to be a physically aggressive without, like,
I agree. There are lots of ways. There are lots of ways to be physically aggressive. I agree, but her body language and the way that she seems to approach conflict is to be avoidant. She was not being physically aggressive. It seemed like she was being avoidant.
Well, but I want to get you on one thing. Okay, so you agree the things.
Okay,
so the things he said, right? You agree that they could be said in a way that is positive, but your issue is with his tone. Is that right?
Kind of, yeah. But tone can determine whether literally a message is incredibly positive or incredibly abusive. If my son comes home from school and I'm like,
true.
It is absolutely true. My son comes home from school and I'm like, Nathan, you didn't do well on that math test. Like, you can do better on the next one. Versus him coming home and saying, Nathan, you're mathematically fucking retarded. Figure your shit out. One of those things is abusive. One of those things is totally fine, even though they're essentially saying the same thing. What do you mean no?
Is not abusive? How is that abusive?
If I call you an ugly bitch, is that abusive?
I mean, if you think it's true, it depends on the truth. It doesn't depend on the tone. You can say the same
Wait,
thing.
so
and be
things that are
super angry
true
or
can
super
never be
sad.
abusive?
Well, that's not. If you're saying something just to be mean, like if you call a fat girl like you're a fatty. I mean, it might be true that she's fat, but it's it's abusive. But you're saying the tone. What tone was he taking? He didn't even.
He was
scream.
taking a he was
he
taking a
didn't scream.
derisive tone. You don't have to scream. I don't know why you think you have to scream to be abusive.
So he was frustrated. He took a frustrated, angry tone.
I think he was
right?
frustrated. Yeah, that's probably why he was abusive, because he was frustrated and stressed out. Yeah.
Well, by your own criteria, you've been abusive to me during this conversation. Do you think you've been abusive?
I am abusive. The difference is that the type of relationship that we have is quite a bit different. Number one, and number two, I'm not personally attacking you. Like, I don't think that I've been abusive towards you. I'm just disagreeing, right? If Steven Crowder and him were having if Steven Crowder and Hillary were having a conversation, a passionate conversation about a difference in politics or their view of like the news or media or whatever, that'd be one thing, but they're not. It's a very personal conversation, right? Like, let's say, so I brought up the smoking thing and I was like, oh, smoking's disgusting. Don't do that. If I were to be like, you're a worthless fucking bitch. Why are you smoking, you disgusting fucking animal? What the fuck is wrong with you? Your teeth are gonna rot, you disgusting, right? That would be like abusive. Right? There's a difference.
I like that. Keep going.
Yeah,
like
I'm sure you do. Okay, sounds like you got a history of it. Okay, listen. All right, tone can make a otherwise normal statement rise to the level of abuse. Do you not agree with that? Or what in your mind? Because earlier it seems like you said using a person in a way that isn't respectful to the other person, treating them poorly, misusing the person. I feel like all of those things can be accomplished through tone.
That's okay. First of all, so you said it was tone, but you also say it's the content. Okay, first of all, he didn't say anything. He didn't call her names at all.
He said, "I don't love you."
That's not calling somebody names. That's you can say that. You can say I don't love you. He immediately followed it up. He immediately followed it up with saying, "You've never shown me love," right?
Sure.
Okay, so obviously he's saying like I think what he's saying is you use love as this way of just shutting me down, like, hey, I love you, and he's saying, well, then I don't love you. Let's go all the way, because fuck you for constantly using that against me to say like, I love you, I promise I love you. Then he says, you never show me love, okay? But secondly, so the content of what he was saying was not abusive. He didn't call her names. He asked her to be a better person. Is that abuse?
Okay, this perhaps is the impasse. We're at an impasse, okay? He asked her to be a better person?
Yeah, but he said, be worthy. He's not saying you fucking
be
suck
worthy
as a wife.
of being a
He's
wife.
saying,
be worthy of being called
worthy.
a wife. You think that's asking somebody to be a better person?
But if somebody, if
You're not
your
committed to
employer
anything.
says,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, but if your employer says like you signed up for this job and you're not following through, I need you to show me that you want to, like, it's not making sense. Is that abusive?
No,
Or are
what you just
like,
said there
actually
sounds a
showing
lot
that-
better than you're not worthy of being an employee. You're not worthy. Why don't you do something worthy of being called an employee? That's different than like you can put in more work and you can do different things or whatever, right? What if your dad said to you something like the difference between like, hey, I think you can do better versus like, why don't you be worthy of being my daughter? Like, do you not see the difference between those two statements? It's like,
All right, this is where the bias is gonna come in, because he has said that to me. Well, he hasn't said that, but he said like, you should do a lot better, and he says it forcefully, and I appreciate it because it makes me a better person, and any good woman appreciates that.
okay, you should.
Any good person appreciates somebody respecting them enough to ask them to do better instead of just kowtowing because what, they're pregnant, oh, they're a woman. Give me a break. Women are people. It's just sexism if you say, oh, you shouldn't be mean to a pregnant woman. Perfectly rational.
Listen, I agree to some extent. Fuck pregnant women. You should be mean to them, okay? But that doesn't make it not abuse, okay?
Is it abusive for my dad to ask me to be a better person?
It depends on how he says it.
Okay, what if he says, you did a shitty job on that. Do better next time. Is that abuse?
That's okay. But if he says, like, you're not
Steven
worthy...
Steven Crowder didn't say anything worse than that.
He said you're not worthy... Be worthy of being a wife, implying she's not even worth being his wife. That's a markedly different statement. I don't love you.
Be worthy of being called a wife. That's a call to improvement. That's not beating somebody down. He's saying, I want you to be a good wife to me. If somebody is...
Okay. Well, I
don't understand.
Clearly. just
If somebody really cares about you, they will tell you when you're fucking up so that you can do better and you can be a better person. If they don't care about you, they'll just let it go and they don't even respect you enough
okay.
to tell you
Listen,
when you're messing up.
okay, I saw you in my chat. Okay, this is I totally see what you're saying. Okay, I connect with you. Okay, because
Okay.
I was you. Okay, I understand. Did you watch the 3-hour talk I just had with the Dr. K guy?
I watched some of it. I was
Hey.
nervously getting ready to.
Okay. Did you see the part in the beginning where I said, hey, there are things that I've learned as I've gotten older from 20 to 34 that I wish I could have learned when I was younger. And one of those things is there are certain social conventions or ways of communicating with people that are actually really important, sometimes more important even than what you're saying. If you look at the habits of any effective leader, if you look at the habits of any successful relationship person, there is a method to delivering criticism that is paramount. Sometimes it's more important than the criticism you deliver itself. The idea that if you want somebody to improve, that gives you carte blanche to say anything you want is a very sexy, romantic, and exciting way to do a Hollywood movie, but it is a horrible way to approach a relationship. You ever seen the movie Whiplash?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
No.
Have you ever seen Black Swan or...
Yes.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fuck. I watched this movie one time when I was drunk. I don't remember it well enough. I shouldn't have even brought that up. There are ways that you can push people in incredibly difficult ways, but that while that might work for some people, that's not going to work for everybody. And for most people, it's going to end up being like just abusive. Like again, if I tell somebody like, "Hey, listen, I think you can do better," that's way different than saying like, "Be worthy of being my wife." Do you?
What if somebody walked behind you and like knocked over your guitar? Would you say, "What the fuck? Come on, I'm doing a stream. Can you be careful?" Is
Yeah.
that abusive if you raise your voice?
No, not necessarily.
Is
But
that
if somebody
abusive
walked
you
by,
say-
if somebody walked by and knocked over my guitar, and I was like, "Mel, you're not worth being my fucking wife. You're not even worthy of being my wife right now. You need discipline." You don't think
He
that's
didn't
like?
say- but you're exaggerating his tone.
Hold on.
You
Okay.
are exaggerating
Okay.
his tone.
I'm exaggerating his tone a little bit. I'm sorry. We can go back and watch it. But like his tone is very clearly pointed. None of this is a mutual approach to solving a problem. None of it is him taking responsibility. All of it is settling every single problem here on his wife, saying that she needs to change, and then treating her like a daughter, treating her like a child. You need to take responsibility. The only way we're going to get through this is for you having some discipline and respect. You have no discipline and respect. You give up so easily, right? These are all things that he said. These are quotes that I've written down. Only way to this is discipline and respect. You have no discipline and respect. I'm sorry. I'm exaggerating the tone, okay? You give up so easily. You have no discipline and respect. Oh, by the way, keeping a low tone.
Oh, see when you change the tone? You change the tone and said that's fine to say to somebody they have no discipline and
not
respect.
to a.
What if he's right? What if he is right though? What
Even
if
if he
doesn't
was,
have those things?
even if he's right, there's a better approach to this conversation, and layered on with other things like asking rhetorical, like how do you respect men? Right? A rhetorical question like that. This isn't a person trying to solve a problem. This is a person trying to demean and attack a partner. That's what it is. If you were to ask anybody that's effective.
Asking a question?
Are you a fucking retard?
How is that demeaning?
No. Hold on.
He's
Do you see?
saying-
Wait. Do you see what I just said there? Are you fucking retarded? Do you see I'm just asking a question? You understand I was very demeaning, right? To ask you that question, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you respect men? You understand that's like a very demeaning question. It's your wife of 9 years. Why are you
It's
asking
not
her?
a demeaning question.
Okay.
How is that demeaning? He's trying to establish he's trying to establish, Hillary, we agreed. They're both traditional Christian people, right? So he's saying you can't accuse her of like being a liberal and he's trying to conform her to his right-wing values, right?
I didn't say any of that.
Okay.
Even
but I'm
in
just saying
right-wing
that
relationships, even in the most conservative fuck relationships, no wife wants her husband saying things like, "You have no discipline and respect. You give up so easily. The only way through this is with discipline. You need to be worthy of being a wife. You need to do your wifely duties." My guess is that in 95% of conservative households, if a husband said some shit like, "You need to do your wifely duties," the wife would fucking kick his ass or leave. That's some wild shit to say to your wife.
Because most conservatives are fake. Yeah,
No,
that's right. They're fake.
even in a real conservative. What? You can't say that to your wife. You need to do your wifely duties. That's like some
You say that if
BDSM,
you're-
like that's like some sex role play. That's some insane shit to say. You need to do your wifely duties. That's wild to say to a mom in the house.
If she agreed to be a wife and have certain duties as a wife, why can't he say you should do those? If he was just drinking and not providing for his family or something and just lazing around, couldn't she say, "Well, you agreed to be the father of my kids and my husband. You're not doing what you agreed to do." Even if she got frustrated, would that be abusive for her to say, or wouldn't she be calling him out on something? I mean, she's not afraid of him. She's clearly like disrespecting him by saying like, Steven, I'm not talking to you. She's averse. You said it yourself. What if she's been averse for 9 years?
Maybe, but I haven't seen that. And generally, even though avoidant people can be abusive, I'm generally going to side with the avoidant person when I'm only given a small clip. Chances are, if she's trying to avoid the problem, it's because she feels very stressed, and she's got a lot of reasons to be. Obviously, we can see them protruding from her stomach, right? She's probably pretty stressed, and I think her trying to take space there is perfectly a-okay. Him pursuing that person, and that in the really derisive way that he's doing so, I would need a lot of background information to say like, I totally am 100% on his side for this. Now there could be a decent chunk of background information. Like I said, maybe she does only have 2 responsibilities in the household and she's fucking off and she's not doing anything, and I can understand his frustration. Even if I understood his frustration, though, 100%, what he's saying is still kind of abusive, and it's hard to imagine. Statistically speaking, I would take her side more than his without having any background information here.
But you've only defined what he said as abusive by his tone.
Tone can be abusive.
Okay, the content... First of all, their health conditions are equivalent. She's giving birth, he's having major surgery.
No,
okay,
he's not. I don't even know if he's having major surgery. I don't even know how much his... Okay.
He had chest surgery in June. Like after...
Okay,
after
but it's not like... We're not talking like open heart surgery here, okay? Like,
well, they put bars in his chest. I mean, that's pretty, and he had like his lung filled with fluid due to complications. It's pretty serious.
There were complications. That's pretty serious. I think giving birth to twins is also a pretty serious thing. Do you agree?
But you said she's stressed because of that. I'm saying he's equally stressed because of a major surgery.
She's stressed
and she's
because
giving birth in 2 months. He was getting his surgery quickly after that.
Wasn't she 8 months pregnant here? How long are these babies hanging out for? If she was 8 months pregnant here, isn't she giving birth in like a few weeks? A week or 2?
I mean, it was several weeks after his surgery, which is why he planned it before, so he could be there for the birth of his kids. But then there was the lung complication, so he couldn't be there.
Okay.
And they say he chose not to be there.
That's another part of... Oh, yeah. Okay, go ahead.
But you do agree... You do basically agree with me that... You do basically agree with me that it's... You agree with me that it's not abusive. You're only saying the tone. You're only saying the
tone can be abusive. I wish I lived in a world where tone didn't make you abusive, because then I would never be an abusive person. But like, tone can absolutely be the difference between delivering a message in a respectful, caring, and compassionate way versus just like taking your anger out on somebody. 100%.
Okay, but he's not taking... You said if me and you were arguing about something political, we could both get excited and angry. You can't express emotions with your wife of 9 years who's leaving you, but you can get excited and angry and aggressive in a debate? You trust that person more than anything else. Why is it abusive to express your emotions? I hear this all the time. People say that men expressing anger is abusive. It's not.
Comparing somebody expressing excitement or anger or whatever in a debate is different than being a condescending, derisive asshole to your wife. They're two different things. Like, it's a different context. It's a different... The problem that we're attacking is different. If we were having a debate over your personal lifestyle and I was shouting at you like this or whatever, then you could arguably say I am being abusive towards you.
Oh, you yelled at me about the cigarettes.
Yeah, but I didn't call you a worthless, disgusting piece of shit who wasn't living up to the duties of being like the daughter of your father or whatever. I wasn't going on it. I just think that smoking is disgusting. Which it is, by the way, and you should stop.
I'm going to have another one just because you said that.
Okay, well, listen, it's your body, okay?
Look, it's not good, but it's a stress thing, so.
How can you be addicted to cigarettes at 20 years old?
Look, there's been a lot of stuff going on in my life. I started smoking.
Can I just hear you? I just want to hear you understand this. It's not a stress thing. It's an addiction to nicotine thing, right? Like, I can get stressed, and there are a lot of people that get stressed and don't feel the need to smoke.
Yeah, I mean, I'm addicted to nicotine for sure, but I do think I could give it up if there was less stress in my life. I'm not really a smoker type. Like, my lungs are not holding up super well. But anyways.
How long have you been smoking for?
3 years.
Okay. If you're 20 years old and you've been smoking since you're 17, what else is the smoker type? Do you need a voice box? What makes you the smoker type?
Well, no, some people can handle it better than others. My lungs are very sensitive. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Well, it's just some people some people can smoke. Like my great grandpa smoked his entire life, and he lived till 95, and he was fine. But
Okay. Maybe he would have lived till 115. Maybe he lost 20 years of his life from smoking.
Maybe. But so you do basically agree with me that he's not abusive. You
No,
unless you
I don't
think
agree
that a
with you.
man
You're
gets-
saying that tone can't make you abusive. I don't agree with that. I think tone absolutely can make you abusive.
Fine, even if we agree that tone makes you abusive, getting
Okay.
angry with your wife because she's failing you is not abusive.
No, it wouldn't
That's
be
perfectly
abusive.
fine.
But attacking
Okay.
her constantly in the conversation and then using these kind of like snarky replies and snarky rhetorical questions and then acting like you're her father and saying that she lacks discipline and respect. And then, yeah, I would say that these things are probably abusive, yeah.
Would you say that a wife can fail her husband?
Of course.
Okay. So what if she's failing him? And what if he's saying, I want us to stay together?
He didn't say that, though. Did he? Did he say that?
Well, he says you give up so easily. You throw in the towel so easily. That's not him asking her to keep talking?
What if he's saying that while he's been abusive the whole time and she is giving up because he's abusive?
Well, but she's the one shutting down the conversation and he's the one who wants to talk.
Yeah, but
no?
she has a right to withdraw from the conversation if she feels like it's too heated right now, which it seems like it is.
So you're saying that a man getting angry is abusive?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Did I say that?
He's
Try again.
He does not say snarky things. He doesn't say
Really?
snarky things.
When he says,
No.
no. When he says, I ask you to take the dog out and you say, no. You don't think that sounds like snarky? He literally sounds like a dog when he says it. When he
It's not
says,
snarky, it's frustration. It's
when he
anger.
says,
Okay,
when he says,
next.
I don't love you, that's the big problem. That's not like a little bit snarky?
It's I don't think it's snarky. I don't think he's trying to win the argument. I think he's frustrated. I don't think it's snarky. Snarky would be like, well, guess what? I don't love you, so there, or something like that. Like he's saying, well, I love you because all you do is use love as a way to control me, as a way to say, shut up, Steven.
When you say things like, are you committed enough to do those things?
That's abusive to say to somebody? Are you committed enough? She's not doing them, right? She didn't feed the dog the medicine. There's some evidence that she isn't doing what he's asking her to do.
When he condescendingly asks, feeling some constraints?
How is it wrong to point out if somebody's leaving you right before they're getting served? How is that abusive? That's constraining him.
When he asks the question, how do you respect men?
Yeah, they're both traditional Christians. He's saying, all right, do you want to go over it? You're not treating me the way we agreed that we would treat, the way that you would treat, like you treat men as a traditional Christian.
When she's overstepping a little and he's saying, watch it, fucking watch it.
That's totally understandable. If I was married and I said to my husband, you're abusing me, you are abusing me, that would be crossing a line that is serious to cross. I'm not saying that he deserves to like hit me or something, but it's breaking the relationship, isn't it? To say like your abuse is sick. That's
What if she feels like he's
cutting off
being
the trust.
What if she feels like he's being abusive though?
Sorry.
You're okay.
What if she feels like he's being abusive?
Yeah. Wait, how do you get out of your room?
There's two doors. It's an old house.
Oh, because you have like your closet's like blocked off by that table in the background. I'm very confused by the arrangement of the door and the.
That's actually a door to the other room. There's 3 doors in here. It's kind of crazy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's an old colonial. Everybody went everywhere apparently. No privacy. Look,
Gotcha.
Destiny.
Yeah.
You basically agree with me. I can see you basically agree with me. Here's an idea. Okay, I will quit smoking forever if you agree to be my partner in this debate.
I'm not gonna take the negative on if Steven Crowder was abusive. There's no way.
Do it for my lungs. Come on. I'll give up smoking
This
forever.
request is abusive. I'll debate the other side of you if you want, but I'm not gonna fucking no. Even rhetorically, even as a fucking flex for debating, I wouldn't do it because people actually think that I'm glad you came on because people think I believe what you believe, which is fucking wild. Okay.
Come on, for my lungs, it's bad. I'm a smoker. I'll give it up. I promise you, forever. If you agree, you basically agree with me. Come on.
You're like this
We're
is
gonna
like this is like hostage taking. This is like I'm gonna do this or please help me with this. Or I'm gonna kill myself.
Nuance is okay. It's okay if we don't completely agree. The other side is going to be completely saying he's an abusive piece of shit, right? He's abusive, he's controlling, he's dominant, and she's brave for coming out. You basically agree with me. You're just saying his tone could have been better. Okay, fine. We can agree to disagree. Nuance is fine. Come on, you basically agree with me.
I don't basically agree with you. You saying it over and over again, trying to gaslight me, okay? And the thing of that is not gonna work, okay? I'll think about it. But right now I'm leaning like 99% towards no, okay? Even for you to stop smoking, okay? Listen, all right? Here's my personal advice I'm going to give you, okay? You need to change your whole outlook on this because you are on a one-way track towards the worst abusive relationship in your life, okay? Number one. Number two, because you're not going to listen to that advice, okay? Number two, please, for the love of God, okay? When you get older and you start talking to boys and having dates and sex and all that, use protection, okay? Because the first guy that you date, you're seeking out an abusive partner. I can tell. And if you get baby trapped, your life is fucked, okay? So wait a while, mature
I'll
a
keep
little
that
bit.
in mind.
Okay.
I don't believe in birth control, so I'm not going to do that, but thank you.
Okay. Then your life is. I'm watching a young person just fucking destroying themselves right now. Okay.
My life would be great. I mean, I don't agree with Steven Crowder politically. I think he's, he can be a bit of a douche, but I totally agree with him. I would be happy to be with a man who supports me, who's as rich as him, and who takes care of me like him. No problem.
Even if he was abusive?
Well, I mean, I don't think Steven Crowder's abusive at all, so if he was abusive, I wouldn't want to be with an abusive person, but I'd be happy to marry to a man like Steven Crowder.
Okay. Why?
I'll get in the Uber and I'll feed the dog its medicine.
Okay, just a random question. I don't know if I even want the answer to this. Why are you against birth control?
Well, I think sex should be pleasurable, and I don't believe in really having. It's also because I'm Catholic, but it's basically natural law. I don't believe in having sex with a plastic bag, which is basically what the guy's doing. I think it's emasculating for the guy. And if I was to go on birth control, then my sex drive would be lowered and it wouldn't be enjoyable, and I'd get all fat and tubby and everything. So.
What about like an IUD or something?
Yeah, that stuff messes with your. I don't want to be a walking chemical test tube where I'm like half pregnant all the time.
Bro, how many fucking chemicals are in the fucking cigarette you're smoking? What are you talking about?
Well, not that many. And the cigarette doesn't make me half pregnant all the time, so I avoid pregnancy.
It does make you pregnant. You're getting knocked up with fucking small cell fucking sarcoma or whatever the fuck. You're getting cancer, okay? It's the worst type of pregnancy. It's not even fun to deliver. You just die from it. Holy shit.
Oh, plenty of... Yeah, okay, yeah, fine, but... And doesn't my argument against birth control make sense, though?
No, it's one of the most retarded arguments I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
Well, no, I mean, you can use natural family planning, too. There's times when women don't get pregnant. They can't get pregnant. But, I mean, do you think men don't find it emasculating to have sex with a plastic bag?
It's probably more emasculating for the woman to roll over in the middle of the night and she's like, we need to talk. And the guy's like, what's up? And she's like, I'm pregnant. And you're like, fuck. And I already know you're probably against abortion, too, huh?
Yeah, I'm against abortion,
oh
but
my
I don't
God.
think you should make it illegal. I think it's basically like...
Yeah, but you're against it. You're a walking death trap to yourself, too. Holy shit.
So you like me?
Not in a plastic bag sense, maybe, okay? You have all the wrong opinions about everything. Holy shit.
Really?
How can you justify smoking cigarettes and not taking birth control?
Well, I mean, the effects of nicotine are it's a mild stimulant. Birth control is abuse of a woman's body. It messes with your hormones and everything. It tricks your body into thinking you're half pregnant so that, you can't get pregnant. That's an abuse, obviously. Right?
No.
You're not refuting what I'm saying. You're just laughing at me, which is abusive.
You're right. You're right.
Hold on.
You're right. I'm not responding to what you're saying, okay? First of all, there's nothing... There's not... Good. You go. Yeah, you're on a long list of women that claim to be, okay? So... There's nothing wrong with altering your body's hormones. There's a lot of things you can do, natural and unnatural, that will change your body's hormones, okay? If we want to change our hormones to effect some sort of end, like not getting fucking pregnant, that's probably an okay thing to do. There's probably pros to changing your hormones, and there's probably cons to changing your hormones, right? An older man going on TRT because he's got some issue with producing testosterone, probably not the worst thing in the world. An older woman who might be facing like an early menopause or having some other issue going on some form of HRT is probably not the worst thing in the world either. If you want to go on birth control and it helps your acne and it regulates your cycle and you don't get pregnant, that's probably not a bad reason to go on birth control. Just saying, well, let's change your hormones, so I think it's bad, is probably the dumbest reason not to be on birth control. Okay, there's my full.
Literally, the point of birth control for women is to trick your body into thinking that you're pregnant when you're not, so that you don't get pregnant.
So?
Well, obviously, so then you lose your sex drive because you lose.
You don't always lose. Why do you think you lose your sex drive? That's not even true.
most girls lose their sex drive. They also get fat, or at least
That's not necessarily
they gain
true
weight.
either. There's
Give me a break. There's totally a typical like birth control body. It's like sausagey, and the girl like isn't not really interested in sex.
Bro, where do you live? Have you seen Catholic women not on birth control in the South? They're the fattest sausagey motherfuckers in the world. If you were to kick one of these motherfuckers down the stairs, they would roll like a wheel. What are you talking about right now? Women on birth control are sausagey and fat. Go to fucking any college campus. You can see a lot of hot, young, fuckable, non-sausagey looking women that are all on fucking birth control. Whatever you're saying right now is just the least true fucking thing in the world. Some birth control might have an adverse impact on your sex drive. That's true. That's why there's lots of different birth controls. There's IUDs that have hormones. There's copper IUDs. There's different birth control pills that are high hormones and low hormones. There's tons of different things you can get. Some of these are even helpful for your cycle. You can't just hand wave it all away and go, oh, it's tricking your body and it makes you into a sausage. You know what else makes you into a sausage? You know what else makes you fucking huge? You know what else fucks your cycle up? Being fucking pregnant.
Well, nobody's perfect. I might not be able to be perfect, but I would like to have sex with somebody who loves me and with the end of having a kid, if possible.
Okay,
that
but
seems like the best type of sex to me.
yeah, but sometimes, believe it or not, you have sex with people before you're ready to have kids with them. Or are you an absent-only kind of person?
I believe in abstinence, but nobody's perfect. I don't know.
Okay, well, that's a very costly mistake, so just be careful if you fuck up,
It
I
would
guess.
be a mistake. Nobody's perfect. I'm not saying you can never use a condom ever. It might make sense, but I really feel like this has been an abusive conversation, so I think I'm gonna.
Okay, well, listen, if I'm sure we'll probably argue about stuff in the future. Just shoot me a message, okay?
No, Steven, seriously.
Yeah.
I'd like to not be on birth control, and I'd also like to not be on cigarettes. You care about me, right?
I'm not gonna be held emotionally hostage, okay? Even if you threaten to kill yourself, all right?
Please.
I'm gonna tell you to make sure that nobody's underneath the window when you jump. No, I'm not gonna.
Please,
No, I'm not gonna be emotionally gaslit like this. I'm too old for this. Okay? Maybe you would have caught me when I was 24. I would agree to this, but I'm 34. I'm older. I'm wiser.
We can come up with a debate topic that you agree with, like.
Okay, if you can do that, if you can find something we agree with, then sure.
Okay.
But it's not gonna be on something we don't agree with. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Okay. Have fun.
Thanks
Be
for
careful.
having me on. Seriously.
Yep.
This
No
is so
problem.
fun.
Where do you want
Bye.
to link your channel? Where can people find your insane shit at?
Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, on YouTube.
Grace Thorpe, aka Joan, on YouTube. Okay. Have fun. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Holy shit, Jesus Christ. Stream is super choppy all day today. Oh, the YouTube shit gets weird sometimes. I don't know why. But I don't think on Rumble it's like, I don't know why it's. How are we having kids smoking? Guys, what's happening here? Jesus Christ. Split VOD and make it more choppy for 15 minutes. Gotcha. Stop recording. Start recording. I like her. She has good energy. Okay, she does have good energy, but holy Christ! Why is everybody in my debate world like 20 years old? Not to knock on any young people. I love young people, okay? But why can't they just be like, oh, hey, I'm 32. Oh, cool. Oh, hey, I'm a little bit younger. I'm only 27. And I was like, okay, we can work with that. But it's not. It's like, hello. So, I just graduated from high school last year, and I'm excited to hop into debates about what I think good marriages should look like. Like, what the fuck? So I'm really excited because yesterday my boyfriend finally got his driver's license. Like, Jesus Christ. Would you call this abusive? They have real jobs and families? Fuck out of here. I know you old fucks in my chat don't have real jobs or families. What is this? Ben Thorpe, aka Abel, and Thorpe Autokos. What is this?
You know better than that.
I didn't know Joe was behind you.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. And
You didn't know. No, that's a lie.
Okay.
That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you.
Oh shit. Is she crazy?
Retard. You know better than that.
I didn't know Joe was behind me.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. And
You didn't know? No, that's a lie.
Okay.
That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you?
no, I can't see him. Look at the screen.
Turn your head around.
Oh my god!
He's right there. You saw him.
Grace,
I'm not saying
why?
it's a big deal, but I'm just saying that's a lie.
Grace, we gotta...
We don't really speak very highly.
Oh, Melina.
Time for the
Wait,
big-
stop!
We don't really.
It was a joke? Wait, was it a joke? Wait, are you sure?
Retard. You know better than that.
I didn't know Joe was behind me.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. And
You didn't know? No, that's a lie.
Okay.
That is a damn lie. You didn't know Joey was right there behind you?
no, I can't see him. Look at the screen.
Turn your head around.
Grace, it doesn't
He's
look
right
like you're
there.
joking. Is this your mom?
You saw him. I'm not saying it's a big deal, but I'm just saying that's a lie.
All the older people are creating media empires while you're in the trenches. True. She is not happy, Grace. This is a...
Joe? Yeah? Time to go to bed. Alright, just 1 second.
Okay, stop. Okay, Jesus. Okay. Oh my god. You're like a little psychopath. What happened to your scene? It scuffed his... Oh, it's because that was for StarCraft. It was for drama content. My mother was in on it, Limeo. Bro, I don't know if I believe you. Oh man. Where are we at? What are we doing today, guys? You need to stop smoking. Okay. More bank failures. Nice. Quick, relevant meme. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Okay. Give me a second. People are very mad about my hair, so I'm going to go brush my hair, okay? I'm feeling the pressure, guys. I think it's almost long enough to where when I cut it next, I think all the blue will finally be gone. I think? Almost. Be someone worthy of being our streamer? True. Jesus. Hey Destiny, video about you. It's content crooks. 3,000 subs. I'm good. Based. It's literally your brand now. You need to re-dye it. Ugh, we'll see. Maybe. Don't act like there weren't people smoking ear skull at age 12. There were like 1 or 2 really edgy kids, but no, that wasn't normal, dog. Damn, where the fuck do you think I'm from? Destiny, you're getting slandered.
Myrrh and oud. This is just one of the most delicious fragrances out there. When you wear this, girls literally want to lick you.
Jesus Christ. Why? What was that video about? Okay, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Give me 82 seconds. 1 second. Destiny, insane fucking lore drop. The dark. Oh my god, wait. Well, it's weird to watch this if Grace is like in chat. Wait, is she like. Wait, do you have like a YouTube famous family? What is this? The darkest family on YouTube. All right, this is good, guys. We're coming up on the next season of Good Orbiters. We're gonna have her debating Caranto soon. Okay, don't worry. Okay, season 9 is rolling around the corner. Hormaxer showing Grace Thorpe who her daddy is. What the fuck? Wait, is she like a? Go ahead and play it. No, hold on. I don't even know if What is this? Is she like a Discord debater, like a famous Discord person? Kind of like the Mr. Batman and who's the other crazy presuppositionalist guy? Not that she is a presuppositionalist. Watch it, don't watch it.
Ben Thorpe is a 51-year-old
No,
man who
I'm not
hails
watching videos about her family. What, or am I? God damn it. Do we need to save Grace from these people? I need to go do it. Hold on, give me a minute. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ, guys. This is too much. Holy fuck.
Discuss deepfakes porn. How it affects victims, women as opposed to men. Does it cause suicidal thoughts? Is Vegan Games correct about deepfake porn? Does it matter who the deepfake victim is shown having sex with? Does the level of realism matter? Love this talk. Just wanted to hop in and say my somewhat selfish piece as a younger member of your audience. I really appreciate your advice, as scarce as it is. You once told us the basics to socialize. I used those and formed my first friendships, THX. No comment. Continuation. Oh, forgot to say. Not only first friends, but also girlfriend. And friends to gossip with about our love life. Smiley face. It's kind of funny how this den of 20-something loners helped me realize my own extroversion. Truly, thank you, Destiny. Peace. At least when you cry, you relieve stress. That's already an advantage. Lil bro started negging before he said hello. If I'm toxic in Dota, am I a bad person? Don't answer this cause I know the answer is no. Kappa Ross. This all from someone who hasn't had a serious relationship.
All right, what is this? I'm watching. We'll watch this one video, okay? Jesus Christ.
I can be this girl's Crowder. And crowd that pussy Kumar. I can be this girl's Crowder. And crowd.
Jesus.
lick panties on YouTube. It's humiliating.
Lick panties.
No, this is weird. Wait, is this one weird? Don't watch it on your main monitor. Well, it's on YouTube, so it should be safe, right? This is super weird. Okay, never mind. Damn.
It's breathtaking. When you see sand here, imagine water. If you dive in, you can't reach the bottom.
You dive in.
Yes, it's called swimming.
I don't believe you.
In the shadows of Arrakis lie many secrets. But the darkest of them all may remain. The end of House Atreides.
Your father didn't believe in revenge.
What if Paul Atreides were still alive?
Have you ever had a dream about your first ride?
Wait, hold on. Oh, my Google Drive thing is almost done uploading. Hold on, sorry. Actually, fuck you. Just go watch the trailer on your own fucking time. Fuck you.
Don't try to impress anyone. You're brave, we all know that. Be simple. Be direct. Nothing fancy.
I understand.
Wait, this is copyright? I can't watch a fucking trailer? Why do they auto-copyright this? Wouldn't they want people watching their fucking dumbass trailer? Wow, cool. But also I don't care. Cringe. Why would I don't care about this either.
Can you believe this place? The money they've spent?
Either this or give it to the feds in the asset seizure.
How was she so bad at Summertime Point? I needed the Just Pearly things on Twitter is like just absolutely fucking. She's one of the dumbest tweeters I've ever seen in my entire life. Why does she call me? Why does she keep calling me a reaction channel? Isn't she literally a reaction channel? I don't understand. Is this like the new red pill attack on people? I don't know why she keeps calling me a reaction channel. I'm pretty sure like more than half the content they do is like reacting to things, isn't it? Like outside of her, I thought that she has her show. She might do a couple shows, and then everything else is usually her sitting reacting to a video. I don't know how to find the fucking normal videos on her channel. This is like all cut up from like one thing, past live streams.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just.
So this is like a reaction. What is this? I think this might be a show.
Welcome to the Just.
Okay. This is a show. This is another show she's on. This is a reaction.
Guys, well, Just. He had like lung cancer.
Okay. She does do a lot of shows, to be fair. I don't know how to figure out how many reactions she does. I don't know how to sort through the new YouTube shit. I feel like a fucking retard. Like, what when this says popular videos and this says videos, what's the difference between these two things? She literally got her start reacting to music videos. Yeah, I don't... Or, like, if I click, like, videos here, is it the same thing as clicking videos up here? You did a reaction episode with her? I think I did 3 reactions while I was there, yeah. Click the videos tab. Will this show me live streams? Because, like, when I click on this videos, that seems like it's different than Women are too fat nowadays and they don't care. What is this? Read all the tabs at the top, retard. Don't call me that.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Just Pearly Things YouTube channel, and welcome to Morning Coffee Thoughts. Before I start, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. That way you're going to be notified of my daily videos. Today, I want to talk about why it's selfish to be a whale. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Now, before I start, I want to talk about a story that's a little bit more near and dear to my heart. My mother. Now, I don't always talk about my mom on the channel, but I'll tell you this. My mom was a whale at one point. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir, she was. And my mom, she was pretty dang fat when I was younger. Like, basically, she had 7 kids, and she just said she gained 10 pounds with each kid. Before you know it, 70 pounds. My mom's whaling it. And my mom said that she wanted to lose weight for my father. And like one day, he had a trip to India, and she came back, and she was like 30, 40 pounds heavier. Or not heavier, lighter. She was lighter. My dad was a happy man. But let me tell you the repercussions of my mom being a bigger woman. When my mother was, because I think she was big till I was like maybe 10, roughly, maybe a little. Yeah, she had my last sister when I was 10. I think she lost the weight a little, something like 8 to 10. But the problem was before that, because my mom had a bad sugar habit, then all of us got a bad sugar habit. And it's especially prevalent in my oldest sibling. We all love sugar. We could just eat sugar all day. Why? My mom used to feed me Pop-Tarts. And so my mom's bad habit transferred to me. And now I had a bad habit that I still fight with to this day. I still have that habit. And therefore, my mom not killing that habit transferred onto her children. And now it's her children's problem. Now I'm old enough that it's my own.
Okay, I don't know how I'm this. What do you think Pearl Squad is? I don't know.
This person wants to debate you. The turf person. Femoid? That's not me being sexist. That's her name. The turf person. Yes, it's the deeply mentally ill woman you disagree with. Or deeply mentally ill woman you disagree with. That's loud.
This is actually unironically a good point. Parents owe their children. Yeah, they do. It's just her Twitter stream is like a constant feed of like anti-woman vitriol. Like that's literally all she tweets constantly. Oh, reaction channels are fake news. Like every single thing. This is the heart of what's wrong. Men's hardships cannot even be discussed without being framed in terms of how women might be affected. Is there a way where I can just see her tweet? Why is it so hard for me to navigate the internet? Spoken to divorce attorneys about this. They typically will not advise men to fight for custody because the odds are so grim of winning. Man will deplete his entire life savings with a faith shot at custody. Right, it's almost like you can't learn everything from stats. You should almost sit down with lawyers, judges, men, women, and all the people involved. Educating men about the very real risk of divorce is not fear-mongering. If you buy a car, don't you want to know what is and isn't under warranty? You cannot deny that men are discriminated against when it comes to getting access to their children. The gut reaction is to defend women. Why are you fear-mongering? Women have it hard too. Not all women are like that. I have listened to men cry about having their kids taken from them. Men speak to me about wanting to kill themselves or not being able to see their children. Why can't we speak about men's issues without making about women? Child support and child custody system actively discriminates against men. Child support, alimony, primary custody. Is life better only seeing your child every other week? This is within 7 hours, by the way. We haven't even gone through 1 day's worth of tweets. It's just like constantly, like just. I say women can get screwed over in divorce as well. Men tend to gain value say age, though not necessarily true for women. She says, so now the guy has to pay her because she aged? LOL. Maybe that would be incentive to, I don't know, not leave your husband. Twitter is so shit. Pressing remorse should take you to a new page. I don't know. Is it in a woman's nature to leave that man if she can find someone who's more good looking, rich, or charismatic? I mean, don't women do that anyways? Oh my God. I don't make excuses for men who cheat. I think it's in a man's nature to sleep with multiple people more so than women. I think men who get the opportunity to are more likely to do it too. I think as a woman, you should still attempt to keep your family together even if he cheats because the kid's feelings are more important than yours. Like every single thing she tweets is just like the most autistic, pick-me, like disgusting, like anti-fucking, like woman shit. Like every single tweet, every single one. We're on May 2nd. This is just yesterday. Destiny, it seems you're fighting against a bot. I mean, literally someone else is tweeting constantly. Yeah, I don't even think it's her. I have to stop. Like I said, I need to stop engaging. I am getting baited. Her and Rolo. I already blocked Rolo on Twitter. I should just block her. There's literally no point. Women as a whole have implemented policies that have destroyed the family structure, which has in turn destroyed society. She's trying to inherit the legacy of Kevin Samuels? Yeah, I guess. Oh, wait, what? Hold on, is this real? Man murdered for reacting to alleged suspect's Facebook photo with a laughing emoji. What's funny? Trying to get some bread, huh? Oh shit, I don't know. You the one on my dock. Nah, you always on some funny shit. The fuck you even react to my shit for anyways? I'm ready though. Live debate. Who's to blame for cheating? Oh boy. Spoiler alert. I wonder if it's all women. Pro reacts to why avoiding marriage is not enough. Oh, you need to avoid relationships too? God, these people must be so fucking miserable. Oh, they are miserable. They're all like single or like fucking hate each other. Yes, yeah. Wasn't Kevin kind of at least bound to reality when it came to his critique of women? It would always be like single mother of two getting a reality check. No, that is true. He would be, Kevin Samuels, from what I saw, even though a lot of black women fucking hated him, was at least relatively grounded in reality. These people are just like in total like fucking fantasy land. There are amazing wives and mothers out there who would never in a million years think of divorcing or leaving their husbands. I just don't like that, like the way that they present divorce is that women are just these evil, malevolent creatures roaming the planet looking to entrap men in these horrible marriages that they can fucking divorce them into. Like it's so absolutely fucking cringe. And it's so cringe too because every time I'm on these shows, they will admit over and over again, single fathers are okay, single mothers, fun use only, single mothers avoid, never get with a single mother, never get with a single. But then when you come and you see them on their Twitter feeds, it's like, oh, single moms literally have it made. They get alimony, they get child support, they have the whole world open to them, they have no negative repercussions, they fucking, like, Jesus. You probably hire someone to constantly tweet, just someone hired from India? Actually, probably, yeah. Maybe, actually. That's true, it could be. Jesus. Christ. Holy shit. What is this?
Check this out. They got.
Can you believe this place? The money they've spent?
It's either this or give it to the feds and the asset sees you.
Check this out. They got a whole seafood station over there.
Oh, you're not hungry, sweetie?
I don't eat fish. The toxins.
Pinot Gris for the missus. Rum and Coke for the kids.
Thank you.
And a club soda for the convalescent.
Thank you, sir.
Oh. Hey.
True.
I do think that's, I don't know.
I told her this morning sincerely that I wanted to kill her and I wanted to punch my fist through her fucking face, through her fucking stupid brain and out the back of her skull.
Nice.
Instead of leaving, she stayed and got really physically close to me while claiming, right? What the fuck is wrong with someone who does that? They don't care about living or dying. All they care about is maximizing the chaos that they're creating for you. I meant it, and she knows I meant it. She knows I meant what I was saying. I want to finish my thing about going up there, punching his fucking knee so many times that the bottom half of his faggot fucking leg.
Whoa! Bro, it's 2023. Okay, wait. Okay. Or, I'm sorry, but I'm about to nuke with boring content because we have to finish that self-defense paper, and then I want to argue with Pisco. Before I nuke you all and you go are scattered to the winds, can I ask? Okay, I have a question, okay? For my gun people, the 7 of you. Okay, I bought sights for my, I bought sights for my SIG, okay? What I'm trying to find out is, what the fuck kind of torque hex wrench or whatever, what do I need to remove this fucking plate? Because the thing that came with the sights didn't work. I bought like a whole adjustable set and that didn't work. I thought I read online that 2mm would work. What do I need to remove this plate, the built-in sights? Can somebody please tell me? Is there anybody that knows? This is an SAS P365. Better photo? No, you either know or you don't know. You're not gonna know from fucking looking at it. Just take it to a shop? Read the manual? I mean, I don't even know if this manual will tell me what tool I need. Is this really going to tell me how to disassemble exactly like the... I bet ChatGPT would know. Wicked Demiurge, Military Duder. Destiny, I'm looking through it myself now. Oh, thanks. I thought I read in a video that a 2mm hex thing would do it, but it's a little bit too big, and the 1.5mm thing I have is too small. So I don't know if it's some weird exotic fucking bullshit ass fucking measurement or... Ask her. Bro, what? what is happening?
Yeah.
This is definitely a fetish, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Is that a BB gun?
Grace, can I nail something real quick?
This person is insane. What is happening? To remove the sight plates, you'll need a 3 divided by 32-inch punch tool. What is that? What even is that? 3 32-inch? SIG Talk Forum said most people have had to send it to SIG to remove. I suggest calling their customer service. Bro, seriously? Page 83 in the manual. 564 hex. Wait, page... Bro, my manual doesn't have 83. Oh, yeah, it does. This is not page 83 in my manual. Wait, link the manual again? Page 52. It has to be the SAS version. Oh, installing red dot optic. Use a 5 divided by 64-inch hex wrench to remove the sight plate screws. Wait, this doesn't look like the SAS version, unless this would work for that as well. Maybe would they use the same screws? They probably would, right? 5 to 65. What is this cringe ass fucking bullshit? Or 564. So I need this shit? Destiny Discord. What's up, babe?
So what are you trying to do?
I bought a red dot sight for my little P365, but
Yeah.
What?
Which one?
I don't fucking know.
Hopefully it's an RMRCC. That's the best one. Or that's my preference at least.
Did I get the worst one? Hold on.
I don't know. Chat, he's about to be mad because he doesn't know. He can't, like, you can get a mounting plate to put it on there, but realistically speaking, the best way to do what he wants to do is he's going to have to fucking get his slide milled.
Somebody recommended the Romeo Zero.
Whatever, it's fine. All right, so you want to put that on your gun. You want me to tell you what you have to do?
Don't say send it into SIG to get it removed.
What? No.
Oh, what?
You have two options.
Okay.
Which one do you want? Do you want to be able to go back to what you have or not?
Probably go back to what I have if I need to.
Okay. Google SIG P365 optics mounting plates.
Why can't I just remove what's there and then put it back?
Are you listening to me? Google what I just said.
Okay. P365 SIG mounting plate?
Optics mounting plate. For sure.
Optics mounting plate. This thing?
I don't know. I'd have to wait for your stream to catch up.
Is this the one that you have?
I don't have optic on my gun. I don't need
No,
it.
do you have you've got the 365, the normal one, right?
No, I have a SAS.
Oh, you have the
No, probably not that one. Hold on, I'll link it for you, I guess. So there's two options. You can either so this is the one right here. Where are you? That. So either your yeah. So you can get that, and then that's what I was looking for the RMRCC.
Why the fuck do I need this whole thing?
Well, they screw in to the gun.
Oh, without me having to unscrew anything?
Why is this guy going fucking nuts? T-shirt ninja, Dan, you suck ass, Dan, you are wrong. There you go, bro. Fucking scream into the nether.
Destiny, seriously, that Grace girl openly said she's in an incestual relationship with her abusive dad. What the fuck, guys?
Look, I'll grant him this. He's staying banned though. I have no idea if the SIG specific optic maybe mounts up if you remove the bullseye sight that's in it. I have no idea. Maybe it's possible. I think that's probably. I don't know, but you can remove it. I have all the tools to remove it if you need. Don't buy anything. I'll help you do it. So.
Oh my. Okay, I just want to buy the wrench. Do you think you have the wrench?
Yes, I have it.
Wait, you have the 5/64th inch power T, or you got a 5/64th inch one?
I definitely have. I 100% have every tool you need to disassemble this.
Oh shit!
Without a doubt.
Oh, but I can't.
Hold on, I have something going on in Rust real quick. I'll be right back.
I don't have my car right now, so I can't even drive over. Thanks, so I'm not gonna have it till the 5th. Wait, people are saying it's not. It's a Torx wrench. Did I buy the wrong shit? It's not Hex, it's Torx? What the fuck is the difference? 560 Hex versus Torx wrench. Why are there so many? Why the fuck can't we just use like fucking Flathead or Phillips on everything? Why is there like 50 million? Torx keys are used to turn screws bolts with a 6-point star-shaped end. Oh, so this whole box of wrenches I just bought was fucking worthless. Oh, I feel boxed in. Torx is a star, not a hexagon? Well, wait. Who linked me the picture? Did I just look at that on my stream, or did I look at that on... Was it over here I looked at it? Wait, so what do I need for this? Is this hex or torques? This guy's talking about taking the gun apart and adding sights. That's torques. Oh my god.
Have, you know, like a little bit better quality drivers, like for example this Weehaw, it's got way less, so it fits the actual head of the screw a little bit better. So that's just something to consider, guys. But again, official word from SIG is you're gonna need a T8 drive. Now, you can go out and find these kits. These are like 10 bucks. If you wanna invest in a good set of drivers, you can find these, which come in an entire set on Amazon for right around like 25, 30 bucks. But these are fantastic, especially if you're gonna be working on your own stuff, guys. Better quality tools are always a good thing. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna grab our T8 and we're gonna go ahead and remove these screws. Now, sometimes these screws can be extremely tight, and that's the reason why is because SIG has used various types of Loctite over the years, and one of the things we found is that some of the variations that they've used lock these screws in there really, really hard. I've actually broken some of these cheaper bits trying to remove those screws.
Jesus.
And so what we found is the best way to actually get those to loosen up, if you're trying to loosen them and you're just finding out they're locked in, they're really tight, is if you have something like a wood burner or you have a soldering iron, basically take that guy, turn it on, and then hold it on top of the screw head and let that kind of sit there for a while and heat that screw up. And then what that does is it breaks down the Loctite. It helps loosen it up so that way you can actually get that screw out of there. Some guys will use like a pencil torch, but the only thing I'd caution you guys against on that is that there is some plastic up here. And if you get that too hot, what can happen is you can actually warp the sight and then ruin it. And these things aren't cheap. So I think if you were to order them from Reprolite, I want to say they're over $100 for a replacement one of these. So definitely something you want to try and avoid if you can. That's why we recommend using something like a wood burner or a soldering iron, because it keeps the heat localized to the actual screw itself. These ones have been removed several times, so that's the reason why I'm not really bothering to do that here. So anyways, we'll grab our T8 drive and we'll go ahead and take those screws and back those out. And I'm just gonna set those off to the side here. And then once you get those out of there, the sight just basically falls out. So you can kind of take your slide, tip it over, and there it is. Now, one of the things you'll notice is whenever you pull that sight off for the first time, there's probably gonna be a lot of smuts under here. One of the biggest things we're concerned about or we're worried about is oil, because we don't want any type of oil contaminating the thread locker we're gonna put inside of that. So one of the things I highly recommend you guys do is you take a cotton swab and some rubbing alcohol. Okay, I happen to have some that's in a spray bottle here, so I'm just gonna kind of spray a little bit of that on that and basically just clean out that pocket. Okay. Sometimes you may need to use something like a razor blade or something like that to scrape off any residual Loctite that may have crept under the sight at the factory. But either way, you want to make sure this pocket is as good and clean as possible. So I'm just kind of using that to work around. And if you take a look, that pocket basically now is all clean and dry, and that's really what we're after. If you want to clean down inside of the threads, what you can do is you can kind of roll the Q-tip a little bit and then just kind of use that to get down inside of there to get out any oil that may have crept down inside that pocket, which usually if you're taking the side off for the first time, guys, we find that's not really a big deal, but it is something to be aware of. So now that we've got the pocket kind of cleaned off, what we want to do is we want to take our plate and kind of check it to see how it fits inside the pocket. Now, this one happens to fit exactly how we want it. Okay, there's really...
Okay, this is, okay, they'll do, when I go shooting with Dan next, I'm just going to hope they can do this at whatever shop we go to. Jesus. Or maybe I'll just try to shoot. Well, no, I already bought the red dot sight. I was excited to have a gun with a red dot sight, and now I feel like I'm never going to put it on.
It's like you came back and you were a pawn in some game of 4D chess, and I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. Brief update, I am healed from Creator Clash 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor, and I have respect for all the other fighters on the Creator Clash card. And thank you to all the fans who came. It was an amazing event. I'm very happy, very emotional. Awesome experience. I'll never forget it. Having said all that, you guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice. And that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right? The event is now over with. I can risk it, you know? I can air my grievances and we can see where it goes. I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator. My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is the videos I make, I mean, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at, so none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or
holy shit! Give me the juice.
You know, I'm misleading you in any way.
Mailing your slide costs about $100. You can mail it out. A lot of online. Bro, I don't want to fucking mail my shit. I just want to put a sick ass little red dot on my fucking handgun, my itty bitty handgun, so that if I'm ever in a public situation and somebody starts shit, I can slide out my itty bitty P365. Assuming I'm not carrying my MVP shield that day, my little itty bitty SAS P365, my little SAS red dot sight equipped. Boom, boom, boom. 10 shots, every single one, right to the dome. Okay, because my beautiful red dot is guiding every single bullet right into that motherfucker's head. Okay, that's all I wanted. Okay.
Way. I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made. You know, despite many people being entertained by it, you know, I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons or you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you. With some good can come a lot of bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad, and you know, at the bare minimum,
Why not get a laser point sight? Why the fuck would you? Why would I get a laser point sight? What would ever be the purpose of that?
Just put a lot of negativity out there in the world, and I'm working on not doing that. I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video. I think there's a lot of content from over the years and some behind the scenes.
Please,
that I'd love to share
get to the
with you
point.
guys. I think it would give clarity to where I'm at. But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is, and the focus is kicking Froggy Fresh from the Creator Clash card. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. And you know, for anyone who's been following the story, that's fairly obvious. Froggy has explained his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans or that it's about Anissa's mom.
Dan was wrong and dumb. It mounts directly to the slide. Please unban. I know it mounts it, but I have to remove the built-in sights first, okay?
And that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anissa. Bitch. Ho. Fucking Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat she is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth.
That's like
I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like it's the Anissa Joma hole stretcher. I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity. Yeah. Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this
Jesus.
guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, not want to associate with him in any way. We did ban Sam from the first event, so it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this. I don't like him. And Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him. Of course, that's why he was banned. None of this is like news to Froggy. Froggy knew all of this going into it.
Wait, hold on. Troll, big troll, guys, just trolling.
Has been like reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process. He hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit.
True.
I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Damn.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Damn.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Damn.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real, like, these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event itself.
This is really like the patty cake league for like social media boxing. You know?
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like, everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos, titty or pussy.
To be honest, I thought it was quite the gift to you that we'd kick you off the card. You have no more obligations, and you can immediately just pivot into boxing for misfits. It's like, that's the culture that you want. You want the non-sissy, you want the macho dude traditional boxing culture, so go over there and box for them. You don't even have to miss that many months of training. You've been training. So hop on one of those cards.
Wait, what is this? Is this any different to how Milo should talk to your wife and you don't want to share stage with him? Seems reasonable for Ian to me. I think it's reasonable for Ian to want to avoid.
By the way,
Probably. Did I ever say it wasn't?
and by the way, this is a little bit in response to Sam Hyde. I know he kind of went on a rant the other day with his fish tank thing, and I like Sam Hyde. I support him. He's a huge influence on me. But it's honestly, it's very sad for me to see that. And don't get me wrong, I get it. Like, I absolutely understand it. But I saw a clip the other day where somebody super chatted his stream and they said, hey, Sam, are you going to be a free speech absolutist, or are there going to be rules with the text-to-speech on Fish Tank? And Sam got real mad and said, you're hurting yourself. Basically, you got to pick your battles. You know, I'm not going to go out and sabotage myself with this. And you know, it's tough for me because I kind of see both sides of it. I really do. But I just remember the stuff that I loved him for years ago, which is $1 Million Extreme, which I thought was so bold and so different and so meaningful and so important in history of ideas. Think about me. I'm such an influential figure, and I was in a way created by that art. And the idea that he would not make things like that anymore and make this content that
Okay.
But unfortunately, Froggy doesn't want to hop on one of those cards because he thinks the skill level is too high.
Personally, in my opinion, I think the talent at Misfits and Happy Punch is in a different league that is out of my league.
Footwork is amazing.
Out the sand lot and I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing.
And then right here, he's down. You stop. I mean,
Jesus.
come on. It turns quickly from boxing to assault.
Just fight someone who's weaker than you.
So I'm done with boxing. I can fulfill my current obligations. If for some reason Creator Clash changed their mind, I could fulfill my current obligations. I'm not interested in going further in any other boxing.
It's such a fucking cop-out that you're like, all right, I'm such a victim for getting kicked off the Creator Clash event when I knew what would get me kicked off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal breaker for you, so I guess I'll look past it. It came to the point where I was like, can you postpone releasing content with Sam Hyde?
Look, you know me and Sam don't get along. You know, we put a lot of time and energy in this Creator Clash thing. I don't want it to be about Sam Hyde, so just don't let it hurt the event, all right? Go train with him, have fun, but don't let it hurt the event. Don't make it about Sam Hyde. That's what I would have said to you if I was iDubbbz.
Right, and guess what? Like, I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
If you don't know who Sam Hyde is, he's, whether or not you love him or hate him, you have to recognize him as he's the most talented comedian alive. He's the most talented comedian of our generation.
Glazing.
He's gonna probably be the greatest comedian of all time.
Glazing.
He's a genius.
This has to be a joke, right?
I got a chance to go out there and train with him. He welcomed me into his environment. He paid people to train me.
I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that, because I don't think that's appropriate. I was like,
he didn't think it was appropriate. I do not think that that is appropriate. Do you think it's appropriate that, I don't know, 30-something-year-old man is publicly calling my wife a whore and a slut?
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this has got a separate Etsy page where she sells her pussy.
Yoko Ono was too concussed to fight in Creator Clash for the second year in a row.
Life is so easy for a certain gender. All you have to do is say that my uterus hurts. What did she say this time? Her uterus hurts? Or uterus fell out?
Had another concussion.
Probably your uterus fell out from getting blown out so much by toys.
Is that appropriate, Froggy? Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, you don't think it's appropriate that I set boundaries. I don't think it's appropriate that you are hanging out with a guy who doesn't think women are people. Like, I don't think that's appropriate.
I was like, I don't think you should be telling me when I can't release content. Like, this is my career. It's what I do for a living.
But you complied with it, right?
But I was going to anyways. But I didn't like people telling me that. I thought that was out of line.
I don't know why he's saying that he was planning on waiting to post Sam Hyde content. We have the Twitter timeline of him nonstop posting Sam Hyde content. It's fucking weird. I don't know if he thought it was like a loophole to post on Twitter about Sam Hyde. So I think in his head he was like, I was gonna wait to post Sam Hyde content. Parentheses, YouTube video.
I think like Sam Hyde trying to sneak into iDubbbz events and fuck with the events, in my opinion, is funny. However, I also can understand iDubbbz not wanting Sam Hyde there and wanting to kick him out from the events and not wanting to do them. Like, both things can be true at the same time, right?
Like, cause like it's not my problem that you have personal beef with the greatest comedian in the world. If I go to Providence,
how am I the simp? How am I the simp? I want to know. Is it because it's a woman? It's because it's a woman, isn't it? It's okay to simp for a big gross dude. It's okay. It's understandable. He's big and he's gross. As soon as you simp for someone who's literally your partner, your life partner.
How does that justify kicking Froggy? What do you mean? He asked him not to do any content with him, which is a fair ask. And then the guy is training with him, doing content with him, posting shit about him, all while Sam Hyde is shit talking his wife. Like, that's like a find out and get fucked. Like, or fuck around and find out. Well, like, I mean, like, what do you... He found out and he got fucked. I mean, like, what do you expect? Like, if I was contracted to do this and I start teaming up with a guy that starts shitting on the organizer's wife, like, yeah, I'm probably gonna get kicked out. Like, that seems like it's pretty obvious, no?
Kind of gay.
if I go to Providence, Rhode Island, and get an opportunity to work with him, that should be my option to when I release that content. And it's got nothing to do with you. Not everything that people do with Sam Hyde involves iDubbbz, and I think that he misinterprets that.
We're not talking about people. We're talking about what you do with Sam Hyde, because you're in my event. I wish there were many layers of separation so I really could be that disconnected. Unfortunately, I have to be around you. You have to fight at my event. I have to share the same space as you know, in the parties, at the event itself, and I don't want to do that. I have no interest in sharing that space with you.
So for him to tell me, hey, could you wait until after the event to release that? In my mind, I'm thinking, I mean, I could, but it's weird for you to tell me to do that because it's got nothing to do with you.
Another thing that contributed to Froggy getting kicked was that he tweeted at Nathan Barnett, aka Dad. He said, "Dude, I tried hyping you up at Denny's when we ate dinner, and they said they weren't fucking with you and that you were going to lose to AB. They don't even like you." This is one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, so you basically don't have any good intent.
I'm saying a lot of apologia for this Froggy retard in chat from people who definitely sucked Dicey's dick when he said he would never talk to Milo again for loving his wife and kids. Well, I think you're reading into it way too much. I think it comes down to this. For most people's brains, Sam Hyde is funny and him trolling iDubbbz is funny and nothing else matters. That's literally all people think. And which, by the way, I think both those statements are true. Sam Hyde is funny and him trolling iDubbbz is funny. However, iDubbbz has every right to want to have absolutely nothing to do with Sam Hyde. He's totally within his right for that. So
here, you are just like you don't like us. Like, I'm not here to play with people and give them warnings. Like, we're all adults on the card. I'm not going to give you a warning. Actually, no, I will give you a warning if I think you have good intentions. The problem is when you tweet shit out like this and you have the text message exchange that Froggy had with me, I don't think you have good intentions. You're like trying to like ruin a relationship between...
Honest question, we find it funny if someone was saying that about Melina? No, I already have a policy. I don't do content with people that shit talk my wife. I think it's fucking weird as fuck. So I don't. That's like my rule.
Me and one of my friends. Froggy deleted that tweet, and I don't think he deleted it because he felt differently. I think he deleted it because he knew that it could potentially get him kicked from the event and would also make him look like an asshole. But he basically reiterated that same thing in a Twitter space.
When I was at fucking Denny's, I was all like telling them, yo, Dad's a fucking savage. And they're all like, no, Dad doesn't spar with high-level fucking competition. He's going to lose to AB. And I'm thinking, these motherfuckers are...
So who said that? Who said that?
Fucking Ian and Anissa. Like, that's the way these motherfuckers are. And then they got Dad, like, riding for them. They don't even... And if, like, I wouldn't be like this, but if everybody's going to keep calling me out, like, I'm the fucking person that's fucking shit up, like, that Dad's out here riding for them. They're all like, they don't even fucking give a fuck about him.
And in
I think people side with Hyde because they feel like iDubbbz is a hypocrite. No, there's a few things going on here. And I think this is 95% of it. And I think anything else is a cope, okay? People like Sam Hyde because he's funny. People like Sam Hyde trolling iDubbbz because he's funny. Those two things are true. And there's a third thing. iDubbbz initially got famous on the internet for being quite edgy. iDubbbz used to be incredibly edgy. And I think a lot of iDubbbz's old audience doesn't like that he's kind of like... I don't want to say matured past that, but he's gotten older and now he's kind of like past all of the ultra edgy shit. So a lot of his older audience is very, very, very resentful of that and doesn't like the new iDubbbz. And for a fourth thing, Anicia is very easy to attack because she does OnlyFans. So they can call him a cuck and all that shit because he's got a wife that is on OnlyFans too. So like if that's like the perfect combination of shit for like everybody to shit on him till the end of time. What's up, Danny Dan?
I just wanted to proclaim that I was indeed right. You do need to buy an optics plate. So
wait, for my site? No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, bet me money.
$10.
Let's do. We're both well off. How about next dinner paid by the winner?
Hold on, let me check.
No. You're such a fucking weasel. That guy who said that I was wrong, he was wrong. And he said, Dan, I was wrong. You're right. You are indeed always right, even when you're wrong. But you were right.
Okay, here's how... I don't know who would be right or wrong. Are you looking at my stream?
Yeah, it's me. I'm right.
Well, this is the optic, okay?
I don't even need to look at it. I know you need a optics mounting plate.
Well, but it comes with a plate, I think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. If this
is... try it.
Well, I can't because I can't take off the built-in sights.
Okay, so we'll wait until you're here, and I have all the tools to take it off. I can collect then.
How far is the walk to your house? I want to do it now.
A walk to my house? It's a drive to my house.
Maybe for you, but I'm an expert walker and bike renter now, so...
Cringe. Well, bring it all over here then. You have your car back?
No, if I had my fucking car, I wouldn't be talking about walking or biking. Don't do it, Dan! Don't do it!
Why can I not? Why can I not even laugh?
Don't you dare!
Laugh!
Don't you dare!
You son of a bitch! You two-faced bastard!
You fucking
laugh
piece
at
of
me?
shit! I can't
you
believe.
Laugh at me, and I can't laugh at you.
I can't believe you almost misspoke me. You motherfucker!
You know it doesn't count.
I'm gonna
because
destroy you.
You don't say the words. You don't say the words. He misspoke, but I hear the little subtle laughing and cracking up, and you fucking like trying not to laugh and all that shit. That's the same. Okay, the fact that you're doing that's just as bad, okay? So don't feel like I can't go ahead and return that favor with you. Well, bike over here. Biking you can do. You'll get a little bit of exercise. And then we can do a stream installing it.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see how far you are from me. What's your address again? Just say it out loud.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a...
That'd be quite the bike ride.
I mean, realistically, it's not, but...
I don't know what I can bike ride to anymore.
Well, anything in Miami Beach is flat, so it's all easy.
Well, that's what I thought. So I rode a bike like a week ago to Big Pink, which is like 2 miles away from me. And it wasn't a problem. But then I tried to ride a bike with Melina and her dad like 2 nights ago, and I was dead on the first street. So I don't know if it was because I don't know what happened. Maybe because I did legs that day and it carried over. So now I'm scared to get on a bike again, because what if I get tired immediately and I'm like a fucking loser?
Could it be the humidity had an effect of that? It was like an especially humid
No, my
day?
quads were on fire.
Oh. Well, you could just take an Uber. That is a possibility.
Oh, true. Do you,
Dinner?
No, I have to do a Rumble stream tonight, so I need to cut my stream and go Rumble. I don't have time.
You have to... What happens if you don't do one Rumble stream?
I'll be letting down Chris.
Does Chris think... I don't want to say anything. Never mind.
What holster are you using for your SIG? I don't know which one I'll carry yet, because we haven't gotten to go shooting yet with them.
Oh yeah, I got some holsters too myself, you know.
Yeah, I've got an M&P Shield and I got a P365, the SAS version. I don't know which one I'd want to carry. Both guns are sick.
I got a custom barrel for mine.
Gee, why?
Nice backplate. Why? Because it gives you an extra 3/4 of an inch that actually gives you, I think, another 100 feet a second of velocity.
I'm gonna be shooting people 10 yards in front of me, Dan. I don't need...
Yeah, you want more. More.
Wait, you will need a plate? Wait, hold on. 100%? Hold on.
I mean, we'll just find out. I mean, maybe this is a brand new... maybe this is a brand new site that now comes with a plate. But, I mean, when you Google SIG Romeo 0 P365 SAS, you get answers like, "Hi, we offer machining services that allows you to mount this to your SIG P365 SAS." Oh, see, that's what I mean right there. That was a test. That was a fake misspeak right there. Fake misspeak. And yeah, that's what I thought.
Back down at my level.
You stupid fuck. I fucking hate you.
Okay.
Or get like an optics plate. That's what it says.
You think
like,
I
hey, we
need
sell an
to-
optics plate.
This
I
one-
think you need an optics plate, but we can just test. Just get your fat ass over here whenever you want, and then we'll do it, okay? We were supposed to go shooting today, but then you're like, no, I have to go.
Dr.
Yeah,
K tag, okay.
Well, yeah, okay.
Hold on, let me just watch the video. I don't trust you. Sig Sauer never settle. Romeo
Hello everyone,
Zero.
I'm John Nichols with Sig Sauer. I'm a product manager for Romeo Zero that we make new Sauer. I'm Zero Ergon in our op of polymer, MOA and lens. There is a manual brightness adjustment superior to that. Need to. It is shown here on the P36. The Romeo Zero also shares a common footprint with some other reflex sights on
Does
the market.
Dan still
It's got a lot of
dislike
very
Dr.
small
K?
results.
I
And that
dislike the
co-witness is
business
perfectly
model.
with your expert ready
I
to
feel
go.
like,
Once
you know, I don't
click
like
on the side
Dr.
of
K
the
like I
Romeo
don't
Reflex
like
Notice.
Airbnb, if that makes sense. For those of you old gens who have been here for a while, you know what I mean. I don't like it. I feel like you're preying on uncertainty in the market, breaking the law. I don't like it. Look at all the Dr. K simps in chat, simping out.
Okay. Should I go to his house?
Our guns can touch tips. You know, you can try. I got all the accessories. You can try them out before you buy. You know what I even have that you can have because I don't like it? Oh my god, I'm such a good guy. I have 2 accessories and they are yours for free. I have the integrated P365 SAS Lite made by SIG directly, and I didn't like it because
Wait,
I
like
don't.
the light that attaches the underbarrel?
Yes,
Oh,
it is
shit.
yours, brand new, and I didn't like it because when I IWB carry, I can feel it a little bit, and I don't like it. It's like called the Foxtrot 6 or some shit like that.
Oh,
I don't like
shit.
it. Yeah, I
What's
got
the
it.
second
Still.
accessory? Hold on, what's the second one though?
Well, I have that one, and I also have a Streamlight, the Streamlight version, the TLR1, I think it is.
Damn. Okay. I
Yeah,
need to
so
get
you
that.
can.
I do need to go over there.
Yeah, you can. And I got holsters for days. Listen, I got a whole drawer filled with shooting accessories. You know why? Because I'm a man. I'm a man's man, out here doing manly things, thinking manly thoughts.
Okay, can I come over in like an hour and a half?
Yeah, I don't care. That's fine.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna do that. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
Wait, I feel like I want to bet. This T-shirt ninja guy, do you have his information?
Nope.
I'd pull him in, but I don't know if he's insane because he's a new person, and like I don't want to risk it. So what I want is money out of him when he's wrong.
True.
Because here's the thing.
Okay,
he
wait,
was
hold on,
really what?
I love you. I have a 6 o'clock call I have to do for tech stuff.
For
yeah,
fucking
I know.
Pete's
well,
sake.
you can talk to him, but I'm just letting you know. I'll be back.
Oh, am I still here? Wait, can you hear me? Or do you mute stream? We're gonna see in a second when I listen to myself. Oh my god, I can still hear myself. What the F? What the frick? Alright, fine, let's talk with this retard real quick. Hey, listen, dipshit.
Hey, what's up?
I'll hunt you and kill you if you're wrong in a video game. Are we on with service? We're on YouTube?
You don't have to be that
in
mean,
Minecraft.
Dan.
Alright, listen, you were quite confident and cocky.
I was
in the
quite
messenger.
confident and cocky. Yes.
How do you feel right now going in? Do you feel
I feel
still...
I feel pretty confident because I need him to show one thing on stream and it's going to prove whether you're right or I'm right. If I'm wrong, that's fine. That's fine.
Hold on though. Before we even get to that point,
I'm not going to get snarky with you and be like, I'm gonna bet you money.
You've already gotten snarky. Let's go. I'm going to do a quick little review of the messages here, if we will. So T-shirt. Thank you. I will. I said I will. T-shirt ninja. Okay. I'm just going to read through some of these messages because these aren't like, hey, listen, depending on what you have, you may have it. It was just this. It was, don't listen to Dan, Destiny. It mounts directly to the side since it's a Romeo Zero. Dan is a fucking retard once again.
True.
Next message. Dan is wrong. Next message.
Also true.
Dan, you suck ass and
Also
are wrong.
true.
And then more and more messages. No, I didn't, liar. Oh my God. Fuck you. I win. Fuck you. I was right. I was right.
Well, because he showed the plate. He was trying to show you the plate, and then you dusted it off like, oh, wait. Don't look at the plate that I just had that came with the gun that's supposed to mount other things onto it. It's a SIG product to a SIG product.
Okay. So
you were trying to
hold up for a second.
No.
Stop. I want you to do a quick Google search and search for SIG.
I'm not going to Google search. I want him to show the plate.
I understand that.
I want him to show the plate.
Listen, I've already admitted there's a possibility that now they're coming with a plate, but here's the thing.
Well, then just show the plate. If the plate
Hold
was
on.
there, then I'm right. If it's not, then you're right.
I understand that, but you went so crazy with the absolute authority.
He said it was bought newer. It was bought as a newer SAS. They should be including plates with all of them.
Okay, so when everything online says that you need a plate, you just assume that no matter what, you're right.
It should be coming with the optics plate with it. That way you can take it off and put a Romeo Zero. That way they can upsell you with a red dot, Dan. That way they can give you value added on a ticket average, Dan.
Okay, so I admit there's possibility that brand new ones now are shipping with a plate. Now, I don't see that anywhere, marketed anywhere. If you can show me
have
a web
him
page,
show that little plate he was about to show on camera that you then kind of brushed away and had him not look at and talk about when it was going to be the thing that's the clutch. That's the one thing. If that's what mounts up the Zero, then yes, that's the one, Dan. If not, then I'm wrong.
I understand that.
That's all that matters.
Do you have a web page anywhere that shows that if you buy
I'm not asking that, Dan. I'm asking the actual things that are in his possession right now.
I let you speak, but you don't let me speak.
Yeah, but you're trying to go off into a tangent
I'm
onto
not.
something else. I'm asking what would actually work for his thing
Well, because
right
I know
now.
I'm pretty confident I'm right, and then when you're wrong, you're gonna just disappear into the fucking ether, and it pisses me off because people like you every day, all day, come in here with such fucking confidence, and you just slink back into whatever retard fucking place you came from. So what I'm asking you, in the
I'll
meantime,
keep posting things, Dan. That's fine.
what
if
I
I'm
want to
wrong.
know is, in the meantime, because he's not here right now, okay? Do you have any literature at all saying, hey, if you buy this site, you don't need to buy an optics plate for the P365 SAS? Does that exist anywhere on the internet? Because everything I see when I Google P365 Romeo 0, it's like, hey, it'll fit, but you need to buy an optics plate. That's every single result, okay? And you're like, Dan, it comes with it, Dan. Okay.
It should. When you remove that...
There's a lot of things that should in the world. What I'm asking is, can you show me anything that says that it does?
No, Dan. I don't have a piece of
then
literature to give you that.
I feel much more confident now that I'm going to be victorious in this.
Okay, all we need to do is see the plate. That's literally all we need to see. That's all I was asking from you, was to see the plate.
No, what you were doing without knowing this, without
that he had in his hand, because it should come with the gun. It should come with the gun.
A lot of things should in my world and in your world, but they don't always do.
Well, we're gonna find out, Dan.
We are gonna find out. And then what's gonna happen when you're wrong?
You're probably just gonna reban me.
No, I won't reban you, because I want you to live in this world that you've created where you're wrong.
Okay, then just pick on me and bully me. I don't care.
Yeah, because you have nothing. You're just a chatter. Look at me. If I'm wrong, now this is a huge thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is a big deal if I'm wrong.
Dan, why would I not try to do that then?
Yeah, you're making me look pretty stupid here now that I think about it. So I have to let you go. Thank you for stopping by, though.
Is he...
Okay. I forgot that I have nothing to gain and everything to lose here. So how can I go back into history here? So I think I admitted earlier on that there was a chance that maybe the new products come with this thing, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm pretty confident. You know what? I feel like if this was a money bet, is there any chance that it could come with a plate for it? Is there any chance it could? I'm thinking. I think I'm in good place. I think I'm in good place. I think I'm going to be right. Like 85%, 90%, 90% at least. Yeah. Okay. We'll see. I mean, it might come with a mounting plate, but would it come with one specifically for a P365 SAS?
What are you screaming about in here?
I was talking to someone very calmly and coolly and collectively.
Oh, cool. Listen, guys, if you want to carry on the stream, I'm going to rumble on over to Rumble, okay? That's where I'm hanging out for at least an hour longer. Don't miss it. Special guest. Melina in the background.
What the?
Are
you Melon?
Are you Melon?
Are you fucking...
Oh, do you want to go out to eat tonight or no?
Me?
Who are you talking to?
You, Dan.
Oh.
Retard.
With who?
With me and Melina and her dad.
Ooh, her dad?